Fight, 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 fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. What's up, guys? How we doing? Oh, my gosh. Woo! Here we are. We're going into day 10 of the Alex Murdaugh double murder trial. That's right. That is right. Nitro Junkie says, nice ad. I turned off the ads. No, whatever. Anyway, what's going on, guys? How we doing? I hope you're all doing well. I need a haircut. No, I'm making my hair long for fun. I look refreshed. I don't feel refreshed. This trial is exhausting because it's so damn boring and slow. I know it's a good advertisement for it, but it some of these things, I'm telling you. Okay. Getting everything set up. I got to send out all the invites. Good morning, Christy. How you doing? Man, I got to sneeze. Don't you hate when you feel it? You know it's there, right? You know that sneeze is coming. I know it's there. Oh, my goodness. Okay, here we go. This one, boom. I'm going to get to sneeze. God has taken that from me. Okay, let's start sending these out. Huh? Okay. The hair looks like it can stand up to gale force winds. It's just wet. It's not actually like I didn't put any gel in it. It's just wet. I woke up a minute ago and threw water in it real quick so it would calm because it was like standing straight up. It's good times. It'll dry out in a minute. Okay, as I will probably mention, did I already say this? I know I was thinking it, but I was doing other stuff. God, this show is sponsored by my Las Vegas live show. The Las Vegas live show with many other content creators present and lawyers and good and bad people alike will be great. You can find the link in the description on both YouTube and Rumble if you're interested in going. It is February 26th. And I know I keep saying this, but I believe I have the venue actually locked down. We're just waiting for the final quote to accept it. And if this final quote is accurate, I think it's going to be great. We'll see. But I don't want to say exactly what I'm hoping to do just in case I can't. But it'll be fun. It'll be a good thing. That's all I got to say. It'll be a good thing. So, but once I do lock that down, I will announce it. That may even happen. Um, that may even happen on the show today if everything goes as planned. So, but it's going to be me, Camelot, Dick Masterson, Andrew Bronca, a lead attorney. I think Mark Rubert, Eric Hunley. I don't know about Mark Rubert, actually. I shouldn't keep saying him. Eric Hunley is, I believe, confirmed. I think Nate the lawyer is going to be there. Danny on Direct is going to be there. A whole bunch of people. Invite all the LawTube people to Vegas. I mean, they're invited. Everybody's invited. But I don't know that everybody's going to come. Emily lives across the country, so I don't know if that's going to happen. Runkle lives in Canada, but he's invited, but he's going to be somewhere. Runkle's got something going on. I can't remember what the Grundys or something. Is it Grundys? Grundys. That can't be right. The fuck is he doing? Is Legal Bites invited? Legal Bites lives in somewhere in fucking Eastern Europe or whatever. No. Why you guys keep bringing her up? Let me see if we can find out what he's going to be at. The hell? Where is it? I don't even have it anymore. I don't know. Anyway, lots of people are going to be there. It's going to be fun. There, okay? Fine, I said it. Time does court start? It's supposed to be starting now, but it's not up yet. Here, I'll show you what is going on right now. I think everybody's getting tired of this case, including the court. That's what's going on right now. Looks really exciting. Good job. Rumble's up, man. Hold on. Okay. Sending a message here. Okay. All right. Woo. Getting all that pre-stream shit that I didn't get done pre-stream done was nice. Help, you need tricks to not get picked for a jury. You have jury duty tomorrow. Just say you can't be impartial. You can't be impartial because say the state is a monstrous bigot and you think that all prosecutors are child molesters. Barnes postponed to March. You need to ask all of them again if they will come. Well, I know Eric Hunley has a ticket. But yeah, I got to ask Barnes and Viva if I assume Viva's not going to be there if they postpone till March, but that's why I haven't been saying that they're coming. Anyway. Okay, what the hell do we even have? Get out of here. Just trying to get rid of all these damn extra tabs. So many tabs all the time. Okay. So how are you guys doing? How about Rob from Law and Lumber? He's not confirmed yet. He's maybe. He's a maybe on Vegas. Oh my gosh. Oh, I gotta. My Twitter app got completely screwed up. I think when I got banned. And now when I go to like search on my phone for Twitter contacts that I haven't DM'd in a while, like if I try to search for them using the search function in the DM part, it just has no internet connection, doesn't find them. It's a huge pain in the ass. Tell Robert Gouveia to join Las Vegas and announce it so that all the thirsty ladies buy 5,000 tickets. The writer says, did you see the article I tweeted you? AM, Alex Murdaugh is a degenerate joking 304s, apparently. No, I didn't. If you tweet something and tag me in it, the likelihood that I see it is almost zero. It's almost zero. Because of how Twitter functions. God, I hate it. But no, I have not seen the Alex Murdaugh is a degenerate tweet. Rooster Cogburn says, any notice from Rumble that they're having issues? App and site have been on and off again. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. We've got 2,800 people watching on Rumble, which is right on par for when the show normally starts. Choking 304 is not joking. You said joking. Choking? Well, maybe they like to be choked. I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to judge. So here we go. We got the cage up. The court should be starting any minute now. Have you tried setting to private? No, I'm not going to do that shit. Ugh. No, I mean in my actual like DMs. The private thing works apparently for like reaching your core audience or whatever. But I mean in like looking for my DMs. Is Kyle Rittenhouse joining me in Vegas? I don't think so. He's not old enough to drink. As for Tim Pool and Eliza Blue, I haven't really been following the Tim Pool stuff. I know he did some sort of response to it yesterday, right? There's an article or something that came out. I have no idea. Lance Johnson, chat should never say they don't like drama. Well, yeah, the chat always likes drama. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, man.
How you doing this morning?
I thought it was Wednesday, but otherwise I'm doing fine.
Oh, the Gundys, not the Grundys. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Runkle's going to the Gundys. So I don't think he'll be able to make Vegas. It's right around the same time.
Yeah, 2 weeks. Well, a couple days and 2 weeks before I fly out anyway.
Yeah.
I'll be there a couple days early.
Dude, I cannot. Oh my God, I cannot wait. I'm just trying to get out of this. I'm trying to get out of this cold state. And I know it's not going to be super warm in Vegas, but I just want to get out of this cold state. So the article was one of his writers doing a fluff piece. Tim lost his mind during his show and accused everyone bugging him being paid by a PR firm to make her famous. Ooh. But wasn't he the one making her famous? I don't know. They said, I don't know. I don't care that much about it. I know people are interested in that story, but it's weird. Very weird. Oh, you want to know how my morning's going? So I made a healthy breakfast, Andrew. And my favorite healthy breakfast is a chopped up Honeycrisp apple.
The blue tarp that we located inside the bedroom in the inside the closet inside the bedroom.
Okay. And what was that tarp located?
Oh, this is the
replay?
Yeah, that's a replay. Okay, let me shut them up. We'll just wait. I'll remove that until it's actually on. So I made this. My favorite breakfast is a chopped up Honeycrisp apple. Of you motherfuckers. Sorry. Some almonds and then a vanilla Greek yogurt. And I chopped up the apple with the almonds in, and my yogurt is
bad.
Yeah, it's bad. And I was like, no. So now I have this bowl of apples and almonds, I guess, with nothing to stick them together.
Any further comment?
Our usual objections, Your Honor.
The witness from yesterday, the last, Ms. Smith. Ms.
Yes,
Smith's testimony, yes.
Yes, Your Honor, we did get a transcript, overnight transcript of her testimony. It's very rough, but on recross, if you will, at page 90, I asked her, have you ever seen this rain jacket before? And the rain jacket, I'd put a photograph into evidence, Defense Exhibit 87, and she says, no. Alex Murdaugh had that rain jacket with him when he came to Ms. Libby's home on the morning, I believe, a few days after the funeral. She says, no. And then I asked her, have you ever been in this closet before? Pointing to the State's exhibit where they showed something folded up. She says, no, I haven't. And then I asked her, what that is folded up there, do you? And she says, correct. And then I asked her if what's in that closet is this rain jacket, you've never seen Alex Murdaugh with this garment before, have you? And she says, no, I haven't. And that's the testimony and that's on page 90 of the transcript that we got last night. Well, this morning we got it, Your Honor.
The long crime guy is having a seizure.
All right. From the State.
Your Honor, again, it is fairly rough to try to read some of this, but as I would go back and point to page 65, where the witness was asked to describe it. Again, she talked about observing Alec coming to the house at an unusual time, a few days after the murders, carrying a bundled up blue vinyl item. And then she was shown a picture with it in that closet where it was recovered. And she said, did you see a blue object in the center? Yes. Does it appear to look like the object you've described? Yes. You're saying yes. Is it the blue vinyl? This appears to be the same thing you saw the defendant holding. It looks so, yes. And of course, then you had subsequent testimony from the crime scene investigator about recovering that very item that proved to be the raincoat, which of course, if you hold it out, is very, very large and very much like a tarp. So I think many of these issues that the defense is raising are issues for jury argument and go to weight, not admissibility.
I'll allow it.
The witness testified under direct examination that the item in evidence appeared to be what Mr. Murdaugh brought into the house that night. She said he was carrying something. It was in his arms. She said it was blue something, that it looked something like a tarp, a blue something, but she did not know what it was.
Here it comes.
It
He's going to
wasn't
let it
opened
in.
up, and she could not clearly identify the item either as a tarp, as was shown by Mr. Griffin, or as a raincoat. She testified that the item presented was consistent in appearance with what Mr. Murdaugh brought into the home that night, and what was shown in the
Consistent in color,
photograph
not
that
in
was
appearance.
taken. Certainly, Mr. Griffin did I would say, an effective job in cross-examination and
So it'll be fine.
raising questions as to the credibility of the witness. That is the exact job that a jury has to do. That is weigh the credibility of the witness and to determine whether the testimony was consistent on the one hand or inconsistent on the other hand. And this witness's testimony was consistent on the one hand and inconsistent on the other hand, but that does not make the testimony inadmissible. It doesn't render the evidence inadmissible. Whether evidence can be made relevant and admissible through inference. The inferences can be drawn from the evidence. It is circumstantial evidence that is a part of this case, which suggests a fact by implication or inference. It could be the appearance of the scene of a crime, testimony that suggests a link to the crime, and if it can, facts can be proven through inference. The facts and circumstances through which the witness testified on direct and cross-examination and taking the testimony as a whole. The item is in evidence. I find that it is relevant in that it creates, through inference, facts that are in dispute in this case. And I deny the motion to strike her testimony, if that's what the motion is. I deny the motion to declare her testimony as being irrelevant. And the latest motion was that it's prejudicial or the results of an examination of the item is prejudicial. Of course, we haven't had that testimony, but we have an item in evidence. We have many items in evidence. We have, items are being placed in evidence as, what number are we up to now? 400, 500? 400 items of evidence. Witnesses have been questioned as to whether they walked the side of the roadway to see whether anything was along the roadway other than a cell phone. Witnesses have been questioned.
None of this has anything to do with the raincoat.
Whether or not they looked down the drain pipe or
but of course he's going to let the raincoat in.
Tub or shower or just any number of questions been posed with the witness to the witnesses as it relates to discovery of evidence. This evidence was obtained through a search warrant. It is in evidence and it's there for the jury's consideration. certainly once an item is in evidence, and as long as a chain of custody has been established, there can be testimony as to what it is or of what significance is it. And that's the stage we are here in these proceedings. And
You know, in fairness,
denied the
Judge, I did
motion
ask
to
you to
strike
exclude it ahead of time.
to find it for relevance purposes or because it creates or presents evidence favorable to the state, which automatically means it would be prejudicial to the defendant. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, just to clarify, the motion that the defense made late yesterday afternoon was in advance of Megan Fletcher, SLED agent Megan Fletcher's testimony that there's GSR on the blue rain jacket. And so the motion was to prevent her from testifying as to the GSR, the testing of the rain jacket under 403. I understand the court's ruling. I don't think they're going to call Ms. Fletcher first, but when she does take the stand, we will, for the record, renew the objection. And
No, that's just the point. You say you object under 403, claiming it's more prejudicial than probative. And that's a fact-finding issue. That's an issue to be weighed not by me, but by the fact finder.
No, whether it's more prejudicial than probative is your decision.
That's an evidentiary question of law, Judge.
It's relevant. It's apparently important enough that the state seeks to use it. All evidence adverse
It's important
to
enough the
the
state
defendant
seeks to
can
use
be
it doesn't mean
considered
it's
to be,
actually relevant.
That's
prejudicial.
always the case for any piece of evidence the state submits.
But I do not find where any prejudice is substantially outweighs its probative value. So I deny that motion. I certainly respect your objection. The witness sort of all over the place with her testimony and appeared to be confused. I'm not sure she obviously was not of the same level
Of what?
unable to articulate.
He's
her
calling the
thoughts,
witness an idiot?
through her emotions and through this setting of being examined and cross-examined in this case. But the testimony taken as a whole shows that she identified the item as being consistent with what she thought the defendant brought in.
No, the same color, not
She
consistent
said he had
with.
something in it. It's important enough for her to contact someone about it and to that landed her here on the witness stand, among other things, other reasons. But everything is noted and protected for the record.
thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Ready for the jury.
Safe ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right. Regarding juror number 729, I spoke with him briefly. So I guess I now said him. Spoke with that juror briefly this morning, and he's going to stay with us. He's made some arrangements, he thinks, with his job, and he's going to stay with us. We have another juror, however, juror number 548, who made contact with the court and says that he's at the emergency room this morning. We don't know what his situation is. He's an alternate juror.
He just went there.
And,
Just go to the emergency room. Don't have to do anything.
548. As time passes, attrition kicks in. We've done well thus far. This will be the first juror who will be excused. He's at the emergency room. We don't know how long he'll be there.
You're going to lose a juror every week.
Trial.
You got an 8-week trial, Judge.
Finally,
Wherever you
someone
went.
shut the judge up. Yeah, I mean, the permissiveness of this judge has made this trial
Interminable.
yeah, there's no way to figure out when it's going to end at this point.
All right, I'm going to grab some coffee.
Word. And just so everybody knows, the lack of audio is on the. It's not on my side. I have it on. Long Crime Record TV has it muted. Whoever started. Whoo. I know people are really upset about the raincoat. I told you why that was going to come in. That's actually it's a long list of offenses, but that's one of the least offensive ones from the judge on evidence so far, in my opinion.
He's never seen a piece of evidence that wasn't admissible.
I don't know. I think a lot of judges would have let in the raincoat though with the tarp confusion. I really do.
Well,
But
it's classic use, not abuse, but classic use of discretion, right? You could argue either way, reasonably.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
He gets to make the
Good
call.
morning. Day number,
but there have
Day
been
number
some
12?
things in this trial that
day number 12,
seem a little abusive.
11,
Just a little abusive.
day number 11. You sure? 12. I said 12, yeah. Day number 12, state's case.
The judge has lost count of the days of the trial.
5 days in a week.
The reason it's day number 12 and I have day number
Major
10
C, state's
and Long Crime has
Thank
day
you, Your
number
Honor. May it
10.
please the court.
It's
The
day
statement
10 of
called
the
Jeannie
trial.
Seconder.
First 2 days were voir dire of the jury.
Renew our objection to this witness's question. And
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Megan Fletcher, is she coming up? The SLED forensic analyst who's going to tell us there was gunshot residue all over that rain jacket.
Did you just rip her up on cross? Would you expect to find gunshot residue in a hunting family on a rain jacket that would be worn outside while hunting with a gun?
My name is Jeannie Seckinger,
This is
Seckinger.
the
Ms. Seconder, how you doing today?
I'm
the
good.
accountant at the law firm.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me a little bit about yourself. Could just kind of introduce yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school?
I was going to say
I
this
grew
chick
up
looks
in
familiar.
Hampton, South Carolina.
Wearing a
Graduated from Wayne
ascot
Hampton.
thing again.
Went to University of South Carolina, where I got my BS in accounting.
They should have the. They should have
After
gotten
that,
a
I worked
limiting
number of
instruction
years in
again.
Public accounting. Then I transferred into as a financial analyst with Westinghouse in Hampton. And after the birth of my second child, I stayed home and worked for my husband just a few years. And in 1999, I came to work with the firm on a part-time basis, doing some special projects, and have not left. And that job has grown since that time till I was over all the business aspects and financial aspects of the law firm.
All right. Which law firm are you talking about?
Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Elstrop, Diedrich.
Is that PMPED?
That's correct.
Is that what the firm is currently known, or is it known by a different name?
We are now a separate entity that we've reorganized as Parker Law Group LLP.
And you know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, over there?
I do,
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you identify him, please?
He's in the blue
bastard
jacket
right over
and
there.
white shirt sitting between Jim and Dick.
The
Your
guy
Honor, for
sitting
the
around in
record,
all of our
please
money.
identify the defendant. Was he a partner in the law firm you're speaking of?
He was.
Is he a partner anymore?
No,
And we're going to talk about some of those things, the reasons for that here today. Is that correct?
that's correct.
All right, so I'm going to call it PMPED, what we're talking about. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right, well, tell me, you talked a little bit about your role in PMPED. What would you consider your role, or how would you define your role, particularly as we're moving into June of 2021?
At that point, I would be CFO/COO, basically overall office management and all financial affairs of the office, over hiring and firing,
Good
HR,
job.
just any, like I said, any business aspect of the firm.
So CFO, that means what?
Chief Financial Officer,
And COO, that means what?
Chief Operating Officer. And so I kind of combine those jobs.
Are you a lawyer?
I'm not.
Or are you an accountant?
I am.
Did
You
you
have a
fail out of
CPA?
law
I
school?
do.
You said you started working for the firm when?
August of 99.
And then when did, was Alec working there at that time, the defendant?
I think Alec came to work the year after me.
Okay. Did you know him prior to that?
I did. I've known Alex since I was 16 years old in high school.
Y'all went to high school together?
We did. He's a few years behind me, but we were in the same school.
You blow your back out.
Is he
You
still
worked,
behind you?
with Alec at the law firm up until September of 2021?
I did.
Let's talk a little bit, if we could, about the law firm itself. And tell me a little bit about the financial structure of the law firm. How does it work that fees come into the law firm, and how do they get dispersed at the end of the year? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
Yes. So every fee that any attorney makes is property of the law firm. It comes into the law firm and goes into the law firm's accounts. And it is sitting in kind of what we call a holding account that we just amass the money. We have another account called the operating account that we use to pay the daily bills of the law firm, wages, insurance, office supplies, et cetera. Each attorney in the law firm is also an employee of the law firm. They receive a paycheck just like most people do, with W-2 taxes taken out and W-2 at the end of the year. When we get to the end of the year, we figure the net profit of the law firm, basically everything brought in and everything paid out to date. And we distribute that money based off a ratio of what that attorney brought in to total. So if an attorney brought in 10%, he's going to get roughly 10% of the net income at the end of the year. And we do that in a form of a bonus one time at the end of the year.
When is that bonus typically paid?
That bonus is typically paid the last week of December every year.
And is that for most cases and most of the partners, as we're going to call them in the law firm, is that the vast majority of their compensation of the year, is getting it all in one lump sum at the end of the year in December?
That's correct. They receive a salary of $125 through the year that they're paid every 2 weeks, but the vast majority of their money comes in that one bonus check.
Okay. Now, you mentioned there was a salary. Looking back in June of 2021, what were the partners in the law firm, what were they getting as a salary?
$125,000 a year.
All right, $125,000, and that was broken up into checks like
26 times a year, yes.
Okay. And then, so that has to be accounted for before the bonuses are paid, correct?
That's correct.
Salaries not only for the partners, but also for all the other employees.
That's correct, all staff.
All right, and is there other overhead that has to be accounted for out of the fees before that bonus can be paid?
Yes, all the other overhead is the basic operating expenditures like I discussed: rent for the building, insurance coverage for the employees, office supplies, case costs that we advance for our clients. We pay things as we go during the case. We pay experts, record fees. All of that is part of overhead. So after everything that's paid, everything brought in, after everything that's paid out is what we call that net income that we distribute.
Is there some sort of 7.5% fund or offset that has to be accounted for as well before the bonus is paid?
There is. We have what we call a 7.5% kind of profit sharing. And everybody takes their gross fees less their portion of overhead. We take overhead and divide it by the number of partners. And so you would take, let's just use numbers. If your gross fees were $100,000 and your overhead was $50,000, you have a net of $50,000. And
you're
take
fired.
7.5% of that and put it in a pot and divide it back evenly.
If your gross fees are $100,000, you're
That purpose
fired.
is meant to cover when somebody has a high year or a low year. It kind of helps people out and it helps account for differences in expenses between each attorney.
So all of that has to be taken care of before the bonus is paid out to the partners at the end of the year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I hope they
And then
ask him
whatever
how
money's
much it
left
was.
over is divided up based on the percentage of the fees that particular partner brought in of the whole for the year. Is that
That's correct.
So if you had a better year, you're going to get a little bit more than somebody who didn't have as good a year.
Absolutely.
Okay. Over time, being the CFO, did Alex Murdaugh have a very lucrative practice?
He did.
Were there times where his bonus was high six figures?
Definitely.
Were there times his bonus was seven figures?
There has been.
And was it typical for the vast majority of his compensation to be in that one-time bonus at the end of the year as opposed to the $125,000 salary?
Yes, his and everybody else's.
Yeah, I was going to say that'd be typical for
$125,000
everyone.
salary for these individuals was a fairly small part of the compensation.
Correct.
So there were years he was making 10 million a year, folks.
Now, one of the things that you mentioned is that at the very beginning, as you said, all fees belong to the firm. Is that right?
That is right.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as
These are the
310 to your testimony. Real quick
Top
and see if you can,
1% of lawyers
recognize this
earning
particular
money.
I do.
Doing
This is
law.
the employment agreement that each of the attorneys in the firm sign.
All right. Take that back real quick. Can I have the Elmo, please? $310. I would offer $310 at this time. Notice.
No additional objection, Joe.
It's admitted.
Let me let this Elmo do that real quick. Let's try it again.
But remember that, there's these bonuses that they're talking about are based literally on what money they generate for the firm. I mean, that's the reason the bonus is so high for someone like Alec, whose family knows everybody knows him, all of that stuff. If someone gets injured in that town, they're going to call up Alex Murdaugh.
Is this the first page of that agreement?
Yes,
All right, and on your little screen up there, can you read that all right?
yes.
Okay, if we look at talking about employer and employees, now we've been talking about the law firm partners, but in the agreement, what are they referred to as?
They're actually shareholders, so we refer to them as partners in the fact that they all work together and support each other. But because of the type of tax entity we are, they're shareholders. It's just a legal and accounting determination. But in fact, you'll see them referred to as shareholders.
All right, but in this agreement, they're called employees, correct?
That's correct.
Now, just real quick, you talked about paying out the bonus at the end of the year, and that's where the vast majority of compensation for the partners goes out. Is there a tax reason for that? Do y'all clear the books at the end of the year?
We do clear the books at the end of the year. We function as a C corporation, which means any money that's left in that C corporation would pay a tax too. So to avoid double taxation, we pass that money down to the partners to the best of our ability.
All right, and so you try to zero out the books?
We do.
All right, and that's to avoid taxing on anything that remained in the firm accounts.
Correct.
So let me ask you this. If the firm essentially zeroes out the books by paying these bonuses to all the partners at the end of the year, how do you operate in the few, January and February where we're at now before fees start to come in? What money do you use to do that?
So typically, a group of partners will go in and loan money back to the firm to cover our first couple months of operating expenses. And as we recover money through the year, we'll pay them back and pay them off. So we're basically starting at
What's the interest rate on the loans?
All right, and so some of the partners will loan
38%.
money to the firm to operate until there's enough fees that come in to generate enough money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do the partners have to do that, or is that something they can do if they want?
That's something that they can do if they want.
Was Alec one to ever do that?
Alec never did that.
He never did that. Okay. Before we go on back to this agreement, let me ask you a little bit. As far as the firm accounts, you mentioned there's an operating account, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's a client trust account, correct?
That's correct.
Trust account.
Trust account.
Tell me what the
They
client
trust again.
trust account is, please.
So the trust account is a fiduciary account, meaning that we have the responsibility to maintain and safeguard that money. It's where the account, whenever a case settles, that the money that is paid from the insurance company or individual from the defendant is put into that client trust account. And that is also where the money is dispersed out to any clients or any lien holders or anything to do with that disbursement. It's also where we collect our fees and expenses from.
And are there legal obligations and money in the client trust account to ensure that that money only goes to the legitimate places it's supposed to go?
That's correct.
And if the law firm wins a case, whether by settlement or by trial, any recovery they get, does it go in that trust account first before the law firm gets paid?
Everything does, yes.
Now, I'm going to go back to exhibits, the employment agreement, I believe is exhibit 310. And right here in line 3, right there, can you read that to the jury, please?
Services for the benefit of employer. All professional services rendered by the employee shall be rendered as an employee of the employer, and all proceeds and remuneration received therefore shall inure to the employer's benefit.
All right, and this is the agreement signed by all the partners, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2021, it was signed by Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Correct.
And all the years prior, correct?
Correct.
And what does that provision mean? Explain that again to the jury.
That means that any work they do providing legal services and any money earned by them belongs to the law firm, not the partner to the law firm, and should run through the law firm's books.
It has
And
to go through
accounts.
the law firm's books before it can,
Right.
and then they have to wait till the end of the year for it to be accounted for after paying all the overhead and the salary and the 7.5 and all the rest of it.
That's correct.
If a law partner were to divert fees to himself personally and not send them to the law firm, what would that be?
Stealing?
Stealing. Okay. All right. Tell me a little bit, if you would, about the management structure of the law firm. How does it work?
Well, there's a big dude.
So each attorney, apparently, they all, I can't even speak. They all have equal authority and equal choice. But basically, we'll have a little committee each year that we can go to with day-to-day issues and make some basic decisions that are then gone on and voted by the whole firm. I report directly to each and every attorney. So I would handle day-to-day obligations within certain authorities. And if I had an issue, then I would go to this committee or somebody who is present, because a lot of times attorneys are out of the building, traveling and hard, and it would kind of go up the rank from there.
Okay. Was Alec very involved in the actual management of the firm?
No,
Were other partners more involved in the management of the firm?
yes.
Tell me, what was your observation of Alec as a lawyer?
Is it
in
his
the
job
office?
to be more involved in the management of the
What was your
firm?
observations and characterizations?
Alec kept different hours than a lot of the rest of us. He came in and he would work late. Always loud, always busy, always in a rush. He had the gift of gab, but he always seemed last minute and hurried and frenetic.
Okay. Always last minute and frenetic?
Yes,
What about his cell phone use? How was he with the cell phone?
constantly on the phone.
Constantly on the phone.
There's 1 hour in his life where he didn't use his phone. He must have
What were
murdered
your
someone.
observations of him as a lawyer?
I think Alec was successful more, not from his work ethic, but from his ability to establish relationships and to manipulate people into settlements and clients into liking him. So he did it through the art of bullshit, basically.
Wow.
That can be an art.
Mhm.
Did he, in your
Nice
estimation,
criticism
in your
from a
judgment,
non-attorney.
was he more of a technical type lawyer, or was he one that really understood how to use the emotion of a case?
He would use the emotion of a case and the
Objection
emotion of his
leading.
clients.
Did he understand the emotional value that the sympathies of a case could have?
Objection leading.
He's asked her to testify as what he understands, what's in his mind. I object.
Let's sustain the objection.
He's also leading. Is he a lawyer that understands the emotion of the
With
case?
Ellis,
This chick isn't a lawyer.
your
She
observations
can't
of
comment
Alec as
on
a
how
lawyer,
lawyers do their work.
What skills did you see in how he was able to value a case?
I would think that he was able to read the client. And it seemed he always got higher settlements than it looks like they should appear, going back when we've reviewed everything. So I think that he used his personality more than technical skill. I think that, we look back and we see things that were manipulated and set up, and I believe he did that a lot with his clients as well.
Want getting higher settlements than they would have otherwise gotten?
That'll be a question, a line of question on cross.
This is a fucking
It appeared that
billboard
they
for
usually did,
hiring
yes.
this guy?
Were they very lucrative results?
Yes.
Did he do really well for his clients? Better than all of you and your other lawyers suspected? Yes.
Did you
Oh
have
my
any
God.
Observations and working with Alec for 20 some odd years about his memory?
I think that looking back, where I thought he was chaotic and didn't remember things or kind of got bored with details sometimes and wouldn't finish things off, I really think looking back, as we've gone back and pieced together a lot of this, that we saw where he would tell people one thing and another person another. So in my opinion, looking back, I think he had almost a photographic memory, to keep all the balls in the air that we now saw were in the air. It appears that he would have to have a really strong memory.
He's a mastermind again.
Real quick.
He fooled us all. We just thought he was an idiot. I love this. Testimony's fantastic. We thought he was such an idiot and so bad at his job. I mean, he got bigger settlements than everybody else all the time. Settlements that none of us thought were possible. But it must have been because he wasn't good at his job. It's just because he was manipulative.
And this is a normal way for personal injury practices to make money, folks. They don't go to trial at all very often. Maybe 1% to 5% of the cases that come in, everything is settled.
Yeah. You don't want to go to trial. It costs too much. So the way personal injury works most of the time is you're on a contingency. The person who's injured can't afford to pay the massive amount of legal fees that it would cost to take their case.
Before that,
so you make an assessment that you're going to win. You have a high likelihood of winning. And you take 30 to 40% of the purse.
Loan from, or take loans from partners at their option in order to.
That means the most efficient way to make money is to win quick.
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 428 to your testimony, and just have you take a look at that and ask if you recognize those documents as it relates to a particular instance involving the defendant.
I do.
All right, and tell me about this instance. What happened here, please?
Okay, so this is in 2017. A check for the payment got mistakenly written to R. Alexander Murdaugh instead of his brother Randolph Murdaugh. So the loan payoff was written to Alec.
All right, let me slow you down. So does his brother work for the law firm?
His brother does work for the law firm.
And what name does he go by?
He goes by Randy Murdaugh. His legal name is Randolph Murdaugh IV.
Had Randy Murdaugh loaned money to the law firm?
He did.
Had Alec Murdaugh loaned all?
No.
All right, and so what happened then?
So as we said, we had the clerical error. And a few days later, Alec came to our staff, and it's not quite clear which staff because our records don't show that, but a voided check, he acted as if he'd lost this original check and had another check written. So a replacement check was then written to Alec again, which was a mistake again.
Did that second check get cashed?
The second check got cashed pretty much immediately within a week or two. And then about a year later, the first check got cashed as well. And that's when I caught in the system that he had cashed both checks. And looking back, I realized that the mistake had been made, that somebody had hit, their names are right beside each other in the vendor list, and that they had made a clerical mistake, and that he was paid money that he was not owed.
All right. Ultimately, did he get that money twice that he was not supposed to have received?
He did.
And ultimately, was it because he claimed that he had lost the first check?
Correct.
Ultimately, did he cash both checks?
He did.
And cash the original one a year later, is that
Correct.
All right. Was he confronted about this back at that time when it was detected, I guess, in 2017? Is that right?
He was.
And he was confronted at that time?
He was not, I don't remember that he was confronted by me. I know that Danny Henderson spoke with him about it, and Alec just claimed that he made a mistake and thought that he had paid the money, that he had loaned the money that year.
It's been a mistake.
And Danny chose to kind of let it go and sweep it under the rug.
Chose to let it go and sweep it under the rug.
He did pay it back.
All right. So that happened, and the explanation.
How many times
was given,
that happened?
And then he was allowed to pay it back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And everybody moved on, right?
That's correct. I have to point out that it was, these attorneys worked as a brotherhood and were very family, and they trusted him and accepted this the explanation.
And he was bringing in a ton of money.
What was that word you just used? You said it was a brotherhood?
Yes.
I wonder if he was the most profitable
So
attorney in the
when
firm. He probably
attorneys are
was.
Dealing with one another, when the attorneys
Oh, I
are
would
dealing
imagine
with you,
so.
How are y'all dealing with one another? What's the basis of that?
Trust.
Trust?
Trust.
And so over the years, when Alex Murdaugh would tell you to do a transaction or anything like that, what were you relying on?
His word and trust.
Are you generally familiar with what's been known as the boat case?
Yes,
Right. And do you remember that occurring around in February 2019?
I do.
All right. And again, I'm not, without going into the specifics of the boat case, what was your general understanding of the boat case? Well, let me ask you this. Was his son Paul charged with driving the boat in the boat case, to your knowledge?
Yes,
And was Alex Murdaugh sued civilly in the boat case because of the death of Mallory Beach?
yes.
After the boat case, did you notice any changes in Alex's behavior or his demeanor around the office?
I can't say that I really did up until November, December of late 20.
Okay, and what'd you notice then?
Didn't really notice it then, and we can go back and notice it now. That's when he started making some disbursements that he was stealing from that started getting sloppy. So the things that I noticed are more in hindsight.
Yeah, we can tell that you didn't do your
I'll put
job
this exhibit up
effectively
on the screen.
for
Let me,
since
get ahead of
1999.
myself. This is exhibit 428. Is that offering evidence?
What's up, Joe?
Yo.
Danny Sherrill says, I've been in the hospital for the past week
Without
with a pretty rough eye
This
infection,
is a,
and your streams have been
this is
keeping me
the loan
sane.
check
Thank
were
you for the
talking
grift,
about, is
Nick.
that right?
That's right.
This
Get
is,
better, Danny.
where, Alec erroneously received a check note for his brother Randy,
That's right.
and then ultimately managed to get the same amount twice. Is that correct?
That's right.
And how much was that check for? I can bring it to you if you need to see it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
Yeah, I'll bring it to you. Screen over here is bigger than that.
It was for $121,358.63.
$121,000, correct?
That's correct.
When he received the check, did Alex say, no, this isn't mine. This isn't my $121,000 check?
No, he didn't.
Did he know?
I didn't know. Did some years he do the loan to the company for operating?
Now, you mentioned-
Expenses?
you started to talk
And other
about
years
some
he
things you
didn't, and he
noticed
just
in
didn't
late
recall?
2020, and let's just set
He has
the
a
table
perfect
little bit more
memory.
before we do that. You mentioned disbursements. Tell the jury, before we see some paperwork, tell the jury how disbursements go about. Is there certain paperwork that's done, and how do the lawyers interface with the finance stuff for that to be accomplished?
Okay, so a disbursement after a case is won, or what we call settled, the money comes into the client trust, just like I talked about. A disbursement will recap how much money was won, how much attorney fees, how much expenses were withheld or earned for our firm in that. And then it will list any loans or liens that need to be paid off. And what I mean by that is like medical liens, medical bills, insurance companies getting their money back for items that they paid, and then it will show the balance that goes to the client.
And so then how do they interface with the finance staff? What does the finance staff do as opposed to when the attorneys prepare those disbursement forms?
It comes over to our finance department. We have the supporting documentation with it, and we will process the checks based off the attorney's signature. Those then go back to the attorneys that handled the case or the paralegals that handled the case. They meet with the client and explain the disbursement to them and give them the funds.
Is the finance staff relying on what the lawyers are sending them to determine what checks should be cut?
Yes. With support.
With support?
Yes.
I'm going to maintain my theory. All the partners are skimming.
Trusting the attorneys to provide them the correct information?
We are.
All right, so you mentioned that something had happened in late 2020.
He's the
that was
scapegoat.
The first things that you started to notice in the wake of the boating case that was a little different. And tell the jury what you were about to talk about.
As I said, in late 2020, I really didn't notice it at that point. But some of these items that we're going to discuss started happening at that point. My discovery of things started coming to a head in May of 21.
2021.
Yes.
All right. And tell me, what was the first thing that came to your attention?
Because one thing that came to attention was a disbursement that the fees were made out and processed to Forge Consulting. And what that meant is that the fees weren't going into our personal account like they should. They weren't going to the firm. Forge Consulting is a true company that you can do structures of attorney fees, but the way that this was done was not correct. To do a correct structure.
Let me slow you down so we can unpack this a little
Okay.
bit. All right. Let's first talk about what is a structure. What is a structure? What does that mean?
So a structure means that you can set up a fee in the agreement with the insurance company that you can put that money into an annuity that you'll get it out later. You can avoid the
Oh,
taxes
tell me the
now
insurance
and take them
companies
out when
write
you're
the annuities for
65
themselves
or
too.
whatever year you determine. So it's a way that
Oh,
they can
brilliant.
defer income for retirement. If they're having a good year, they can do that.
So maybe an explanation would be kind of like the lottery. You can either get your settlement in one lump sum or you can get it paid over time, correct?
Correct,
All right. And so this is what a structure is getting it paid over time.
correct.
And are there tax benefits associated with doing a structure?
They would avoid taxes at the year that they made the fee, and they would pay the taxes when they got it out, similar to your retirement 401k.
And is it sometimes common for plaintiffs' lawyers who get recoveries for clients, to have their clients get the settlement in a structure as opposed to getting it in all one lump sum so that there's some security over time with that money?
It is definitely a vehicle that can be used by plaintiffs' lawyers. We don't do it very often in our firm. And when it is done, it has to be, every partner needs to know about it and needs to be agreed upon. Because obviously that money's not coming into the firm to help with overhead and expenses. So we have to
And to be
agree on it,
distributed
and
amongst
we
the
have to
partners.
account for it in our allocations at the end of the year to determine bonuses that we're going to pay out.
Yeah.
Sure, but I'm talking
Bonuses,
about with
that's what it's
clients
about.
right now. So clients that receive a settlement, they can
Okay.
elect to either get it in one lump sum, or they can get a structured annuity over time where they get it however much a year for the however many years it goes. correct?
Yes, that's true too.
Kind of like the lottery, you can get the whole big thing, but with taxes, or you can get a bigger sum over time.
That's correct.
And so some clients might choose to get it over time so that their money is more secure over a longer time, correct?
Correct. And you generally see that when it's a minor involved or somebody with special needs that has a disability of some sort.
And so what is Forge Consulting, the legitimate business Forge Consulting? What do they do?
They set up structured annuities for clients like we're talking about. They do special needs trusts for people who are injured or going to need life care plans. And they handle that kind of, they have a few other things that they do, but I'm not familiar as much with those services.
If they provided services over the years, the legitimate company, Forge Consulting, legitimate services to the law firm and its clients over the years and helping them set up structured settlements.
We've used them 250 to 300 times.
And who's kind of like the main guy at Forge Consulting, the legitimate business?
Michael Gunn.
All right.
Michael
Now,
Gunn.
you mentioned
He
that
sounds
we're
like
not
a
talking now
murderer.
about the client structuring their settlements, but what if a lawyer wins a big case and wants to, so he's going to get a huge fee. And let me ask you this first. Generally, what is the legal fees for the firm when they win a case, whether by settlement or by trial?
Generally, they're 33% to 40%, and it depends on what stage the case was in or the work we had to do. So if we settle a case before we have to start doing summons and complaints and depositions or going to trial, we take 33 1/3%. If it goes further, we do 40%, and it can go to 45% if it's on an appeal. But generally speaking, it's between 1/3 and 40%.
So let's say that somebody's a partner and let's say they win a case of $10 million and it was a 40% one. So they're going to get a $4 million fee, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's say that they decided that instead of taking that fee, that $4 million fee, they want to structure that fee just like a client would. Can they do that?
they can do that, and that's what I was referring to before, with the authorization of the other partners and making sure that we have enough money to operate and enough money to account for it. If they do that, it's supposed to be done in the release, and the insurance company will send the money directly to Forge Consulting and not through us.
Okay. Because it can't go through y'all directly or it doesn't work. Is that
Or
correct?
you would not get the tax benefit of it.
And if an attorney still had to do that, they're going to have to work everything out with y'all to make sure everything's accounted for the end of the year bonuses and everything else.
That's correct.
Is that a common thing that people in the firm were doing?
No.
All right. So, kind of setting all that up, did you, what came to your?
Man, it'd be great to have a
related
single
the
premium
defendant,
$4 million
So on
annuity.
May 17, there was a disbursement called Hirschberger that the fees were said, I would have to look at the exact disbursement, but it said structured fees, Forge, and it had an amount.
Let me get some more real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, this is really tough to make entertaining.
See, I'm doing
He
the
has such a pleasant demeanor.
I'm doing a single premium annuity, $4 million, lifetime payout, and I'll do my age. So if you're 41,
Nice. How much you getting?
hold on, I'm working on it. We'll do it in South Carolina. I'll pretend I'm a lawyer at the,
Right.
you know,
I'm gonna
middle
show you what's been
lawyer
marked
at the
as
firm.
Exhibit 429 to your testimony, and have you just flip through that real quick and tell me generally what that is.
Okay, this is the disbursements to do with the money recovered in the Hirschberger case. And this one
Oh,
had
God.
multiple disbursements.
All right, but let's just talk
18
about
grand a
the,
month.
the one you were just referring to.
Okay.
I'll show
For the
it to
rest
you.
of your life, until you
On
die.
the third page of this exhibit, is that right?
That's right.
That's not
All
bad.
right, pick up your story. What did you notice that came to your attention?
It's
So
just
it says
17.5 actually, but
PMPED attorney fee, and in parentheses, it had Forge. The check had been made out payable to Forge. And I knew this was incorrect, so I went and had a discussion with Alec about this. And the basics of the discussion was we needed to know about if they were going to do a structured annuity, we needed to do it. Also told him that the way he had done it was
$94
incorrect,
million.
that he would not be saving any tax consequences, that he needed to properly set it up with the insurance company on the front side.
All right, and why wasn't it done right? Why were you telling, at least from what you knew at the time, why did you think it was not being done right?
Basically, because it should have gone from the insurance company directly to Forge. We would not write a check and send it to Forge for a structured fee.
Let me put
Hi,
this
Joe.
up on the screen just real quick.
No other objection to 429.
All right, and this time I move states 429 into evidence, I believe, without additional objection. All right. So is this the disbursement sheet you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And
Well,
this is
Scott
generally
Hamilton,
the first
remember,
one the jury's seen, but it's just
you
generally
write one
how
of those
disbursement
structured
sheets
payments
look
or
that are
settlements.
prepared by the law firm.
That's
Yes, you generally see the
your,
caption.
for me, that would be
and then
baseline pay
our-
for effectively
our
40
inside
years,
number, which is the
50
matter
years.
ID. You'll see the recovery.
Everything you
who's
earn
paid
on
out.
top of that.
Then the next section should
comes
be your
in too.
fee and expenses.
All right, so you've got the fee right there, correct?
That's correct.
And then you have expenses, and what are expenses?
So the expenses are the case costs that we paid going along, cost to get depositions of paid transcribers, medical records, expert opinions. Sometimes vehicles are involved that we store. So it's anything that we pay on behalf of that case.
All right, and so they'll have to come out of the recovery too, correct?
That's correct.
And that's separate from the attorney's fees, right?
Correct.
All right, so when y'all settle a case, you're going to get your attorney's fees, but you're also going to get paid back any costs and expenses you had to litigate the case.
That's correct.
Two separate amounts.
Correct.
All right, and then we've got a lien. Explain to me what a lien is and how those affect disbursements.
So a lien is, it could be as simple as paying a doctor's bill that was guaranteed, or it can be paying back subrogation, which means subrogation just means if you had insurance that covered it personally, your Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we recovered money, Blue Cross Blue Shield or Medicare and Medicaid, if you had that, would then be seeking their money back. So that would be a lien.
Sometimes if somebody who got injured, like in a car wreck or something, might have medical bills and there's a lien for that.
Yes.
And sometimes.
In the Kings County
you would
Court in
go
New
to
York,
satisfy
there are
those medical
thousands of
bills.
subrogation
correct,
cases
Is
going
it
on.
common for the law firm
every
to
day.
then negotiate with
There's like a whole
medical
wing of the
provider, like a hospital or
courthouse.
whatever,
Yep.
and see if you can get that medical
It's just
bill
insurance
down
company
to a
versus
number
insurance
that's
company
settled.
fighting over who
That
gets
is-
what money.
That is correct.
And then if you save any money between what their bill was and what you get them to accept, is that additional money that should go back to the client.
That's right.
And are those very common in these types of cases?
Yes, and generally, we will not hold up dispersing the money to the client, waiting on that to happen, because it can take a while. So we may have a disbursement that leaves some money in our account, the balance of those bills while we're negotiating them, and then we'll do a second disbursement to pay those clients that money or the provider the money.
Right. So you pay them the big amount first, and then if you're lucky enough to settle for a lesser amount, then whatever's left over, you'll send to them later.
Correct.
All right, so then down here we have then the ultimate disbursement to the beneficiaries, the clients. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right.
And
then
if
you're
there's
supposed to-
multiple as this one, you would see the split between the two.
all right. And just real quick, whose signature is that right there?
That is Alex,
And have you worked with him for how long, or did work with him for?
23 years, 22 years.
All right. And so you got.
She's coming across very professional and no nonsense about taking
Yes.
this whole,
All right.
taking her
Going
job
back to this
seriously
disbursement, we had
and effectively.
PNP attorney
Except she
fee
allowed a ton of
before,
money to be
and then you
stolen.
had that amount.
Right, but like once she got alerted to it, that she wasn't.
She saw it in hindsight, Andrew.
And then what is this next page of this?
Looking over her shoulder.
That's the canceled check payable to Forge for $83,333.33.
All right, and you recognize that signature on there?
That's Alex.
And so when we last left off, you were telling Alec that it had been done wrong because it had gone straight from the trust account direct to what you believe to be Forge at the time, correct?
Correct.
And it can't go to the law firm where the tax benefits go away.
That's right.
All right. So you raised those issues with Alec. What was his response when you first talked to him about this?
His response was that he was not worried so much about the tax ramifications and saving the taxes, but that he was trying to get money in Maggie's name due to the boat accident that had happened in February of 2019.
Go ahead.
He also brought up the fact that he
How is the annuity
was
structured?
friends with Michael Gunn, and that was going to try to work with Michael Gunn, putting up some fees during the year as a favor to Michael Gunn and to help him accomplish.
Because he could be civilly liable for the boat accident too. Because it's his boat, probably. Because his
Same
boat.
thing in response to your
Negligent
pointing
entrustment.
out that this isn't going to work for the tax benefit.
He said that's fine. He was not worried about the tax benefit so much as getting the money in Maggie's name,
Because of what?
the boat wreck.
Because of the boat wreck. All right. Did that concern you at all?
How
Yes,
is the
it did.
annuity
And why did it
structured?
concern you?
Was there actually an
Because
annuity
that
though?
is hiding assets, and we're not going to be part of any hiding assets or any wrongdoing. So we were very concerned that he was trying to do that, and we didn't want to be a part of it.
At that point in time, did you do anything about it, or did you kind of table the matter for the time being?
We kind of tabled the matter for the time being. I had it kind of set aside, trying to figure out how am I going to account for this in my books, and we were going to go back and talk to partners and kind of figure out what we were going to do.
Ultimately, when is the sort of the drop dead deadline that you have to account for everything in the books?
Usually I will do our final closing and balance all the time, but usually we'll do that final accounting in December. So I really start drilling down and looking at everything and balancing out in December. But I knew I had till December to figure this out. And at that point, I was more concerned about how we were going to put it on our books and also letting the partners know what was going on so we could make sure that it was disclosed to his attorneys with the boat wreck stuff.
Just kind of just put that aside, but keep it in the back of your mind.
Right.
This is in May of what year did this happen?
21.
Later on that month, did you receive a
you helped
communication
him
of
do
any
it.
sort from Alex Paralegal?
I did on Monday,
Who was
May.
that real quick?
That is Annette Griswold.
All right.
She's
And
one of his paralegals.
what communication did she have with you?
So I received an email. I was working in our Waldeboro office that day, and I received an email from Annette that said she needed to talk to me in private, and could I please meet with her when I got back in the office? So when I did get back in the office, we met, and she came to me with another concern that in another file that we had.
And tell me what file was that?
So this file we referred to it as the Ferris file. And it was a case with Ferris versus Mack Truck that had a fairly significant settlement. And the concern was that we had only received the expenses. When on this, let me first say, this case was handled by Chris Wilson's firm, and they were handling the disbursement. All the money went through their account, and they drafted the disbursement and met with the client. So if that happens, typically the associate attorney will mail us our fee check and our expense check at the same time.
Let me slow you down. So this particular case, the Ferris case, was Alex Murdaugh the only attorney on that case?
In our firm, I believe he was, but Chris Wilson was the associated.
And is Chris Wilson in PMPED or is he in a different firm?
No, he's in his own different firm.
And does that happen sometimes that two lawyers, one lawyer from your firm and one lawyer from another firm will share a case?
Yes, we have quite a lot of that.
And then ultimately those fees have to be split whichever way they agree to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then sometimes if the settlement money or the trial money comes into that other firm, then they have to disperse the fees and expenses to you.
That's correct.
And tell the jury again, what was Annette's concern? Did she receive part of it but not the other thing?
Annette received only a check for the expenses.
But not the fees?
Not the fee, which is unusual. So she had already, unbeknownst to me, contacted my staff to make sure that we had not received that fee prior. And indeed, we checked and it had not been. So the conversation Annette had with me that day was her concern that we were missing the fee check. And she'd had some conversations with Vicki Lyman, who is Chris Wilson's paralegal. And that led Annette to believe that Alec had already had the money paid to him.
And that's the concern that she reported to you?
Yes.
All right. Hold on for me and I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 312. Give me 1 second.
Let's see. There was another super chat here. Patrick McNeely says, update on the Byram Township, New Jersey murder. Suspect was a fellow soldier. He and 17-year-old male are being charged with kidnapping and murder. The former soldier is currently representing himself. He's screwed either way. I'm not familiar with this. Do you guys know anything about the Byram Township, New Jersey murder?
No.
Do you have a name of a victim or?
I'm looking it up. Man, this is from 2020. Let's see. Killing of a 20-year-old Fort Drum soldier. Wait, why do they have another judge?
I believe States 312.
What are they even doing there
No
today?
additional objection.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Submitted.
What?
I'm going to show you this
In some other
packet of
courtroom.
documents. I'm going to go to some emails that are within it. And first of all, I'm going to show you this one right here and just see if you recognize that.
I do.
All right, tell me what that is.
This is an email from Vicki Lyman, who's the paralegal for Chris Wilson, to Annette Griswold, who's the paralegal for Alex Murdaugh. And in it,
I don't know what's
Annette's
going on with
questioning, why
Court
did we
TV
get
or Law and Crime today,
expenses
but
and
they're,
no fee?
they're all just idiots.
Vicki replied back, dear friend, it's only cost because your boss and mine got their fees once they were signed.
All right, so that's what
What's up, Sean?
Annette brought that concern to you.
Not much. How you guys doing?
Yo.
Did
Pretty
you
good,
have
brother.
any conversation with Annette about what to do?
Well, Annette expressed concern about tattling on Alec and perhaps getting in trouble for him or retaliation from him.
She didn't want to lose her head.
So I told her.
What's the concern? What's the concern right
The concern is,
I just asked her what her concern was.
the concern was that.
Also speculation.
Yeah.
Objection, wait. Yes, sir.
He's asking her what Annette's concern was, and Annette needs to testify about her own concern.
All right, so
Hearsay.
state the question, please.
I'll restate the question. What was your concern?
My concern was that he had stolen the fees and they were paid to him personally.
All right. Did you, in this conversation with Annette, did you instruct her to do anything? Did you send any email?
I sent an email to Annette asking for Annette to get copies of the complete disbursement from Chris Wilson's office, along with a copy of what we call the general ledger printout, which would show the deposit and the checks, and the supporting document to the disbursement. Oftentimes, we'll just get a copy of the disbursement. So I asked for the full records like we would have in our office.
And what did you tell Annette to do once you sent that email to her?
Annette forwarded that email to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's been, was part of Exhibit 312, and it's marked as 2374 at the bottom. And just kind of read that email going up. Is that the email that you sent to Annette?
Yes.
And is that the one that you were asking her to forward on?
Yes.
To request additional information from Chris Wilson's office to try to get to the bottom of it?
Yes.
All right. And if we go to the prior page, is that where Annette forwarded that document on to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
This is.
Right, and just real quick, what was the date on that email when it was ultimately forwarded to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
That email was sent on May 27th, but Vicki was out of the office on vacation, so Vicki replied to Annette on June 2nd upon her return.
Okay, and what was the reply?
And the reply was just clarifying what documents that they needed. And at that point, Vicki replies back to Annette that she's not privy to that information, but she'll forward it on to Chris Wilson.
To her boss, Chris Wilson.
Yes.
All right, so have y'all gotten an answer at this point?
No.
All right, so what's the next step? What happens after that?
So we're waiting for a while. And on Monday, May 7th, I went to Alex's office searching for him after lunch.
After you sent this email on June 2nd, did Alec ever reach out to you or talk to you about the inquiries that you were making about where these fees were?
Yes, he actually came in the next day. First thing, Chris did not answer me, but Alec came in the first thing and said, that money's in Chris's trust. Why do you need all this information? And I basically said, we just need it for our records. It's what we have in ours and it's required for us to keep. He assured me that the money was over there and that he'd get the records and they'd get everything that we needed.
He was wearing a blue raincoat
June 2nd.
well and
I
asked
believe
me
it
if
was
I
the
liked
next
it.
morning.
And did you seek him out or did he seek you out to say, hey, no, that money's there the whole time?
He seeked me out.
And that's what he told you?
Yes.
All right. Around this time, did anybody else, did you have any discussions with any of the other partners about what was going on with this?
I did. I'd initially gone to Lee Cope because he's one of the partners that does a lot of the managing. And he happened to be the one that was in the office when this was going on that I could find and talk to. And he also helped me come up with the plan of how we were going to handle it so Alec would not think Annette was questioning. Mark Ball also knew some about it. So.
Was there any discussion about anyone contacting Chris Wilson?
After we didn't get it, that came later.
That came later? All right. So Alec comes to you and says, all that money's there. What's the next thing that happened that you did?
So the next thing that happened was on Monday, on June 7th, I went looking for Alec.
Let me slow you down. On Monday, June 7th?
Yes.
What year?
21.
June 7th, 2021. What happened?
went to look for Alec, and when I got upstairs, he was standing outside of his office leaning on a file cabinet. And he looked at me with a pretty dirty look, one I'd not seen before, and said, "What do you need now?" Clearly disgusted with me, which kind of raised my hackles. So I said, "Well, let's go in your office and talk about it." When we went in his office, I told him, I said, "I have reason to believe that you received the fairest money directly to you, and you need to prove to me that you did not." And he assured me again that the money was in there. I told him I still needed to see the ledgers or proof that it was. Again, he told me the money was in there, that we could get it any time. Said he was trying to leave it in there to decide what to do as far as structuring some more money or putting more money in Maggie's room.
Frankly, if you came up and talked to me,
You
I'd
asked
be
him for
annoyed too.
Proof, is that correct?
Yes,
Proof that he didn't have that money.
yes.
How do you prove that you don't
Were
have
you
money?
able to complete that conversation on the
I
morning?
guess you could see where the money went.
21
It was actually the afternoon of June 7th.
afternoon.
But no, we were not able to complete it during the middle of our conversation. He took a phone call, and the call
Yeah, but also like
was saying that
proving a
his
negative.
father was in the hospital and
Like,
that nothing more could be done, and he was terminal. So at that point, you know, I've known Alec since I was 16 years old, known the family forever. It turned into a personal conversation about how's your dad doing? How's everything doing? You know, what's going on? And I basically thought he was leaving to go to the hospital to attend to his father. So I left the office at that time, and we did not discuss the money anymore.
You thought he was leaving to go.
And then he
I thought
murdered
he was
his
gonna go
family.
to see about his father.
He had gotten a phone call about his father June 7th, 2021, correct?
That's right.
Did you have a conversation with Alec later on that day?
We did. Around 4 o'clock, my phone rang, and I remember because I was surprised that he was still there. And Alec was asking me some information about his 401k balance.
And why was he doing that?
He was doing that because he stated he had to get some documents and financials together for a hearing regarding the boat wreck later that week.
He needed his own financial information for a hearing for the boat case that week, correct?
That's correct.
You know when the boat case was? The boat case hearing
I
was?
believe it was June 10th,
June 10th,
21, within a few days.
within a few days. Were you surprised to hear from him in the office?
I was, because I thought he was leaving.
Thought he was leaving because of the call from his father.
His father.
Did you go home at the end of work that day?
I did,
Went back home and had a normal evening?
yes, until about 10:30.
Tell me what happened at 10:30.
I got a call or started getting texts from friends asking if I'd heard if Maggie and Paul had been shot. I didn't know anything about it. They were hearing things on scanners. So I've
I
sent
assumed
texts
Alec
to a
did it
couple of the attorneys
immediately.
and did not hear back until probably 2 o'clock in the night. Mark emailed me back or texted me back that they in fact had been shot and killed.
Was that
Personal
shock?
injury firm has police scanners. I'm shocked.
Was everybody scared?
Very scary. You know, nobody knew what was going on, so very scary.
Anyone think it was because of his financial issues? That's why he killed his own wife and kid?
It was like a
That's the
brotherhood,
state's
correct?
theory.
That's correct.
They haven't really articulated why they
Everyone
think that would have
rallied
solved
to
his
Alex's aid.
problems.
We did. There, nothing.
Why
happened that
he
week
thinks they would have solved
at
his
work.
problems.
Everybody spent time with Alec, trying to support him, bringing family meals, attending the funerals, so nothing happened all week.
Yes, I know why personal injury firms would use police
Anybody
scanners.
at all
Folks.
concerned about getting the proof for
Sometimes
those
sarcasm is
missing
lost
fees
on the
after
internet.
those murders happened at that point in time?
We weren't, because we were concerned about Alec. He wasn't working a whole lot. He was erratic. We knew he was taking pills.
Oh, you knew
We
he
were
was
just
taking
worried
pills.
about his sanity, so we
Thought
weren't
no
going to
one
go in
knew.
there and harass him about money when we were worried about his mental state and the fact that his family had been killed. It just wasn't even on our mind at that point.
Wouldn't be on your mind, would it?
No.
He killed his wife and son to avoid getting hassled at work.
As a few weeks went on,
By Debbie Downer.
Yeah.
did you ever receive any
There was an easier
communication
target.
about those fees that kind of put the matter to bed at least a little bit?
We did. Lee Cope, who is one of the partners, took over. We decided we were not going to press Alec, but Lee made some contact with Chris Wilson during that time, asking Chris for information. And I believe after that, Alec searched me out again and said, hey, I've got that money. But it wasn't until, I believe, it was July 19th, I received an email that Chris had forwarded to Alec. Alec then forwarded the email to myself and Lee Cope. And in that email, it said, I am holding the fees for the Ferris case, and he named the amounts and said they are available anytime that you should need them. So we're being told by outside counsel that the money is there.
Did you trust what you were being told?
Yes.
When you got that email, did at least for the time being, that looked like the matter was put to bed?
Yes. I mean, these are members of the bar who've taken a sworn oath that we're supposed to trust, and they're telling us the money's there.
Yeah, because I've never heard of any lawyer who lies.
I'm still in
They're taking a
exhibit
sworn oath.
312.
And a lawyer stolen money, the horror of it
You
all, it's
recognize
never
that?
happened before.
That is the email that I'm referring to.
And this email comes from who to who?
Comes from Chris Wilson to Alex Murdaugh,
And then it gets sent to who?
myself and Lee Cope,
From who?
from Alex Murdaugh.
All right. And can you read to the jury that paragraph right there? What was forwarded to you to sort of put
Stupid
this
trials
matter
made
to
me gain
bed?
3 pounds from
Alex,
Florida
as
meeting.
discussed, I am confirming that I'm holding in trust $600,000 in the Andrell Ferris case and $192,000 in the Denise Ferris case, which represent attorney fees. I will continue to hold these monies in trust until I'm instructed by you and your firm regarding payment.
Does that leave you to believe that those monies have been there all along?
Yes, with some hesitation on my part, because it still seemed a little shaky to me. But I've decided that I would have to believe what was presented to me.
And this, what's the date on this particular email?
July 19th.
So you know
we're
that
just
there's
over-
$792,000 to
after
put on the
murder, is
books
that
for the
correct?
firm,
Yes, a
right?
little over.
Just charge that up to the fees.
Yeah,
Isn't that the
Take it forward a
information she
little
needs?
bit.
I'm confused about.
Well, let me ask you this. In that time period in July and August, going into early September, is Alec in the office much?
He's not in the office very much, no.
And you had mentioned before, the first thing that kind of came to your attention, and what case was that?
Hirschberger and Ferris.
Just astonished anyone named Hirschberger lives in South
At some
Carolina.
point in time, does that Hirschberger matter kind of come back to your attention to take a look at that?
Yes, like I said, I had it sitting there on my desktop right in front of me. But due to work and personal obligations and things that were happening.
Joe, I don't get what you're
I didn't
implying
start
there.
looking again until
Can
September.
you spell it out for me?
And decided to start.
I've got a good story about that.
his
Remind me.
fees
On a
over
break.
the year and just
SJW.
making sure that we
According
had
to
not
CNN.
missed anything else.
Before you go on with that, around that same time as you're doing that, does Annette Griswold come into your office?
She did. Incidentally, during the day, after I'd found what I'm about to discuss with you, she
She has an
walks into the office
entire
and had found a check
rack
on
in her
Alex's
wardrobe
desk
dedicated to
that
those
was made
fucking
payable
scarves.
Oh,
to
yeah.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Oh, yeah.
And it was from Chris Wilson's trust account. And the amount, I believe, was $225,000. And it
Each
was
one is paired with a bottle of
signed
Chardonnay.
on
It's the
memo,
55-year-old
Ferris fees.
crisis mode woman kit.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 313.
Still mad Alec didn't invite her to the prom.
That's the check I'm just discussing.
All right. Your Honor, this time I would move states 313 into evidence.
No additional.
Admit it.
And what is states 313?
That is a check from Chris Wilson's client trust account payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire in the amount of $225,000 referencing Ferris fees.
Is it made out to the law firm?
No.
Who's it made out to?
It's made out to him personally, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
When you see this check, what, if anything, is your realization?
That he stole the money, that he'd been lying.
And what's the date on that check?
March 10th, 2021.
All right. So, and that brings you that check, and you're also looking at the forward. You said, explain what you were doing as well when this is going on.
So simultaneously that day, I decided to print out a listing of forged payments to Forge Consulting. And as I was printing those out, I was printing supporting documents and canceled checks. And as the canceled checks hit the back of my printer, I could see Alex Murdaugh's signature on the back. It would say Alex Murdaugh, and a lot of them were Bank of America. And as everyone come out, I started noticing it more and more, and the sickest feeling you could feel in the world. I knew that he was stealing all this money. At that point, William Barnes just happened to call over to my office and said, "What are you doing? How are you doing today?" And I said, "I'm about to throw up. You need to come over here." And showed him the checks, at which point he verified that he thought that was Alex's signature as well. From there, we called Mark Ball. Mark Ball came and looked over the information. We showed him the proof of the check of the $225,000. And Mark noticed that one of the cases that he definitely knew it could not have been going to Forge because it was a workers' comp case.
Which case was that?
That was Thomas Moore.
Keep going.
So he knew that that money couldn't have been sent no matter what. We also discussed this with Lee Cope. We were trying to decide how are we going to handle this? What are we going to do? Lee Cope, it was decided that Lee Cope would contact Michael Gunn directly. And we named a few of the cases. We got a few of the names. Lee contacted Michael Gunn, asked him if there'd ever been, to please verify if there'd ever been any structures with that. And also asked Michael Gunn if they'd been banking at Bank of America. Michael's reply to Lee was that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years, and that he was unable to verify that those were indeed set structured fees for those clients.
All right, so let me slow you down real quick. You researched what name in there?
Forge Consulting.
So you're researching in your system Forge Consulting, correct?
Yes.
To see any instances where it was an Alex Murdaugh case that went to Forge Consulting, correct?
Correct.
And did you find a number of checks?
We did.
You have access to the firm trust account checks on your system.
Yes.
And when you saw those checks,
Did you do a forensic
observe
review
that
of
caused that
any of the
signature
other
you just
attorneys'
described?
fees?
They were made to Forge instead of Forge Consulting, but also the fact that his signature was on the back and the endorsement on the back was Bank of America.
What did that indicate to you about all those checks when you saw his signature on them?
That they were stolen fees, stolen money.
You kept this quiet long enough to have your own bank accounts opened up, isn't that true?
Yeah, actually, they should hire a forensic accountant to look at
That's different
her.
from this, correct?
That's
book.
correct.
Yeah, she kept a lot of this quiet. She shouldn't be going to the
What's being
partners right
stolen?
away if there were problems.
What, if anything, is being stolen with Exhibit 313?
The check is being written directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. And in the other scheme, it was written to
Maybe
a
she
forged
discovered the
account,
stealing and decided she'd
which
get a
we
slice of
realized
that
was a
pie and
bank
tried to make a deal with
forged
him,
bank
and he said
account.
no.
We
And
found in the office a few days
it's as
later
credible as
bank
any state
statements
theory.
that said Richard Alexander Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
It also seems likely, in all honesty. Problem is, who would believe Alec if he came up and said, "Yeah, actually, she found this out, and then attempted to squeeze me for $2 million, but I just didn't have it." Would have kept this all quiet.
Right, so you say a few days later in Alex's office, you found some bank statements?
That's correct.
Do you remember what bank they were on?
Bank of America.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 335 and see if you recognize that just as an example.
I do.
And what is that?
This is a bank statement from Bank of America with the name Richard A. Murdaugh, sole prop, which means proprietor, doing business as Forge, and it has Alex's home address as the contact on the bank account.
And you found bank statements on this account in his office, correct?
That's right.
Is this the legitimate Forge bank account?
It's the fake Forge bank account.
Your Honor, we don't have any additional questions.
I would offer a 335, Your Honor, at this time.
Philippe says, "Where's your wife, Nick? She's upstairs."
Is that the name that was on the account that you found?
Yes.
And you called it, quote, fake Forge.
Fake Forge.
And why do you call it fake Forge?
Because there is a real Forge Consulting, but this was a fake company that he set up to mimic and look like and designed to look like
A forged Forge?
The real Forge, who's the main guy at the real Forge?
Michael Gunn.
And does this account right here in Alex Murdaugh's
A
name
faux
have anything
Forge.
to do with the real Forge?
Absolutely none.
His wife's name is Valley Forge.
Going back to Exhibit 313, this check. The problem is, who should have this check been made out to?
That should have been made out to Peters, Murdoch, Parker, Elsdroth, and Dietrich.
To the law firm, correct?
That's right.
All right, so who is not getting what they're supposed to get in this instance for this check?
The law firm.
When we start talking about the fake Forge account, who's generally not getting what they're supposed to get? Is the law firm or someone else?
Generally the client, sometimes the law firm, but generally the client.
Generally clients. All right.
They're going to use him as a scapegoat for every problem they had with their finances in the last 20 years. It's like it was all Alex. It was all Alex. They're all going to point the finger.
No,
at him.
Nick, you mentioned it earlier. I kind of agree. This wouldn't be the first time all the partners started sucking money out of the firm and killed it.
Let me show you what's been marked as States 314.
I mean, they clearly don't have any
Recognize
forensic
this.
accounting that would catch it in real time. And when they do catch
Yeah.
it, they just ask them to pay it
Yes,
back.
this is a spreadsheet of all the payments made to the fake Forge.
Well, also, where's
referencing
the
each
forensic
client
accountant
and
that the,
amount that
like,
was
SLED
sold
brought
to
in?
each client.
And did you
You know,
prepare
that
that?
never
I
happened
did.
here.
All right. And is this based on an investigation that you had to do in the wake of all of this?
Yes, we did. We also had forensic auditors come in and look at this. We hired former FBI to come in and look at this. And we've also self-reported to the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, which maintains licenses. And we've turned over 10 years of information to them at least and provided them with all this.
Let me see it real quick. All right, this time we move into evidence States 314.
Your Honor, we do not have any additional objections provided we understand that it's being offered for the limited purpose for which Your Honor instructed the jury yesterday. That's not character evidence. It's only the motive according to the state's theory.
Yes, sir.
To be clear, it's got to be a pain in the neck for a law firm
All right.
to feel like they're getting, basically an IRS audit because of this guy who is ripping everyone off.
It's hard to shed too many tears given how much money they're making.
True. True.
They can drown themselves in Benjamins.
Again, all of this, to me, it doesn't point towards
We'll pick up
Alex
on the
having
story
motive
a
for
little bit,
murder.
but
Points much more towards the
You were
law
saying
firm.
that
This
when
resolved a lot of their
Griswold-
problems.
Around the time she brought you that Chris Wilson check that had Alex's name on it, you also were
Brand
bringing up
rehabilitation?
and searching forge in your system, and that's when you saw all these quote fake forged checks. Correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that you went and talked to some partners about it and that sort of thing. Correct?
That's correct.
We're going to talk about that in a minute, but just real quick, as we go to Exhibit 314, this is that spreadsheet that you prepared. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we have what's this right here?
That is the date of the check where the funds were stolen from.
All right. And then right here.
That's the client name.
All right. And then right here.
That's what we call the civil action number if it's been filed within the court.
All right. And then the category
is what type that he did. Most of them are forged payments, or you see a couple other took insurance. So he had a few methods.
All right. And then over here, is that when y'all had to pay the money back?
Yes. So for each one of these, the money that was stolen, all the partners got together and had to put the money back into client trust. And we went through and corrected and met with every client and distributed money back to them. That's an ongoing basis still going on.
So for all these clients, you had to pay, the law firm had to pay money back.
The partners came up with money and paid all the clients back
And why did y'all have to pay all that money back?
because Alec had stolen it.
We're going to talk about these in a minute, but if we look at the bottom, at least for this category, what was the total that you have, at least for this category?
$2,841,512.55.
And at least in this category, the earliest date we have is roughly what year?
2015.
All right, let's go back to
How much was it?
Early September. Do you remember
Let's
what
not
day it
go
was
back
that all this was happening?
Anything.
September 2nd.
Move on.
And that brings you this check. You're finding these things. You say you talked to some of the partners about this.
Correct.
And what happens after that? What do y'all do?
We had a partner meeting at Lee Coates' house the morning of Friday, September 3rd.
Is the defendant there?
No,
No.
Is Randy Murdaugh there?
he is not there initially.
This was a strategy
initially,
to how we're going to cover our.
We
Cover our
showed all the remaining partners what we had found and that he had been stealing. The consensus was, let's get Randy in here and let's show him. So he wasn't blindsided. Randy came in, we presented him the evidence, and he immediately hung his head and said, he stole it. We've got to do something about this.
Did anybody then,
Wait, what do you got to do about
go
it?
make contact with the defendant?
Kill
So
his wife and kid?
Danny Henderson and Randy Murdaugh.
I don't really see where the firm has a motive to kill the wife and kid.
And what was
He stole their
reported to you
money.
after that
The
conversation?
report was that Alec
Then
had
kill him.
admitted that he stole the money and that we were forcing him to resign.
In the wake of all of that, you ultimately had to start doing this review. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the spreadsheet that we're about to go through reflects those various transactions. Is that correct?
that's right.
Is the UI guy there today?
What?
Someone said he was behind the prosecution.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, someone showed a picture of him earlier, but I haven't seen him.
If you go to the jury room, please do not discuss the case.
Is that him right behind Buster?
No, I saw him behind some woman's hair earlier. I'm just not seeing the motive for him to kill his wife and kid. It doesn't alleviate his problems.
It never made sense. Never made any sense.
There's someone in the chat suggesting that it was, and I've seen this before, murder suicide, and the suicide. He chickened out on the suicide.
Yeah. Okay.
But we haven't really seen any evidence to point to that at all. If he is a narcissist, it doesn't make any sense.
If he's just chickened out on the suicide, I mean, he'd be caught. He'd be covered in blood. So panicked murder-suicide, but then he brilliantly manages to hide all the evidence linking him to the killings.
Right. That's a huge problem. I don't know. This case is not a...
It's weird.
Not a stunner from the state so far. Here, let's get this off the screen for now. We're on a 15-minute break. Jury is likely asleep. I mean, that makes the most sense as to why we're on break, honestly.
Yeah, that's my theory also. I can't imagine that they're having any sort of interest. This is like the most boring stuff in the world, and they got the most drab-looking woman to present the most boring information possible. And I understand you got to take your witnesses where you have them, but my God, this is... I guess their motive is they figure they'll in lieu of motive, we'll just put the jury to sleep for a few weeks, and maybe that'll help me.
I mean, the jury's going to be asking the same questions right now. Aren't we supposed to be talking about a murder?
Yeah.
Like, we're all sitting here saying, isn't this about a murder? Isn't this about a murder? The jury is in the same boat. They're stuck in that courtroom going, I thought I was covering a murder trial. Why am I hearing about all these financial crimes? And if the state doesn't tie it together, all of this, I mean, it's going to go towards him being a bad guy, sure, on that aspect. But I think they just largely will tune out a huge portion of this testimony. But,
yeah, I don't... I'm with you. I don't understand how this creates any sort of motive at all. I never.
Wait, I found out why there's a rash of police killings.
No, what's that?
The law enforcement instructor for law and crime is Sonny Slaughter. She's out there. She's out there training these field officers and what's going on. I don't know, man. I just I have very little trust in this. It looks like one of those things that you see happen from time to time in these partnerships and companies where everybody's kind of in on it. And the biggest problem for Alec was that the boat incident happened. He got caught.
Why did the boat? I guess the boat incident motivated him to move money in an unusual type of way, and that's why he got caught. Because it can't be that it's just coincidence that he has this tragic occurrence with the boat, and that's when the fraud ends up being revealed. It sounds like, from what she was describing, that he was trying to use the boat as justification, the boat accident as justification for why he was playing games with the money, and that sort of, I guess, is what tipped them off. I mean, I guess that's what I took from what she was saying. Did you guys take something different?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like he's been doing this for a long time. I'm not. So yeah,
so that's why I'm saying, why did it come to light now?
Right. Well, because now it was convenient for it to come to light because he was about to get. I mean, his discovery was going to loom on him, which means. If I go with my theory that the firm, that everybody at the firm is skimming, if discovery goes to Alec, it might touch into the firm's books. Touches into the firm's books and they see what's going on. We got a big problem for everyone. Also, there is a rule. It's not usually enforced, but if these people knew that he was engaged in misconduct and didn't report him, and they seem to have known. I mean, they knew he was taking money. He was just paying it back when confronted, however many months later. I don't know.
He was making so much money. I mean, even if he stole millions, he was making a multiple of that every year.
Yeah. And in theory, he should have been able to pay it all back, pay any of it back when confronted.
Yep.
So who knows? I don't know. I'm waiting for the state's case to materialize and develop. I mean, that's the main problem I've got here is you're giving me all of this stuff. Tie it to the murder for me, please. Why do you think he did it? How do you think he did it? What about his financial crimes makes him likely to murder? There are reasons that are theoretically possible, but they haven't come out at all, and they're not obvious reasons.
What kind of reasons? What do you? I mean, come up with like. Oh, be creative. Let's figure out like any sort of motivation as to how this would really help him at all to just off his wife and kid. I guess she was trying to imply a motive when she was like, "Yeah, we left him alone for a few weeks after the deaths, the murders."
Yeah, the murders and the death of his dad.
Yes, I think she was trying to give room to this to say that it was successful. He was successful in buying himself time by just. That's how people stall for time. Yeah, I stole for time.
Yeah, I stalled for time by murdering my wife and kid and facing a potential death sentence in South Carolina.
Yeah,
a wife and kid by all accounts he adored.
TY guy wants to come on.
Oh, does he?
He's at the trial. Yeah.
Here, I'll send him the link.
Heck yeah. I didn't realize, like, I had heard he was a successful attorney, but holy cow, that dude was whale hunting. The amount of money he was bringing in.
Okay, I just there you go. I just sent it to him. I just texted it to him.
Guy's out there making attorney Tom money.
Okay, so
all respect to attorney Tom.
So possible theory, he's probably the richest of all of us.
Yeah.
All respect to, or wait, damn it, Sean. Okay, so theory crafting, what possible motive? I mean, if he had sheltered money to Maggie or Paul and somehow had a way to get it back. Hey, what's up, guys?
How's it going, man?
That's DUI guy and James from court. How you guys doing?
We're doing great, man. How are you guys?
Just watching this trial be riveting.
Yeah. No, we're going to do a more comprehensive jury read later on in the evening. We're going to go live, but I just wanted to pop in. I tried to pop in Emily's, but she's a little too busy not paying attention to her chat. So you guys are on the money.
Do they look like they're maintaining any attention?
Joe, you're now 1,000 miles away.
I lowered my mic.
You lowered your mic into the dirt. He said, did they look like they were paying any attention to I assume, to the financial testimony?
Yes, they were very, very attentive.
Really?
I can tell you, yeah, like some of them even leaning forward in their seats as she was dropping down, like the hot takes about him taking the money and all that. There was one juror. There's some things we may or may not share. I don't know. It's going to be up to my colleague here later on. We'll talk about it behind the scenes, but there's this one juror who just kept like glancing at me over and over and over again. I was not giving her like the death stare or anything crazy. I was just literally sitting there paying attention. I didn't have a notebook, so I wasn't taking notes, but I caught her glance like 4 or 5 times. And I'm like, what do you want from me, lady? Like, who's watching who now?
Well, she's either looking for a date or she watches your YouTube channel or both.
Right? I don't know. Actually, anything's possible.
No, I'd actually gotten in trouble with that last week because the jurors don't like you watching them. And I think they think that you're doing something nefarious. So try to be careful.
It's a very, very sensitive environment. I can tell you guys for sure. Sorry, I thought you had a back to that chair. Trying to hug James over here.
Careful, that's a me too.
Yeah, I'm gonna see you, Larry.
All right, can we? I can't get us both in. Here we go.
What are you doing? This is awful.
This is awful. This is awful. Basically, the bottom line is it's a very, very small county. It's a very, very everybody knows everybody. I have been talking to several individuals behind the scenes who have been giving me some very, very sensitive, confidential information about what has been going on behind the scenes about this family, about this environment, which I'm not at liberty to disclose, maybe ever. But I can tell you that I definitely feel that vibe in that courtroom today. It's like the jurors, nobody's envious of these jurors right now, I can tell you. People understand the power that the Murdaugh family has. People understand the sensitivity of the issue.
Who's left?
Huh?
Who's left among the Murdaugh family?
5 of them. So there's a ginger kid. I think there's a couple of aunts sitting in the pews, and there's one
brother,
more,
right? His brother.
His brother, I think. Yeah, there's
brothers.
Yeah,
And his son.
and the other son, Buster. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Larry, if you turn your phone sideways, we could probably catch both of you.
I tried. Just don't worry about it right now, Joe.
I'm told. I feel bad. James is like, oh,
I got my little handy dandy. It says media. Finally, hopefully, I won't get it revoked like it happened in California.
Did they give that to you? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 All right. So Larry's official. He's got a media pass as well. So
nice.
Yeah.
Very good. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think he did it?
I think so.
Do you think the state can prove he did it?
Nope, I don't think so. He has 2 outs. Either the defense needs to hammer home reasonable doubt, probably when this thing is over, and they'll win on that, or it's going to be jury nullification, or so there's like actually 4 ways to win. That's 2. Number 3, we're going to have a rogue juror who somehow ended up on the jury and they don't belong there. They're actually like kind of in on the whole thing, and they're going to be the one angry juror, if you will, and they're going to have a hung jury. Or they're all just going to acquit.
So
you really ran the gamut there, Larry.
Yeah.
Like
you basically just gave every possible way to find him not guilty.
No, I didn't say guilty. I don't think he's going to be found guilty.
No, I said not guilty. Okay, so what about what ways do you think the state could possibly prove him guilty? What do they have to show? What do they have to do here?
Well, they don't have a murder weapon, right?
Right.
So if they can't procure that, I think if they find a way to somehow knock out the alibi, right? Because the alibi here is the big thing, if I remember correctly. That they're accounting for his where he was, what he was doing, etc. I think if the prosecution is able to place him at the scene of the crime, they have a shot at best. But that's still slim pickings in my book. But again, it's a small town jury. You know, I've tried cases in big cities with pretty solid evidence by the state, but just enough doubt to get my client a not guilty verdict. I've also tried, quote unquote, in my opinion, slam dunks in small counties. And the jurors are like, well, I have a hunch that he's guilty, so therefore I voted guilty.
Sure.
Which is not the standard. You know, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's anybody's guess, but we have a good assortment of jurors. I mean, white, African-American, male, female. I didn't really do a count, but it's an even split. What was it? Juror 548 is at the ER today. So they've been struck and there was no objection from either party. That was a surprise.
I didn't even know about this. Did you hear, guys?
Yeah, it was right at the beginning, yeah.
They're in the ER.
Yep. So they're not going to be sitting in judgment anymore.
Well, I mean, what are they going to do if they miss a day? You're going to bring them back after missing
They
a
didn't
day
miss
of testimony?
much.
Yeah,
So-
what did they really miss?
If I was any other juror, I'd be in the ER tomorrow.
Is that when Eddie, what's his name? Cousin Eddie coming on?
Yeah. Just what a waste of time this is. Oh my gosh. This thing, I mean, now that the financial stuff's in there, this thing is looking like 5-6 weeks at least.
Well, how many days of testimony do you guys anticipate will be about this financial element?
Well, we've had effectively 2 days of testimony about getting to the financial element. So I would have to assume 2 days plus added on just to the state's case. And then the defense is going to want to call witnesses to rebut the financial testimony as much as possible. And remember that these defense attorneys are also the defense attorneys for the financial case. So they may already have a witness list of their own. They may already have experts working on that case that they could bring in and say, you know what, I mean, I don't know how they're going to fight it very well. Frankly, the financial case looks like a slam dunk, but as far as bogging it down and trying to rehab his image and focus it on the murder itself. If the state adds a couple days, go ahead.
Look at this one witness, right? We spent 2 days going over in camera financial shenanigan testimony. We're spending a multiple of the time with this one witness, this woman in front of the jury than we spent in camera.
Yeah, because in camera, all they have to do is get to the minimum threshold of relevance, which they...
Anyway, sorry to cut you off, Nick. I'm going to hop off so I can get back into the courtroom.
Right.
I'll see you guys later.
Right. Catch you later,
Bye.
dude.
Thanks. Bye.
So yeah, all they have to do is get to the minimum threshold of clear and convincing evidence, because apparently they didn't need to make the logical nexus argument at all. So they just had to get to that clear and convincing standard on the crimes, effectively unrebutted, because I think the court has to go with the presumption that this will leave a fact at issue. So they didn't have to do much to get her up there. But once she's up there, they get to go into everything else. They get to go into more, and the defense will be more thorough. So I'm talking about adding significant time to this trial just on the state's case alone. Ugh. Anyway. So yeah, there you go there, guys. We got some jury analysis from DUI guy and James from court. Oh, there he is. He said, "Can I come on? I'm at the trial." I didn't see his super chat.
Yeah, that's where.
I thought he had texted you or something, Joe.
No,
my bad.
That's all right.
Sherry Law says perhaps a small town jury could work in his favor, meaning they're familiar with the father-wife-son relationship and can't believe he murdered them. Possible. I mean, I have a friend from South Carolina who says that everything in South Carolina, like the culture is to look polished and to be very reserved about private matters. So everything looks good on the outside, which kind of goes along with with what Steve Gosney was saying about like Charleston and stuff like that. How the kids go out in their bow ties and all done up and looking very proper or whatever, I guess. But I mean, but if that's a cultural thing, then people might know or might have some suspicions. But it's hard to say. I just want the state to make the link. Like I want them to have some piece of evidence that does it. That's what I would like. I don't care if this guy's guilty.
So, Joe, earlier you mentioned you were surprised there was a Hirschberger in South Carolina. I had a friend of mine, older guy, worked for the FBI. He was from the South. He was from South Carolina. But the last 15 years of his career, he was based out of Manhattan, New York. And he was getting ready to retire. And they asked him, well, where are you going to retire to? And being a good Southern boy, he said, well, I'm just going to take a bagel. I'm going to nail it to the hood of my car. And I'm going to drive south until somebody says, what the fuck is that?
Well, good luck finding a good doctor down there. So,
yeah, the lawyer who testified yesterday that he had stage 4 cancer a couple of years prior. I guess he's recovered. He went to Florida for his chemo.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, you gotta go to Florida or New York for that.
If Maggie and Paul would have been in a different state with some Jews, they would have lived.
I doubt that.
You want to know the true murder? That was really just a badly botched circumcision by a non-practice.
Yes, when brisks go wrong.
Very
a slip of the brisk.
Oh my gosh.
We don't go down to South Carolina because they got lots of guns there. And we don't, that's really what it is.
Very scary.
They have guns. Yeah.
There's gunshot residue everywhere.
Yes. and that's the best of the residue you're gonna get.
I love that line in Snatch when they go after They go after Boris the Blade, right? And then they're all in the car and they've all had their asses
Boris
kicked.
the
It's like-
bullet dodger.
He's like, we're gonna get you to a doctor. We're gonna kill that fuck. Then we're gonna get you to a doctor. You hear me, Tony? Get my friend a nice Jewish doctor. Oh my goodness. You wonder why DUI guy thinks Alex is guilty? I don't know. Probably is.
He really is.
I mean,
He really is.
the state, the state having massive problems with their case doesn't preclude him from actually shooting and killing his wife and kid or hiring someone to do it.
Yeah. I mean,
I think it's, if he's guilty, I think he didn't do it. I think he hired someone to do it would be my guess.
Or like he wanted his wife dead, and then Paul walked in on him, and basically they got into a fight while holding a gun, and he ended up blowing his head off. And then he just took his clothes, changed clothes, and I can't figure out how he did the phone thing.
I mean, if killing Paul would have made the lawsuit go away, I could see a motive. I mean, he was, they were suing for $50 million apparently. That's a lot of money, even for Alex Murdaugh.
But it wouldn't even make that lawsuit go away
wouldn't
because
happen.
they would sue him as the owner of the boat.
Right.
Yeah, he was already on it. And Paul's estate's going to get sued. And if there's any sort of money stashed in Paul's estate, it's not like that's going to go back to Alec and be, protected from the lawsuit.
Well, it wouldn't
If
be
he
Paul's
dies.
estate because I don't think Paul has any money of his own. I mean, he might have some trust account, but I'm saying compared to the money that Alec has, I'm sure that the money is relatively minimal. But when he's named directly, when you own a car and someone drives your car and kills someone, you as the owner of that vehicle have the same liability as the driver.
Oh, it's even worse because I think the plaintiffs had video of Paul driving the boat, drinking, that his parents would have known about. So the parents knew he was operating the boat irresponsibly.
Three times the legal limit he was at the time. I mean, come on. He was facing. I mean, and they'll show this pretty young girl whose life ends because of this negligence and recklessness. You can imagine this could easily be a 10 million plus wrongful death case.
Oh, for sure. Plus, her body wasn't recovered from the water for a week, so that's not an open casket funeral.
Right.
Yeah. So by the time they recover her, she looked like that forensic accountant.
It's not a joke. I remember when John when his body was recovered that the body weighed like 600 pounds.
Because who the hell is John?
John F. Kennedy Jr. He's such a youngin'.
Okay.
Flew his plane into the ocean.
Yeah.
Okay, if you would have said John F. Kennedy Jr., yeah, I would have gotten it. But
everyone knows John. Everyone
John.
knows. How many people are named John? Tell me. Like, oh, there's such a myriad of people named John.
Didn't know anybody.
His name isn't John.
Everyone called him John. Everyone. That was what he was known as. Yeah.
Only the stutterers.
John. Oh my God.
Yeah, but they say he was like 6. They needed a crane to get him out of the water because what happens is when the body is soaking, when a corpse is in the water for a long period of time, it just absorbs the skin, absorbs the water, and it just becomes bloated, like beyond reckoning. But you can't even recognize the facial features by the time they pull him out. It's really awful.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. I remember when he died. I actually know the circumstances around his death. He got caught in it was overcast. He got caught in one of the death spirals in the plane.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. But effectively, when you're banking at a specific rate and descending at the right rate, it kind of balances out. So you feel like normal. You basically get 1G directly downwards, even though you're going into a downward spiral. And he crashed. And you can't really see the horizon if you have an instrument failure or you're not watching your instruments. It doesn't, you kind of just end up where it's too late to pull up and you die. I get all of that. I remember all of that. I just didn't know he was called John because when was that? I mean, I'm 41, but I was still, I think, a minor when it happened.
It was a long time ago.
It was like the mid 90s.
Yeah,
when
I think so.
Yeah.
Wasn't he?
And I'm not from New York, so I don't give a shit about these weird people.
It could be a New Yorker thing to refer to him as John. That really could be a New Yorker thing.
But 600 pounds, I figured that was the average Kennedy these days. Except for the best Kennedy, which is the senator from Louisiana. That guy's awesome.
Oh, he is great.
Oh, nothing's happening with court here, by the way. It's just, we're just waiting. I guess I'll read some of the super chats. Rocky, welcome to Paralegal Status. Pin King 554 says Runkle has the Gundies to go to. Oh, of course. The moment I do something else, that's all I need to do.
There you go.
Please be seated.
If you bring the jury.
Your Honor, the entire jury's in the emergency room.
They all managed to throw themselves down the stairs at once.
They coughed in sync.
They're going to sue the court.
That's a big courtroom.
Yeah,
It's made smaller by the guy in the middle.
that's also probably the only courtroom in the courthouse.
That is a large man in the middle of the frame there.
He's big, like his head is big. He's like when you see him in the frame behind Murdaugh, he's a massive guy.
He's looking next to the woman next to him. It's like he's twice her size in every direction.
Look at his 4-year-old daughter that he brought with him.
Maybe he should spend less time in the water.
I wish that was my excuse.
Let's see.
You guys see Larry? Can we see Larry there? I don't see him anywhere.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Seconder, before the break, just to reset the table, you had gone in. Did you go into Alex's office on June 7th, 2021 for proof that he had not taken the Chris Wilson fees?
Yes.
And then that conversation got delayed, correct?
Yes, got disrupted and delayed.
The murders happened?
Correct.
Did you receive an email in July leading you to believe that the Chris Wilson fees were in the account all along?
We did.
And then we moved to September when Annette Griswold, Alex paralegal, did she bring you a check showing that in fact those checks had been written to Alec back in March of 2021?
That's correct.
And at the same time, you were going through the system and looking at payments to Forge, correct?
Correct.
And the real Forge is headed by who? Who's the main guy there?
Michael Gunn.
All right. And then ultimately, though, you determined these were going to what you called what?
Fake Forge.
Fake Forge, which was accounts set up
Forge.
to look like Forge, but in the name of who?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
The defendant?
Yes.
And then once you uncovered that, that started to pull the thread into a series of things you're about to testify going back the preceding years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so that's kind of where we left off?
That's right.
All right. We're going to go back and look at States 314, and we're just going to do these in order and move expeditiously as we can.
Does she look a little bit like Megan Fox?
Yeah.
Like a drab version of Megan.
Oh boy.
Like Megan's bitter divorced sister.
Yes, sister.
Are you going to cover the Epstein cellmate trial? Not sure if it's federal or not. What's Epstein's cellmate on trial for? Wait, I didn't think he had a cellmate.
States 317. So you're to this trial and see if you recognize that.
I do. This is the disbursement statement for Adriana Hay.
All right, Your Honor, this time the state would offer States 317 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
All right, and tell the jury what this is very quickly.
So in this one, there's a recovery of $247,500. There's attorney fees of $22,000, expenses of $426.54, and then the settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting for the client's amount of $225,073.46.
Right, and that's the disbursement sheet that was signed by who? Do you recognize the signature on there?
Alex.
All right, and let me put it up on the screen real quick. Was this record, was this found in the files of the law firm?
Yes.
And whose signature is that right there?
Alex.
What's the date on this?
12/20/2018.
And what's the first name of the client here, please?
Adriana.
All right. And
Is he whiteboarding this? He should be whiteboarding it.
Disbursement has got the recovery amount. That's how much money came in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then we have an attorney's fee.
Yes, and that looks like that's a reduced fee.
All right. It's a reduced fee in as much as not, why did you say it's a reduced fee?
It's not a third or either 40% of the $247,500.
All right. And then we've got expenses. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then finally, we have this line right here. What does that say again?
settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting, $225,000, $73.46.
Did that go to the real Forge Consulting?
That went to the fake Forge Consulting.
And who controls the fake Forge account?
Alex Murdaugh.
Exhibits after they're in evidence.
I didn't hear what the objection actually was there.
Are they not in evidence yet?
This particular exhibit.
I mean, he's publishing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did they skip a step?
All right, and looking at the second page of this exhibit, what is this?
This is the check made payable to Forge for the $225,073.46.
And that went to the fake Forge?
Yes,
All right. Did the law firm ultimately have to pay that money back?
we did,
And why did you have to pay it back?
because Alex stole it.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Again, looking at these disbursement sheets, these are prepared by the attorneys and their staff, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then they're delivered to the finance staff?
Correct.
And then the finance staff uses
Double
that
checks
to do
nothing.
what?
To cut the checks and give them back to the attorney to disperse to the clients.
So this first sheet was delivered to your staff, is that correct?
Correct.
And then they did what?
They wrote the checks as per the disbursement.
And why did they do what Alex Murdaugh requested them to do?
They trusted him and he was their boss, and that's what they thought they should do.
All right, going to the next one. States 318.
Hey, what's up, Danny?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Hey.
Sorry, it's been a minute. I just came here to piss off Good Logic a little bit more with my stupidity. So
What are you talking about? I don't even know I've ever met you before. I've seen you on his stream all the time. Have I actually? What? Why? What?
I have this impression of you that you get really frustrated
18.
with people who aren't
See if you recognize
as
this
brilliant
document.
as you are. That's
Oh
just
my
sort of-
gosh.
That's sort of my take. So
Yes,
No, I
maybe
come-
a bad
I've come
thing.
to expect-
For Barrett Ballware.
Seems pretty
I'm gonna mute your
anti-Semitic, Danny.
microphone if you
State
keep
318
talking like
into
that about
evidence.
Joe.
No additional objection.
Well, I thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you, Donnie.
We'll put it up on the
Pleasure
screen.
to
If
meet
you have
you
problems
too.
seeing,
Danny.
just let me know. And
Danny.
I said Danny in my New York
You said-
accent.
You said
Donnie.
Donnie, but it's all right.
Yeah, I
Statement
popped
for
out
this
that way.
particular
Danny
case.
Brasco.
That's
Danny
correct.
on.
Use the,
I was saying on.
the
I was
first
thinking
name of
on,
client,
and
please.
then
Barrett.
Danny
Right.
at the same time. So I
And
sort of
It's okay.
here,
went to
this
Donnie.
particular
I
one,
apologize.
we have again a recovery, and then we have some expenses, and then ultimately we have this right here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was that disbursement? What did it say on the disbursement sheet?
Forge, but that's the fake Forge.
All right, and do you see a signature on there?
I do. It's Alex Murdaugh's.
All right.
I'm going to drink this
Going to
bottle
the
of
next
whiskey
page, you
today.
recognize that?
This is the
Ooh.
check payable for
The whole thing.
$279,850
Because
and I
of this
believe
trial.
85 cents or 65 cents.
All right.
I'm sorry, I
And,
only
do you
came in
recognize that
for the
signature
best
right
part.
That's Alex Murdaugh's.
And do you recognize this writing right there?
That is his handwriting.
All right, and did this money go
I
into
really like
real
your
Forge, or
theory
did it
that
go
the
to
entire
fake
law
Forge?
It
firm
went in
has
his
set him
fake
up
Forge account.
so that they can
Did
get away with their
ultimately,
own
the law
skimming.
firm have to refund this money?
Again, we refunded the money.
Far
Each
more
partner
interesting
put
than the
up money,
state's
we
theory.
refunded the money to the client
And why did the law firm have to refund it?
because he stole it.
Who stole it?
Alex Murdaugh stole it.
And we go to the third page of this exhibit. Do you recognize this particular check right here?
I do.
All right, and what is that?
So this is an insurance proceed payment from, I believe, Southern Fidelity Insurance in the amount of $75,193. That check never even came through our books. He stole it, endorsed it, and put it in his Bank of America account. And we found a copy of it on his desk later as we were investigating.
Did the law firm ultimately have to replace that money?
We replaced that money as well.
And yes, to whoever asked, that's Willet Pot Still whiskey. It's mediocre. I just bought it for the giant bottle.
That sounds terrible. Mediocre whiskey. Sounds like a disinterested blowy.
Like, I guess you'll take one if it's offered, but
It's not what you
I
hoped for.
Really would have appreciated some more effort put into this whiskey.
In evidence, it states 429.
Okay, this is disbursement sheet for Hirschberger.
All right, and on that particular one, let me, first of all, I'm gonna put it up on the screen, and again, if you can see it, if you have, if I need to bring it back to me, to you, let me know,
Camera
okay?
behind Alex, or behind Murdaugh to the right.
All right, I'm gonna go over to the third page of this exhibit,
Is she with Law and Crime?
and this is a disbursement sheet in this matter, is that correct?
The
That's
blonde?
correct. See her, the blonde
And
to
we
the right
look
of
on
Alex.
this third line, and what does it
I've
say
no
right
idea.
there?
The PMPD attorney fee forge,
All right, and what's the amount?
$83,333.33. And that's the one we discussed earlier.
That's the one that first came to your attention?
Yes.
All right. Ultimately, go over to this next check. Do you recognize that?
It's the corresponding check for the payment to Forge for $83,333.33.
Do you recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's.
All right, and you recognize that writing right there on the endorsement?
Alex Murdaugh's.
All right, and this is a check that you thought had gone to a legitimate structure?
Correct.
Where did it actually go?
It went to his fake Forge account, the one in his personal name.
I'm going to show you the second page of this exhibit. You recognize this check?
I do.
All right, and tell me what this check is.
This is another check payable to Forge for $91,867.50 for the settlement proceeds due to the estate of Jacob Hirschberger.
All right, and just going back real quick, the first amount of 83,000 and change, those were actually represented what?
Those were our fees that would be payable to the law firm.
Okay, and then this money right here, though, that represented what?
Client money,
All right,
client
and
settlement money.
And did it go, where did it go?
It went to the fake Forge account in Alex's name.
All right, and did the law firm ultimately have to repay that money?
We repaid that as well.
So we got two transactions in this particular one. We got the 83.3 and then we have the 91,000. Is that
Yes,
correct?
and I had to correct myself on that one. We're still in the process of paying that one.
All right. And what's the date on that particular one?
December 15th, 2020,
And then the date on,
May 12th, 2021.
all right, and that's roughly around the time that came to your attention as you previously testified?
Yes.
Someone in chat asked, are these real numbers paid to law firms? They're kind of bonkers. Yes, but you got to realize they're a percentage of the winnings that they get in their settlements and cases. So, I mean, if you're settling a case for $500,000 and you're going to make 30%, the payment's going to be $150,000.
Right.
So, that's
the key to this kind of practice is having volume coming in the door, folks. That's what accomplishes everything. That's why a guy like Murdaugh is so valuable, because of his family name, known in the county. People get injured, they call him. They call the person they know, and he's a rainmaker. He never actually has to practice law per se. It's
This
all
is the
manipulating
disbursement
settlements.
sheet for Blondale Gary.
I need that job.
Go put it
No
on the
kidding.
screen again. If you
No,
need
I'm
me to bring it
serious.
to you, let me know.
Bring me in to be your rainmaker. I'll find you clients. I have
I've
no
known a lot
problem
of
with
personal
that.
injury lawyers like this. They're
At this
in,
time, Your
in
Honor,
Boston
all
and
for
elsewhere. They're
319
just,
and
they grew
evidence.
up there. Everybody knows
No
them. They
additional
graduate law
objections.
school and they got to
Good.
practice.
Yep.
We have, what's the first name of the
It's
client here?
intellectual
Angel.
farming at that
All right.
point.
And looking
Good for them.
down, we have a recovery amount, and then what's this third line right there?
Forge structure in the amount of $112,500.
All right. And going to the next page, what do we see?
This is the check payable to Forge in the amount of $112,500.
All right. And did that go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
It went to the fake Forge in Alex Murdaugh's name.
All right. And whose signature is that?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Going back to the original page, whose signature is that?
Again, Alex Murdaugh's.
What's the date on that? I don't know if you can see it or not.
It looks like 4/9/19.
Okay.
Yeah, guys like
They'll have
Frank
to repay that
Azar, you
money?
see the
We
billboards
also
for those
repay
guys.
that
They just
money.
collect
Why
cases
did
and
you
then
have to repay
distribute
that
them
money?
to
It
personal
was due
injury
to the
firms.
client, and Alex Murdaugh stole it.
I missed the mute. Sorry.
I wonder if you can do that as a YouTuber.
What? Be a rainmaker for a law firm?
For multiple law firms.
Well, Legal Eagle is the rainmaker for his firm. I guarantee it. He
I
probably
just
doesn't
wonder if
do
you
any work. Yeah, you can. Yes, absolutely.
Let me show you what's been marked as.
Because here we
States
can
320, so you
actually
recognize this
accept
document.
referral fees too. Like you can have referral arrangements in my
This is the
jurisdiction.
disbursement
Yeah,
sheet
that's
on
good.
Christopher Anderson.
Not all jurisdictions allow for that, though. It gets complicated.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 320 into evidence.
Additional objection, Your Honor.
Submit
Trick
it.
is just to do it the way that that these
Right.
guys
And then we have
effectively
the
do it.
disbursement sheet. Is that
You
correct?
sign the retainer
do.
agreement, and then you hire local
Right.
counsel.
And then we
Right.
have a recovery, is that correct?
Yes, of
Shuffle all the business
750,000.
off.
And then how much on this disbursement sheet was written to Forge?
I'm not taking notes,
750,000.
Every
but
bit
it's
of it.
also not
Yes.
the worst idea.
Whose signature is that?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Great idea.
It's a great
Second
idea.
page.
A check payable
Because
to
I like
Forge for
clients. I love working with
$750,000.
people. I
What's
just
the,
don't like
date
working
on it?
with
February
opposing
20th,
counsel
2020.
most of the time. So
Did this go to the
if
real
I can
Forge or the
avoid
fake
that
Forge?
It went to his fake Forge personal account.
In this particular case, were there multiple recoveries?
There were multiple recoveries in this one.
All right. So some of the money, did some of the money actually go to the client back when all of this happened?
Some of the money did go to the client. And when meeting with the client to go over this, he told me that he was unaware of the second settlement.
All right. And how much of the second settlement did Alex Murdaugh take?
The 100% of it, the entire 750,000.
What's the date on that?
February 20, 2020.
Do you recognize that
I
signature?
mean, just
right
from
there?
personal
That's
experience,
Alex.
I get tons of people calling and asking me to take on work. And I don't even put myself out as like an attorney who practices actively or anything. If I did, I'm sure I'd get a bunch. But God, it's so much work. Isn't this all still alleged? Isn't this calling for legal conclusions? Yes, but I mean, there's a colloquial usage of steal that would be fine. From her perspective, he stole it. It's not necessarily a legal conclusion, although it kind of comes across that way because lawyers are involved.
Sorry. Mechanical keyboard.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 321. See if you recognize this document.
This is a disbursement statement, to Dion Martin.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would offer states 321 in evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
All right. Looking at this particular one, what's the first name of the client here?
Dion.
All right. And a couple things.
Dion Sanders.
First thing I want to ask about is we have right here, what's that third line right there? What does that say?
It says structured for annuity directly to Michael Gunn in the amount
Remind
of,
the jury who Michael Gunn is?
he is the owner of the Real Forge Consulting that would do structured annuities.
Was for that, was there any actual structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn?
We were able to verify later that there was no structured annuity to Michael Gunn.
And what was the effect of having that line in this disbursement sheet when it was prepared by the defendant and his staff?
You can see a line where the payment, it says settlement proceeds structured annuity 500 out. So basically what he did here was create a fake fee or a fake recovery that he took a 40% fee on, $200,000. That $200,000 should have been the client's money, but he faked a fee. It's just phantom money.
So by putting this line in here, right here, with that fake annuity, then 40% of that would be.
It was counted in as fees under his column and our system.
All right. And so just by that paperwork.
I'm not going to say that when
yeah.
you're
Phantom money.
awarded attorney's fees, that fake fees show up. I'm just
Did y'all
saying.
ultimately have to account for that?
We did.
This is
With the client?
probably the
We
most
did.
common form of fraud in the legal field.
All right, down here at the bottom, you recognize that signature?
Alec Murdaugh's,
You see the date?
8/20/2015.
All right, and then
I would never do it,
moving
I can't
on
see.
to the next page.
But it happens a lot.
but I know it does happen a lot.
And you
Because
previously
opposing counsel,
testified that there could be multiple
I will often
disbursements in the case. Is that
push
correct?
back on
That's
the
correct.
fees they submit,
And is this one such case?
Yes.
and magically
All right,
fees just disappear. Less
Right here, I'm looking at the
drastically.
second disbursement, and
Weird.
down at the bottom, can you tell me the date on this?
October 6, 2015.
All right, and down at the bottom, right here, what does that say?
Disbursement to Forge,
And what's-
$338,000, $338,056.14.
Did that go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
Went to the fake Forge.
Looking at the next page, you recognize that?
That's the check payable to the fake Forge in the amount of $338,056.14, signed by Alex Murdaugh.
Did y'all ultimately have to pay that back to the client?
We did, we paid that and the $200,000 back
And why'd you have to do that?
because Alec had stolen it.
Going to the next page, we have another disbursement in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and what does this line say right there?
Structure to Forge, marked through $45,000.
Where did that $45,000 go?
It went to the fake Forge account in Alec Murdaugh's name.
All right. Going forward, we see this check, you recognize that?
That's the check payable to Forge in the amount of $45,000.
All right, you recognize that signature?
Alec Murdaugh's,
Recognize that writing right there?
Alec Murdaugh's,
And where did that money go?
to the fake Forge account in his Bank of America, Richard Alexander Murdaugh name.
So we had three things here. We had the phantom fee, correct?
Correct,
We had the 338,000 and change.
correct,
We had the 45,000.
correct.
And did your law firm have to pay all that back?
We paid every cent of it back. The
Why'd you-
attorneys put it in because Alec stole it.
Again, you get up and you ask questions. So you guys are pretty mad at Alec, weren't you? Pretty upset with what happened. You sound upset right now.
Yep.
A lot of lost money. You guys had to cover for his issues.
Embarrassed you personally and professionally?
Show you states 315. See if you recognize this.
This is another disbursement for Elise Mallory.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer states 315 in evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right, who's the client's name on this one? Just the first name, please.
Elise,
All right, in this particular, what's the total recovery amount?
$183,528.
And is there an attorney fee?
There is an attorney fee of $30,000, but again, that's reduced, and I'm able to tell that because it's not a third or either 40%.
But that $30,000 ultimately was cut to the firm.
It ultimately was cut to the PMPD.
And who was it credited to, on whose books?
Alec Murdaugh's,
All right, and then what's there's some fees for about 600 and change, correct?
yes, expenses.
Excuse me, expenses. And so what's the remainder?
The remainder is $152,866 that was payable to the Forge, and that's the fake Forge count.
All right.
Fake
His signature
Forge.
is that right there?
Alec Murdaugh's.
Forge.
You recognize the second page?
That is the check that was payable to Forge.
She is etched onto
See
her
the date
face
on
a
that?
bitter scowl of
Really
disgust.
see that?
I'm going to hand you back States 314, which is the spreadsheet you prepared. Is that correct?
Yes,
Look down at the bottom. Can you remind the jury what the date is of that particular check?
it was November 30th, 2020.
November 30th, 2020. Okay.
What's her name again, this woman?
Scarf lady.
Did any of the recovery in this case?
I actually want to go to the
client?
firm's site
And
and
that
see
one,
if she's
none of it
she's
went
wearing
to
a
the
scarf
client.
in the firm's picture of her.
My chat had the picture
It
of her
either
from the
went
firm.
to
Locals, do you guys have that
Alex
still?
Fees, or it went to where?
to his
I'd like
fake
her
Forge
LinkedIn or
account
something.
that I was doing business as Forge, the fake account with Bank of America.
Was there ever any conversation with Alec about this case as it related to those fees?
There was, later in the summer of 2021, his secretary called over to accounting and said that he wanted to disperse some money to Elise Mallory. And at that point, we informed her that the money had already been dispersed. So then Alex said that he wanted to give a portion of his fee back to the client because she was just a sweet lady that he felt she needed some funds given back to her. He'd like to do her a favor.
About the $30,000 in fees?
Yes.
Was that after all of that $152,000, the bulk of that recovery for that case has been instead dispersed to the fake Forge account?
Yes.
Did y'all have to account for that and pay the client back?
We did.
And why was that?
Because he stole the money.
Going to 322.
Again, so it's just an endless parade of he stole. None of this goes to motive.
So what's been marked as states 322. See if you recognize this.
Damn it, Sandy is live.
Yes, it's another disbursement.
Rather be watching
that
her
has
than this.
Actually, several parts, but it's Jamie and Risher.
Sandy is a Finnish singer. She's the only Twitch streamer worth watching.
Your Honor, this time it offer states 322 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Submit it. All right, what's the first name on the?
I like to
Jamie
watch
and-
Dutch
All right.
Vince.
And looking at this
Predicts
particular
earthquakes.
disbursement sheet.
Not with any particular
what is, this
accuracy. It's
amount
just
right there?
entertaining to watch.
$90,000.
and
Predicts
what's the net
earthquakes.
payable
It
to on
don't
the
always happen
disbursement
though.
Forge.
Nope.
sheet? We see a signature right there. It looks a little different. Do you recognize that
Joe,
signature?
I'm gonna
at
send
all?
you her
Still believe
picture.
it's Alex.
I'll text it to you.
And going to the next page, what is that?
This is the check payable to Forge in the amount of $90,000.
And what's the date on it?
It cleared on 9/1/16. It was written sometime in August of 2016.
Where did that check go?
It went to the fake Forge account with Bank of America that is in his personal name.
Geyer, Arcus, Lack Attack, and Nest Cardinality would like a word with you. Are those Twitch
Going
streamers?
to this
Because
page of the exhibit, do you
I
recognize
stand by
that?
my statement.
Yes, I do.
And tell me what this is very quickly.
These were some of those client case expenses that we would collect normally. And what you're seeing here is some costs for employee travel on the first and aviation for some airline services, and then some meals and travel within New York.
We have Austin Aviation. Is that like a private plane?
That is private plane.
And limousine service?
That's a private limousine.
All right. Did y'all ultimately refund this money to the client?
We did.
Why was that?
We discovered that those were after the close of the case, and there was no way that they could have been done.
They have been billed to the client?
They had been billed to the client, deducted from the client's disbursement, so we reimbursed those as well when we were giving our clients the money back.
Is the same prosecution going to do the financial case? Probably.
How much evidence can they take from this case to use in their financial cases?
All of it.
All of it, right?
Yeah.
It's on their own
Anything's on the record.
in the court. Yeah.
And the worst is they can use it, they can use any testimony here to look for inconsistent testimony in the other case.
Right.
This is a disbursement for Johnny Bush.
Okay. Your Honor, this time it offers states 323 in the evidence.
No additional objection, man.
Did it? All right, very quickly.
Johnny.
Johnny, all right. Down here, we've got, what does that line say?
Forge, $95,000
Where did that money go?
to the fake Forge account that Alec held.
Is anyone keeping a tally as to how much this guy
Corresponding
took?
check for the $90,000.
It's somewhere
with
around
Alec's
8 million.
All right.
I think is the total.
So maybe a year's income.
Did y'all have to pay that money back?
We did.
Well, why'd you have to pay that?
I'll be
money
right back. I gotta go to
Because
the
Alex
bathroom.
stole it as well.
It's insane that the people working at the firm making less than the checks that were being sent over didn't at some point become suspicious. At some point earlier, I mean.
You know, it's a big firm. There's a lot of lawyers in it, and they're all bringing in millions of dollars. There's a Mississippi River of money flowing through this place.
That's true. Well, and you trust your other attorneys generally. When she said, oh, well, they took an oath with the bar, and, you know, people can chuckle about that.
Yes,
But
this
the
is a
truth is
disbursement
there
to
is some
Jordan James.
expectation that we would be better than that.
That's true. But there's very stiff penalties for playing around with money. Like, that's the fastest way to get disbarred, is if you screw around with money.
Right here.
Maybe the only way.
This particular one. Who's the first name of the client?
Unless your name's Giuliani.
Right here on this disbursement. What do we have right there?
A payment to Forge in the amount of $85,000.
Okay. And whose signature down at the bottom?
Alex Murdaugh's.
What's the date?
August 1st, 2018.
Looking at the second page, what is this right here?
The check to payable to Forge for the $80,000.
All right. And where did that money go?
To the fake Forge account.
You recognize that signature?
That's Alex's signature as well.
All right. Looking over the next page, what is this?
This is a second disbursement with another check payable to Forge in the amount of $65,000.
All right. You recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's.
All right. And what's the next page?
A check payable to Ford in the amount of $65,000 with Alex Murdaugh's signature.
All right. And what date did that clear?
October 4th, 2018.
All right. This $85,000, where did that go?
To the fake Forge.
The $65,000, where did that go?
To the fake Forge account.
Did your law firm have to account for that money?
We accounted for and reimbursed the client due to the fact that Alec had stolen it.
So for 20 years, $8 million.
I mean, I suppose that's not really a lot in the
That's what I'm saying. It's not this. He's
grand
basically.
perspective. It makes me understand why he thought he could pay it back. It makes paying it back not likely, but possible. It's sort of like what Disney's doing with their franchises right now. Dud after dud after dud, and then expecting, you know, that one big payout to come in.
Yeah.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 325, your testimony, and see if you recognize this.
Or at least hoping.
This is another disbursement for Manuel Cristiani.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 325.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
That's submitted.
All right, first name.
Manuel.
What does this say right here?
Forge, $70,000.
Going over to the next page, you recognize that?
That's the check payable to Forge for $70,000 signed by Alex Murdaugh.
What's the date that it clear your trust account?
August 16th, 2016.
Where did this money go?
Went to his fake Forge account.
Did you have to account for this money?
We did.
All right, and why'd you have to account for it?
This money was stolen. This money still has not been paid back. It's under a court order to be paid into the court because there's some dispute about who it belongs to.
But ultimately,
we funded it and it's paid into the court, so it came out of our pockets again.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 326 to your testimony and see if you recognize this.
This is another disbursement for Mary Duncan.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 326.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
All right. First name of the client.
Mary.
Looking down here, what is that line right there?
Settlement proceeds to Forge in the amount of $19,500.
See the date?
October 3rd, 2018.
Do you recognize that at all?
Alex Murdaugh's.
That's the signature, you mean?
Yes.
All right. What's this right here on the second page?
This is the check payable to Forge for $19,500, referencing Mary Duncan's settlement proceeds.
But who did this money go to?
October 22nd, 2018.
How much?
Fake Forge, right?
$19,500.
Fake Forge money
Where
just
did
goes
this money
straight to
go?
Alec.
To its fake Forge account.
Did your law firm have to account
controls
for that?
fake
We
Forge?
did, and we reimbursed the client for that.
Why'd you
The
have
problem
to
with
do
the
that?
fake Forge
Because
is
Alex stole it.
his their entire theory is of motive might be that he was sheltering money with Maggie, but he didn't actually shelter the money with Maggie. That was his cover story. Oh, I want to get Maggie this money to,
Right.
because of the boating accident. That's what she testified to earlier. But he was going to a fake Forge account, which means it wasn't going into these annuities that they talked about. Instead, it was just going to him.
Yeah, that was just the justification he was providing, but not his actual agenda.
I think
Marcus
that's the
Fest
impression I'm getting.
See if you recognize this.
This is a disbursement sheet for Randy Drawdy.
All right, this time all for states 327 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Let's admit it.
What steps
All right,
would you take to cross
disbursement
this
sheet,
witness?
what line do we have right here?
Forge, $9,569.
I'd start to build up the motive for everybody else but
Recognize,
Alec.
that signature.
Alex Murdaugh's.
Looking at the next page.
Again,
The check payable to Forge for the $9,569.
this made everybody angry, didn't it?
And what's
You guys
the
were
date on it?
betrayed by Alec.
It
Did you ever
is
assault
dated
anyone?
October
Or
3rd,
physically assault anyone? Like maybe
2017.
show like you know him for 20
Recognize that
years.
signature?
Alex Murdaugh's
Have you ever seen him
signature.
hit anyone?
Did your
Much
law
as
firm ultimately
blow
have to
anyone's
account
brains
for
out
those
before?
funds?
We did, and we reimbursed the client that money as well because it was stolen funds again.
Now what, where did these funds actually go to?
They went to the bank Forge account that was under his control.
I'm going to say something.
No.
If you have,
Guys,
I'll tell you what's been
Go ahead,
brought.
go ahead.
States
okay, so
328,
if you
recognize
guys
this.
ever hire an attorney, a transactional attorney of
This
any
is
sort,
disbursement for
and they
Thomas
have a
Moore.
MAC,
Your Honor,
you
this time I'd
better
offer,
lawyer up
state
and get
328
yourself a
evidence.
litigation attorney
Additional
ASAP
objection.
because
Admit it.
these laptops are garbage. I'm so sick of using one.
All right, here on the disbursement. What's the name? First name?
Thomas,
All right. And what does the disbursement say?
Forge, $125,000.
All right. Down here, do you recognize that signature?
It's Alex Murdaugh's on the left.
Whose handwriting does that look like to you?
It looks like Alex Murdaugh's as well. Tommy Moore confirmed with us that he did not sign that disbursement.
Going to the second page, what is this?
This is the check payable to Forge in the amount of $125,000.
Did that go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
Fake Forge.
All right. And whose writing is that right there on the endorsement?
Do you
That's
think it's
Alex Murdaugh's.
possible
The
that
signature on the check?
Alex
They
Murdaugh's.
they don't
y'all
care
have to,
necessarily that
account for
they
that money with the
find
client?
him
We
guilty
did, we
in this
reimbursed
case?
him as well.
And why'd you have to?
I know this sounds
Because it had been
crazy.
stolen by Alex.
See, this is what I was saying. I don't think it was here.
This was after.
I think he's probably killed him. I think he probably killed him. I don't care
all
whether
that
he
started to
did.
unravel. Is that correct?
At the end of the day, the reason people aren't going to be so
Was
outraged,
The
he's looking at a
fake
lifetime in prison
Forge,
for
as you
these
call it,
crimes.
was that the only
would it be a miscarriage of
thing
justice
that
to
you
be
detected as you
convicted
started
for the
to
murders
review
based on the lack of
the
evidence?
activities
Yes.
of Alex Murdaugh while he was
Should
a
we
partner
bother
in the
by
law
that?
firm?
Yes.
No.
But as far as the
I'll
impact
show
on
you,
his
what's
life,
been marked as exhibit
he spent the rest of his life.
329 of your
He's not
testimony.
going to have another
Just
day of freedom
quickly tell
ever
me if you
again
recognize that and
for
what it
these
is.
I
crimes.
do recognize this. This is a list of payments that were stolen by being paid to Palmetto State Bank.
Oh, they brought back the damn logo while I was gone. Boom. So someone in my locals chat says the problem with trying to paint everybody else's motive is the same as the state has, which is that a lot of this stuff came out after the the alleged murders. I mean, that's kind of a problem, except that's a bigger problem for the state because all the defense has to do is raise doubt. If this lady's saying we only
going
found out
back
about it
to,
after, the
page
jurors are just as
329.
easily able to disregard that and say they were
Again, did you prepare the
self-interested.
spreadsheet?
I did.
Is this based on your
She already
role
said
as
that
CFO and going back and reviewing
that they
various
knew about this
records and
type of
trying
stuff
to
forever.
figure all of this out?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time the state would offer states 329 into evidence.
No additional objections, Your Honor, and subject to the court's prior limitations on its use.
It's admitted. All right, putting this up on the screen.
Is defense counsel, are they his
Can
longtime
you see that
friend?
all right, or I need to bring it to
Yes,
you?
and I can see it.
I think
All right.
so. They were
I see on
they
the
were
top
counsel on the
there's
boat.
some writing on it. Can you
They're
tell
not
the
his-
jury what that is real quick?
They're not as
That
like
was a
partners
mistake
or
when I made
anything.
up the worksheet
Right.
that we discovered when I got here. Those checks were written in the period of 2012 instead of the 7/5 that I had down.
I
So
think
we
they've been
scratched
very
that
effective
number.
litigation
Correction.
counsel.
So that says 2012.
I think they're doing about as good of a job as they can.
And over here, what is this right here?
That's the client's name that the money was stolen from,
All right, and then what's that?
the civil action court number,
All right, and then the category?
the method that he used to get away with this, and in this payment, it was Palmetto State Bank checks.
And then this line right there?
The date that we put money back into our trust account to be able to refund the clients.
And then finally, the amount.
$2,079,826.54.
Does this include what was in, we've already gone through in states 314, the other spreadsheet, or is this different money?
It's additional money.
Damn, another 2 million. Just the 2 million though.
States 314. What was the amount, the total amount?
$2,841,512.55.
And then the new one we're about to talk about?
$2,079,826.54.
Now, you mentioned Palmetto State Bank. This is not the fake forge, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Tell me just generally what you uncovered and how funds were allegedly misappropriated through this method by the defendant.
Palmetto State Bank was the PR on some of these funds, and there was lines on these disbursements to be paid to Palmetto State Bank. On the surface, they looked okay. When I called and asked the bank to give me information backing up the checks, what had happened to them once they were written to the bank, we discovered that the money had been used for paying things on Alex's behalf, like loan payments, equipment purchases, paying back loans to people he had borrowed money from, and everything was for his use.
And then looking at that, was there an official at the bank who was assisting Alex Murdaugh with these transactions?
Russell Lafitte was the one helping me convert those funds.
And is Russell Lafitte any relation to you?
Russell Lafitte is my brother-in-law. He's married to my sister's husband.
Married to your sister's. He's married to your sister's husband? What?
Wait, why? He's
She
married
must
to
mean
her.
he's her sister's husband. I presume is what she meant. I mean, it is South Carolina though, so.
States 330.
How?
Home stretch. States 330 to this trial. See if you recognize that document.
This is the Badger disbursement.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 330 in evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Does he still have the $8 million? Or was that disgorged from him? Does anyone know?
I think he spent it.
All right. How much were the attorney's fees on this particular case?
$1,240,000.
And $7 million on hookers and blow
How much
and
the
wasted the
attorney's
rest.
That's the attorney fees.
All right. And then if we scroll down,
I have
this
to go into the
disbursement,
office for headshots,
we have-
and I
what's this
totally
number right
forgot.
here?
So I've got to go and get filled up.
$1,325,000.
Weird. Paul and Maggie just did those headshots at home.
At the farm.
Palmetto State.
And that's completely separate
So
from
wrong.
these attorney's fees in this case. Is that
That's
correct?
correct. It's addition.
Did those attorney fees actually get paid in?
Funny.
Sorry.
Those did, yes.
And those were legitimate, correct?
Those were legitimate.
I'll see
And
you
they were
later,
credited to
Kenny.
who?
Later,
Alex
Danny.
Murdaugh.
And that's completely separate from this additional $1,325,000 below that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what happened to that $1,325,000?
That $1,325,000 ended up being converted into payments on his behalf through the bank.
All right. Can you tell me the date on that?
November 19th, 2012.
Oh, her brother-in-law is the bank manager that got
Now-
convicted.
This particular amount right
Yo.
here. Well, let me go.
Just she had no idea this is going on. I don't buy it. I don't buy any
I'm
of
going to show you
this.
page 3 of this exhibit.
That must have been an awkward Thanksgiving.
I don't believe this for a fucking second that none of these people are in on
And
this.
Is this an email that you found in the records of your law firm?
We did.
All right. And who is this email from and who's it to?
The email is from Russell Lafitte to Alex Murdaugh.
All right. And what does it say right there?
It says, Alex, can you get Jeannie to recut check 43162 dated 11/19/12 as follows? And then it lists 4 different amounts. And it says, thanks, Russell.
All right. And then below that, the next page, is this another email that was found in the records of your law firm?
It is
And what's the date on this email?
February 6, 2013.
And
So this email is from Alex Murdaugh to Russell Lafitte.
No question.
all right, and tell the jury what it says.
It gives an amount of $388,687.50. Whatever the amount I owe on the Hannah loan, $75K, and whatever the balance would be on the $1,325,000 after these deductions.
And again, remind the jury what the amount that was written to PSB.
$1,325,000.
Is that
In that email, the last line, Alex asked Russell to email me and request that.
did that actually happen?
Yes,
And so had your staff already cut this check based on the disbursement for $1,325,000?
yes,
And based on this email chain, did you ultimately recut checks made out to Palmetto State Bank
yes, sir.
and the amounts requested?
In the amounts requested.
And those funds, what happened to them?
They were used to pay personal loan payments on Alex's behalf. So again, the funds that he stole and paid obligations that he owed.
Did you have to account to the client for this amount right here?
We did.
And you had to do that because they were misappropriated by the defendant?
That's right.
All right, looking through these checks, are these the checks that were recut by your staff after the request by Alec
Yes,
to Russell and from Russell to you?
correct. And incidentally, in this one, we also reimbursed the client the PR fee because the PR had not done their job. So we made sure that we would reimburse the client for that as well.
Who was the PR?
Russell Lafitte.
And I'm just slowly moving through this exhibit. Are these the various checks and how they ultimately were converted?
That's the information that I got back from Palmetto State Bank showing how they were converted.
Yeah, I had to convert to pickles because there's no calories, so I can't get fat during this trial. Ugh.
I'm hungry.
Me too.
I'm looking at this check right here, which is the
plotting
page
of the
exhibit?
defense
Can you
or
see the
the
date on
prosecution makes me hungry.
February
constantly.
8th, 2013.
So this is the woman who was cutting all these checks to the fake forge?
Yeah.
Going to this check right here. What's the date on that?
September 13th, 2013.
Angel Roll says, per a podcaster from South Carolina, Alex's grandmother wanted to divorce her grandfather or his grandfather. She was told by husband that their marriage would only end when one of them died. Her obituary appeared in newspapers soon after, but she wasn't dead.
I just feel like how incompetent does you have to be be signing one check after another to this fake forge? And she's sitting here as the, voice of prudent financial stability. And it's like, no, how did you get so hoodwinked?
Because they were all making money.
If she wasn't complicit, how is she not thoroughly negligent?
Seems to be.
I mean, he stole what, 7-8 million? That's probably his income to the firm each year. And the firm's got what, in the picture I saw, it looked like they might have had, 10, 15 lawyers there. So they got 100 million, 200 million coming through the firm every year.
This is.
And his 8 million was over a period of
the
years.
disbursement for Arthur.
Yeah, but it
Becker
wasn't
that
20
we
years. It was over,
reconstructed.
I think since 2015. Someone
That
was
goes with the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
This time it offers state 331.
So it's still a couple million a year. Over $1 million a year he's stealing.
So maybe 5% of what the firm was earning. I mean,
Payments of those monies, is that correct?
And she's in charge of oversight.
It had the
5% is significant.
And so our total repayment to the client was $1,360,000, which is the 35 and the 1.325
And the 35 is the,
PR fee. Yes.
she looks like she has the body temperature of a reptile.
Yeah, before you sent me that picture, I was going to try Googling to
States
find her name
332.
and assume it was Karen. She looks so angry.
Oh my gosh. Morgan Blackthorn says Twitter has actually gone to crap. I don't know what happened, but it feels like it's gotten super slow and unresponsive since Musk. Tweets don't send, take ages to load, you don't get notified,
show
etc.
334 first and see if you recognize
How
this
Twitter
document.
always was for me.
This is a disbursement to Natasha Thomas.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 334 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And while I'm here, states 332.
This is the correcting disbursement that we drafted to return the money to Natasha Thomas.
Your Honor, I'd offer states 332 in evidence.
Testimony from this witness is long enough for me to lose religion and then be reborn again. Joe Biden says, why not off the nosy accountant instead of your wife and son? If he's capable of offing his family, he's capable of offing the rat.
Makes sense.
Looking at this particular disbursement.
There are
again,
many
what's
other
the
people
first
that
name of the client?
would have been more
Natasha.
effective to kill to get rid of this
And
lawsuit.
we have various recovery amounts here, is that correct?
That's correct.
We have the actual legal fees received in this case, correct?
Yes.
And who were those actually credited to?
Well, 800 of that is to Alex Murdaugh, and then the other portion of the fee was the $15,000 fee payable to Russell Lafitte as conservator for this case.
And those fees were actually credited to who?
To Alex Murdaugh.
And on top of that, though, go down to the bottom and we have this last line. What's that right there?
Natasha Thomas, Palmetto State Bank, $325,000.
That $325,000, where did it go?
Nicolaus
It went
Cyprus
to
says,
Palmetto State Bank and was converted into funds for personal use again.
can the
paying
defense
loans,
ask for a
buying
mistrial or
equipment,
something after all this
etc.
character attack that has nothing to do with the
Personal
case?
expense
For Alex Murdaugh.
The judge
They'll
allowed
ultimately have
all
to
of
account
this,
to the
so
client for that
you have to
money?
ask the judge
We
for
did.
mistrial.
Why
So
did you have
I mean,
to
they
do that?
can.
Alex
He just
stole that
won't.
money.
He won't grant it.
You recognize that signature right
The
there?
stuff that he allowed
Yes,
in.
that's Russell
What
Lafitte's.
limitations are there?
What is that? check
None.
right there? You
None.
Recognize that?
This is the check that we wrote to Palmetto State
There's a
Bank.
limiting instruction that says this has to be only used to prove
12/20/2011.
motive and nothing else, as if
Ooh.
that matters.
And hold on, real quick, I'm gonna go back just to make sure on states 330, and this was Arthur, that's the case you just talked about a little bit ago?
That's correct.
The limit is whatever you can push past the judge, Joe.
1.325 million.
That's
Or I
correct.
guess whatever you
On
can't
this
push past the
disbursement
judge,
sheet, what was
which in
the
this
date?
case is nothing.
November 19th, 2012.
All right, back to Natasha.
If you just slept with this woman, this would all still be covered up.
Richie Raz
This wasn't worth it.
Sylvia says, eat a goddamn Egg McMuffin instead of that barnyard food, lol, because I had apples and almonds this morning for breakfast. Sorry. Sorry
Now,
for
you
my
mentioned
very
it was
breaded
often,
breakfast.
common for monies to be held back for liens. Is that right?
That's right.
And ultimately, the idea is to settle those liens, like with a hospital or something like that, or Medicaid, and then ultimately pay the client any excess that you were able to settle underneath. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. In this case, were certain monies held back for liens?
There was money held back, yes.
Janelle says you guys keep saying he was looking at life. Holmes got 10 to 11 years, stealing like 400 million.
And ultimately, was there an amount that
The
was
sentencing
paid
for this includes life without
on
parole
those
for
liens?
his financial
And in
crimes.
particular, I'm showing you this line right here that says ACA recoveries.
Yes, there was.
All right.
But no, Janelle, I hadn't skipped yours. I haven't gotten to it yet. Yaroslav Neshev says, and he steals. What is he, a kleptomaniac? That's in response to all the money he was making. Freddie York, can the testimony they gave during the proffer be used to impeach their testimony in front of the
That
jury?
particular line.
Then the defense
How much
directly
was that
questioned them with
amount?
regard to their proffer testimony. Yes.
$110,965.27.
And was ultimately
Any
Medicaid
prior
paid
inconsistent
back, some
statement,
amount of
especially
money?
one that's
Yes.
made under
Was
oath.
it less than their actual bill?
Yes,
And so that meant that there was some money left over that should have gone to the client. Is that correct?
correct.
Did that money actually go to the client?
No, it did not.
All right. I'm going to flip towards the end of this exhibit.
Chris Cianti says, defense first and second question. First,
And show you
ma'am,
this check.
are you in
It's actually the
control
last
of
page of the
dispersing
exhibit.
and
You
monitoring
recognize that?
funds?
Yes, that's the remaining funds.
Second
that
question,
should have
ma'am,
been paid
you have a
to
symptom
Natasha
commonly
after
referred to as
solving
Downs.
that lien,
Damn.
settling that lien. And it was in the amount of $25,245.08.
And can you see the date on that or see when it cleared?
Looks like it was dated maybe 6/13/2012 or either 8, pardon my eyes. And it cleared the bank on 8/29/2012.
All right. You recognize the signature on that check?
Alex Murdaugh's.
All right. And where did those funds go?
Those went, again, were converted at Palmetto State Bank into things that benefited him personally, such as loan payoffs, money to them.
Did you ultimately have to account to the client for that money?
We did,
And why'd you have to do that?
because Alex Murdaugh stole it.
And looking through these documents that are attached here, what are these documents as I slowly flip through them?
That's where the money went. So there was payments made to Mr. Charlie Lafitte. There were boat payments paid. There was payments back to a loan from a conservatorship.
Is that a different case that the firm had?
That is
And who was a conservator on that case?
Russell Lafitte,
And what's the name of that particular client?
Plyler.
And there were loans made from that?
Yes.
Loans to who?
There were loans made from that to Russell Lafitte and Alex Murdaugh.
So money from this was used to pay back some of that money?
Yes, sir.
See, I don't know why they.
Check number
The defense
21971.
should be.
That's Russell Lafitte's.
There's enough here, whatever it is that he's stolen. Like, why do you need more evidence of this? This is enough to.
Randolph Murdaugh III.
Whatever theory of motive you have, up to a certain point, is just sort of compiling. This is just pouring on.
This is made out to.
Give the total
Harold
amount,
Lafitte
and
as
you're
conservator
done. You don't have to
for
go
Malik
item by
Williams.
item. That's what makes it prejudicial.
Malik Williams was another client that Russell was a conservator for, that Russell loaned money to Alec out of that conservatorship, and this is a payment back. on
Whatever
that
probative there
conservatorship
is
money.
here, it's that he had this problem. Not that there was this payment, and then this payment, and then this payment, and this payment, and this payment.
Investing in him.
4 hours.
Yes.
You could just say, like, look,
was
this
loaning
is
money to
testimony
himself
that
and to
shows
Alec?
that he took.
He did out of Plyler. I'm not sure about.
You want
Malik
to do
Williams,
this.
but he loaned Alec money
No.
to Malik
Why?
Williams.
If you're the defense, why would you want them to be?
Oh,
doing
no. The state wants to do
right.
this. They want
I'm
to go
saying
through
the
everything.
defense should be saying that, like, allowing them to go on for
Some
4
of
hours
these
is what makes it so prejudicial.
misappropriations you
Instead of just
identified
saying,
was
here's
used
the
to pay
total
those
amount
loans back from the conservatorship.
of money
Correct.
that went into the fake forge.
They'd say it, but they're going to lose on that objection.
Still, you have to make your objections.
I don't know. I think if you're the defense, you want it to be cumulative.
Why?
Well, because there's more, he stole from more people. There are more people angry at him. There's more people who would have a motive to want to seek some kind of retribution.
I guess if they go that route, that would make sense.
What I wouldn't want is just like some summary statement. He stole $8 million and leave it at that. I mean, if anything's going to come in, I would want all of it to come in.
You recognize this?
That's an interesting thought. You're saying to sort of
This
paint
is
the
a disbursement for
ulterior
Russell
Look at all the
Laffitte
people who
as
hated
conservator
this guy,
for
who had
King
good
Picking.
reason to hate this guy.
to try and punish him.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer state 333 in evidence.
Okay.
No additional objection.
If they go down that road, then.
Submit it.
We'll find out pretty quick on cross.
Yeah.
All right, a little bit ago, we were looking at a case of Natasha Thomas. Is this case related to that one?
Yes,
Are they-
they're both in the same accident.
And I'm going to show you the disbursement sheet on this particular one. And again, we have a recovery here. Is that correct?
Yes,
And right here, we have legal fees. Is that correct?
correct.
And how much were the legal fees?
Oh, is this going to carry all the way into lunch?
For this one, there was $4,098,000 that would have been credited to Alec that were payable to PMPD. And we also paid Russell Laffitte a $60,000 conservator fee.
So out of this particular one, there were legit fees earned by, of how much again?
Almost $4.1 million, $4,098,000.
And credited to who?
Alex Murdaugh.
Woo!
How much?
On top of that, though,
4
we
million.
scroll down, and we have this entry right here. What does that say?
Palmetto State Bank, $309,581.46.
All right. Where did that money go?
Again, that went payable to Palmetto State Bank, and it was used with the other money from Natasha Thomas to pay off loans and for conservatorships and loans that he had made personally, so for Alex's personal benefit.
And right there, do you recognize those signatures?
Yes, I do.
Whose signature is that?
Russell Laffitte,
Whose signature is that?
Alex Murdaugh.
Right here, what is this? The third page of the exhibit.
This is the check payable to Palmetto State Bank for $309,581.46 on the behalf of Hakeem Pickney's settlement.
And did you have to account for that with the client?
We did,
And why did you have to do that?
because Alex stole that money as well.
As we go through this exhibit, are these some of the various documents?
Yes.
Tell the court and the jury what these are, please.
That would be a loan payment on a boat loan that Alec held personally with the bank. Again, another loan payment for that same Murdaugh Charter Bank loan. Check payable back to Mr. Charles Laffitte for a personal loan.
And we don't have to go through every one, but that's generally, these are the expenditures you've identified as personal for Alec.
Yes,
Sean had to go, guys. He has court engagements. Some kind of lawyer. Stupid.
I'm going to have to cut out a little bit at lunch. I got a couple phone calls I have to make.
No worries. Nicholas Starrow, Union Rep Labor Law, says, Judge, this piece of sand we believe is circumstantial evidence. I'll allow it.
I know we've been going for a long time. You had mentioned that that one instance in which there was the loan payment that should have gone to Randy Murdaugh that instead went to the defendant, correct?
that's right.
And ultimately, that happened twice, and then it was detected, but he paid it back. Is that right?
That's right.
And the matter kind of went away. Is that right?
That's right.
Were there other instances in which Alex Murdaugh used the firm credit card for expenditures that were not business related?
He did.
And in those instances, what had happened?
In the instances that he used it for personal, we would deduct it from his annual bonus at the end of the year. And he'd pay it back.
He'd pay it back, and the matter would be forgotten. Is that correct?
Yes.
When those things were happening at the law firm, were y'all aware of all of this?
No.
And
Wait, did she say no? They weren't aware of him using the credit card to buy personal stuff?
No, she's saying that while they were aware of the credit card stuff, they weren't aware of the other theft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Guy's using the company credit card for everything under the damn sun, but we shouldn't look into anything else. That's not weird.
Well, again, having worked corporate jobs, in my experience, people bringing a lot of money in, misusing credit cards around the edges is just waved away.
I think a lot of this was waved away, honestly.
All right, sorry about that.
I mean, obviously a
Just
lot of
real
it
quick.
was because they paid it out and he paid it back.
When
He
y'all
knew about it.
allowed Alec to pay back the money in those sort of smaller instances, were you aware of all of this?
No, sir.
You notice how the guy in that red shirt,
And you or your
in the
staff
angle where you could see him behind
received these
Alex,
disbursement
you could
funds
see he's
from Alec,
holding like some sort of like
his
hamburger or
staff,
something back there.
They cut them in the manner in which
I'm
they
not
were
kidding.
instructed.
Yes,
And why did they do that?
because they
The
trusted
state is
him.
trying to do here is
And
preemptively
the
mitigate
majority
the
of those
defense.
instances that involve client
Like,
money,
wait, you just let him
that
pay it
Alec
back
Murdaugh also
every
received
time.
substantial
Oh, well, we
legal
didn't know it
fees in
was
each one of those
this
cases.
bad.
Yes.
And in each one of those cases in which that happened,
If he had the money,
at
they would have
least
let
in
him
the
pay
ones
back
we've gone
every
through,
penny.
according to your review, did he also misappropriate substantial money on top of that?
Yes,
How long have you known Alec Murdaugh?
since I was 16, so about 40 years,
Worked with him closely for how long?
Mary Jane
22,
in the back.
23 years.
Dad's pickup.
Did you really know Alec Murdaugh?
I don't think I ever really knew him. I don't think anybody knows him.
Of course,
Nothing further.
the dramatic line at the end.
Yeah, it failed last time, but I prepped you.
I never really knew him.
I'll stand for a moment.
Yeah, that's right. It failed last time. Did you really know Alec Murdaugh? Yeah, I did. But did you really know him?
Yeah.
For like 20 years. That was embarrassing.
It was, and he could have set it up to get him there anyway. You know, you could walk him down that line so you know you're going to get the answer you want. But he was so agitated about the strength of the cross examination. The way you walk the witness down to that is you just sort of, as you say, look, you know, we all understand that everyone knows everyone on different levels. You know, your best friend probably knows you a lot better than acquaintances who only met once or twice. And, you know, you say, yeah, that makes sense. And even your best friend, there's some people who don't tell them everything. You might tell them, you know, most things that go on, but certain things you keep private from anyone. Doesn't that make sense? Anyone normally would say, yeah. I mean, so isn't it possible that he had secrets from you that you had no idea? You didn't know anything about his finances.
Examination.
Thank you.
Let's go. Brandon says I'm an hour back and Nick threatened to drink an entire bottle of whiskey. Challenge flag thrown.
Your Honor, could we renew our request for limiting instruction? We went a half a day hearing all these financial misdeeds, and I don't want the jury to be lost on what the purpose is.
That was good.
Any comment, Mr.
Yeah, give the
Waters?
limiting instruction again.
Ladies and gentlemen, I gave this limiting instruction yesterday, and I'll repeat it, that this evidence of these financial crimes and other crimes that you're now receiving testimony on it's regarding the contention that the defendant was involved in other criminal activity. That is not evidence or proof of the offenses charged in the indictment, those charges being for murder, 2 counts, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime, 2 counts. This testimony is being allowed for the limited purpose in assisting the state in proving motive. You may not consider it for purposes of character of Mr. Murdaugh, nor may you consider it as evidence that he has the propensity to commit other crimes, or that it is more likely that he committed the crimes with which he is currently charged. It's being allowed based on the state's representation that it helps explain the defendant's motives for which he is accused. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hi.
You have,
Hi.
show you Exhibit 314. You just put that up. If you can do it for me, Doug. This is a summary of was a listing of clients of the firm who the law firm had to reimburse because of Alex misconduct. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now the law firm has been working with various law enforcement agencies since September of 2021, I suspect, sharing all of this information.
Yes.
And with regard to Exhibit 314, it would appear that the law firm, just for all of these clients, have paid out over $2.8 million. Is that right?
That's right.
And in a real way, the law firm is a victim of this conduct.
Correct.
And for each one of these client transactions that the law firm had to repay, I mean, you're aware that Alec has pending criminal charges for every single one of them.
I'm aware of that.
And the same with the Palmetto State Bank matters that you talked about.
Correct.
He has pending criminal charges for every single one of them.
Yes.
And we're not here today to try those charges on the financial crimes. We're here, you understand, you're testifying because he's been charged with the murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul.
I
right?
do.
And they were murdered on June 7th, 2021. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, some of these, it looks like, according to your testimony, that this misconduct has been going on since as early as 2011.
Unfortunately, when we found that out.
Right. So some 10 years before
the
murders of Maggie and Paul, correct?
That's correct. He managed to fool a lot of people, myself included.
Understand. And I understand you have a right to be very hurt and angry about that. And
There it is.
Are you hurt and angry about that?
Oh,
Look,
yes.
look at her.
Take it very personally.
Look at her fucking
honestly,
face.
That I let this happened.
Oh, that you let
feel
this
like it
happen.
happened on your watch, and
I don't think anybody would feel normal feeling like that. It's a big betrayal of trust.
By the way,
and Ms.
what did I say was the first line of questioning?
Seconder,
Makes you mad, doesn't it?
when I'm asking you these questions, I'm not in any way diminishing your feelings and your anger.
No, you want them.
I'm just trying to
Feel
flesh
the
out
anger.
how these relate to the murder of Maggie and Paul.
I understand that.
Thank you. But it would appear that it's been going on for years and years and years.
On your watch.
Unfortunately, yes,
Right.
it appears.
And it has cost the law firm in 2021 and still, over $5 million we paid out.
That's correct.
And when we're talking about the law firm, I mean, we're really talking about lawyers in the firm, his brother Randy, correct?
That's right.
Johnny Parker, who's now the firm's named after,
Right.
Ronnie Crosby,
Right.
Lee Coke,
Correct.
Mark Ball,
Correct.
and others that have come out of their pocket to reimburse.
Keep going,
clients.
man.
Yes,
Keep
they do.
naming them. That's the spice.
Now the forge. Well, let me strike that.
Let's go. Brandon says,
On
"Dear
June
Nick,
7th,
this judge is murdering my soul. Can you please throw up a toast in its honor?"
2021, the day Maggie and Paul were
Next
murdered.
pause, I will.
You went to Alex's office sometime in the early afternoon or mid-afternoon and to try to get to the bottom of where's the fee that Chris Wilson's office says they wrote to you for the Ferris case.
Correct.
Right. And he looked at you and he said, "What do you want now?" Right.
Yes, it did when I was coming up the steps.
And you said, "I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't up here asking you about this."
That's correct.
And
Well,
I
you've
think
been
said
doing
you
your
kinda
job for
had a
7 years.
angry look initially?
When I walked up the steps, he gave me a very disgusted look and said, "What do you need now?"
But
I
then
would
once you
too.
got in his office, his demeanor changed
He did.
and he assured you that the check was, the funds were still in Chris Wilson's trust account.
He did.
And as sort of fast forward in September the 3rd, I believe it was, 2021, Annette Griswold from your firm found a canceled check written from Chris Wilson's law firm directly to Alex Murdaugh, right?
Yes, sir.
And that check wasn't written to Ford's Consulting.
No, it was written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire.
And of all of these papers that you have been introduced in part of your investigation, that's the only time that, at least in these documents that you brought to court, where Alec has gotten a check directly, personally from another law firm, and it didn't go to PMPED.
We discovered during the investigation that there had been another time that had happened, but that was not discovered by myself.
And that was with Chris Wilson's firm also?
Yes.
But all of the other stuff that you brought here and talked about since 9:30 or so this morning involve this fake Forge account, right?
Correct.
And then there's some stuff involving Palmetto State Bank going back 2010, 2011, 12, 13, early on.
Correct.
With regard to the
ability to finish a sentence.
June the 7th, when you
Oh, I thought it was
went
going a
and
different
talked
way.
to Alec, and you were asking him about where's the fee money. You had previously spoken to, I guess, Lee Cope or someone in the firm?
Lee Cope.
And wasn't the concern at the time that Alec was trying to shield income from disclosure in the lawsuit where he was a defendant, where he was being sued following the boating crash where Mallory Beach lost her life tragically?
Yes, at that point, we thought he was trying to shelter money or move money into his wife's name or reduce his income for the year by not claiming tax, by not collecting a fee.
Right. And one of the reasons you thought that is because you had talked to him about what looked to be an odd way to structure an attorney's fee with the Hirschberger case.
Correct.
And he explained that he didn't care about the tax consequences. He was just trying to get money in the Maggie's name and not his name because of the boating accident.
That's correct.
And that was the concern and alarm within the firm, is that we're not going to participate in any way to shield high income from civil disclosure in a court proceeding.
That's correct.
Because that goes against the ethics and standards of the law firm and lawyers in that firm.
That's correct.
And no one at the time was thinking that Alec was stealing money from the firm, right?
I had my suspicions on whether it was really in there, but we were not pursuing it as stolen money.
Why?
And you had seen that, and I think it was May of 2021 or May 12th or something, that a disbursement sheet where attorney's fees went to Forge on the Hirschberger settlement.
Correct.
Now, it's not the first time the lawyers in the firm have previously structured attorney's fees in big settlement cases, haven't they?
Once.
One time. And the way that works is the money goes from the defendant insurance company or defendant company or the source of payment. It goes not to the law firm. And then to the lawyer, it goes to some financial entity, whether it's an insurance company or something. And then that money is then paid out in annuity over the years to the lawyer.
That would be correct way.
And you delay taxes by not taking the money, right?
Correct.
And that's how it was done in the past.
Correct.
The one time it was done.
Right.
And your concern here was that's not how you do it, because it looked like the money came into the firm and then it was written out to Forge structure of a payment according to Alex.
Correct. It would not have been the way it came in. It would not have been credited to his account. It would have just looked like it was going out as an item. So it would not have been accounted for correctly.
Right.
And he also did not discuss it with anybody in the firm or have permission to do that.
And the one time that it happened previously, I don't know what the amount of the fee was, but the point of the matter is that money never came into the firm, but all the partners knew about it, you knew about it, and you were able to include it in your calculations,
Yes.
including the 7.5% that the lawyer is responsible for paying into the, I guess, to the
kitty
distribution fund or whatever it is.
Yes.
That's sort of a leveling account that helps lawyers who haven't had a good year, brings them up, and it just sort of smooths out.
It kind of smooths out overhead, the different offices having different costs. And
The soul of Let's Go Brandon.
But when Alec had given you that explanation, and you
the
said
same time as mine. This trial is too
no,
long, brother.
That's not
Cheers.
proper. You're going to get taxed. And he said that I don't care. I'm trying to get money in Maggie's name, help Michael Gunn out. I mean, that you never talked to Alec about the Hershberger fee again, did you?
not to my recollection, not since after the murders happened, we did not discuss any of that.
Also, Brandon says, cheers to the shyster lawyer and the shyster accountant. Amen, brother.
And the Chris Wilson issue was,
I only failed at my job for 10 straight years.
There's a settlement in the Ferris v. Mack truck case. The law firm receives an expense check to reimburse the firm for the expenses, but where's the fee? Where's the fee? And that's what started the questions being asked.
That's right.
And you went in on June 7th to ask Alec about that. You got to show me proof if it's in his trust account. Is that right?
Right. I told him we had reason to believe that he had received the money, and I needed proof that he had not.
And during that meeting, he received a call that his father was being put back in the hospital.
Or was in the hospital and was terminal, that they had decided that there was nothing else they could do for him and he'd be terminal.
And you took off your CPA hat and your CFO hat and you befriended him.
Correct.
Because you knew how close he was to his father. Is that right?
I do.
And and this father was a well-known lawyer and was a legacy name in that law firm.
Name
It
partner.
didn't really mean anything to me. I've just known him since I was 15, 16 years old. I didn't think of him in terms of that. I thought of him in terms of a friend and my friend's father.
Right. And Alex close to his father
Yes,
and his mother
as far as I know.
and his family. He was close to his family.
As far as I know, I had not spent any time with him around his family in over 17 years.
Broke up.
But after you learned that his father was going back in the hospital or was in the hospital and was terminal, well, just fast forward. This was the 7th of June, correct?
Yep, the Monday, the 7th.
Yeah. And on the 10th, Mr. Murdaugh died, did he not?
I believe that was the date, yes.
Okay, just a few days after this, he died.
Yes,
Of natural causes.
yes.
And so when you learned on the 7th that his father was terminal or going back in the hospital, you became his friend and you didn't continue your inquiry anymore that day, correct?
No, because I had told him what I needed and he knew what I was expecting to get back. And I was under the impression he was leaving to go care for his father. And in our firm, we're very family oriented, and anytime there's an emergency or something we need to do, we grant the person the time off, and I made the assumption he was going to go take care of that.
Right. And then you learned that night that Maggie and Paul were murdered.
Right.
What was I think you said in your testimony that your initial reaction, you were scared, you were afraid. What were you scared of?
Well, when this happened, there was a lot of rumors rolling around. Nothing this violent had ever happened. We didn't know who had gone after his family, if somebody was going to come after him, if somebody was going to come to the office and come after him. There was just a lot of dissettlement in the office.
You thought it wasn't
constantly
Alex who
having
killed
to-
them.
Employees were scared.
You all thought it was someone else,
But
not
your mind
Alex who
didn't
killed
go
them.
to,
Alex.
gosh, I bet he killed his wife and son because I asked him about the Ferris fee, right?
No.
Where's that motive?
Then after that, you didn't continue investigating the Ferris fee. You let Lee Cope deal directly with Chris Wilson.
Lee Cope advised me that he would take over.
Let's go. Brandon says,
But the inquiry and the Ferris fee didn't stop because Maggie and Paul were murdered, did it?
It did, as far as talking to Alec.
Well, I mean, Alec told you what he told you, and then the inquiry was, is he telling the truth? And let's deal directly with Chris Wilson, right?
Correct.
So the inquiry didn't stop with Maggie and Paul's murder, did it?
It stopped for a period of time,
How long?
a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks.
Maybe a month.
Maybe a month. The death of his wife and son got him 30 days reprieve on your investigation into the Ferris matter. Is that what happened?
Well, it did, and then we received word from Chris. At that point, we still did not receive the documentation, so it did delay receiving the documentation.
Now, let's be clear. When you're looking into the Ferris matter and you go in on June 7th, it wasn't reported to you by Maggie Murdaugh that, hey, I think Alec's stealing money. You didn't have any conversation with Maggie about that, did you?
I never have conversations with Maggie.
Or Paul, he wasn't involved in any way with the Ferris fee, to your knowledge, was he?
I've never had a conversation with Paul.
And then you go, and Lee Cope's dealing with Chris Wilson's office, and then turns out that Chris Wilson sends an email to Alec saying the money's in my trust account, and Alec forwards it on to you and Lee Cope. Is that right?
Correct.
And once that happened, there was no rush to grab the money out of Chris Wilson's trust account, was there? In July of 2021.
We did not make the rush at that point because we had enough operating money and we were going to come back to it. Typically, the attorney dealing with that case would handle it, and Alec
just
was not
$800,000.
involved so much.
So the firm had plenty of money to operate, and you just needed to get the money into the firm by the end of the year when you did the bonuses. Is that pretty much how things were being looked at in July of 2021?
I don't know that we would have waited till December, but we just were not doing it at that point in that summer. It was actually just an irregular summer, both personally and professionally, keeping up with other obligations. Time frame to get it.
She dropped the
And
ball.
so in September of 2021, you doing your CFO job.
Kind of.
You decide to, you had this Hertzberger thing, on your
This guy's
desk.
killing me here.
I mean, you said it was on your desk. Was it on desktop or you said a sheet of paper?
Well, it's kind of where my important.
Think about this, the
stuff is that I need
firm's
to get back to, so
CFO
it's
and
sitting right under
accountant
monitor right in front of my face.
and operating officer all in
And
one
you,
has no problem with the firm just not
talked about
having
you had a number of
$800,000 for
commitments
as
and
many as 5 months.
Personal issues, I think
It's
you
not
said,
worried
I
about
don't
it.
want to know
It's
about
insane.
your personal issues, but what I do want to establish is Maggie and Paul's murder did not cause you to delay in following up on the Hershberger matter, did it?
In some way, yes, because the
In
shock
some
of
way.
it and the delay and the things going around the office did, but the true delay came in me finding the time to
You
do
should
it.
pound on the fact that
You
they
had a
all
lot of
thought
other things going on.
that they were killed by someone else.
Let's go.
And-
Brandon says to all the
and
pores
what you
out there
decided to do is to
that are hating
see
on me for sending questionable
there were some
supers to
other
support the content you're watching. Get wrecked,
kind of
nerds.
structured
Cheers to that,
fees
brother.
that Alec had done in 2021 to sort of like you did the Hershberger case, because you needed to know what his gross collections were and how much he owed it to the firm, and that's why you looked. And
Wonder if Alec took the job at the firm because he knew they had a female CFO.
Correct. And I'm also still suspicious, in my own mind. I wanted to make sure that he had accounted for everything and that we had indeed collected everything.
right.
I'll be
And,
able to steal this place blind.
So you ran a report at the law firm of clients with settlements. I mean, tell us what you did.
Well, I started running a report of all the fees that he had collected and started looking through those disbursements. And then it came to me that I could probably shortcut this a little just by printing off payments to Forge. And then I've started focusing on those first. And that's when I found the checks and the information that I found.
And that, well, let's start. Do you remember about what his fee collections were about September of 2021?
I've got so many numbers in my head, but they were over $1 million, probably between $1 million and $2 million.
2 to 3 million?
$1 million to $2 million.
Oh, $1 million to $2 million of fee income that he had collected.
Correct.
When you run this report. And
Correct.
did that include or?
Good thing she has a solid grasp of the numbers.
On the Ferris case?
Got a lot of numbers in her head, Andrew.
So if you had the Ferris case, it could have been over 2 million.
Lots of numbers.
I
Doesn't
guess
have a
I
report
can't
in front of
swear
her.
to what his number was. I look at numbers all day long, but that's the recollection and range he would have been in.
Right.
And after this, after you've learned about this fake Forge account, Alec didn't, I mean, and he was forced to resign from the firm.
There's a Dr. Seuss book here somewhere.
day of the next
I do not
day.
like disbursement forms.
And so that money that came into the firm was used by the firm to pay off some of these victims, right?
We have done some of that, yes.
Did not pay it to the firm. I put my money in a berm.
Now the
Right. None of this would have happened if
discovery of the fake Forge account.
Joe was the CFO.
When you were when you ran the report on Forge, that shocked you, didn't it?
Yes.
Patrick Henry says the guy's
That
father dies of
information had been
natural
in
causes. Within days, his wife and son are
systems
killed. He probably did
of
it,
the law
but
firm.
seems sus.
Going back, I guess, to 2015 when that fake Forge account was first opened.
I don't know I don't think it was open that far back, but I had no reason to suspect anything was going on. We had no clients complaining about money missing. Trusted him. We had no reason to look.
He sent his dollars over to Forge,
Told a lot
but
of
when
people,
asked,
like
would
I
not
said,
disgorge.
myself and us included.
And that's a good point. There,
Dr.
clients
Seuss
weren't
JD.
calling up complaining around June 7th that, hey, y'all need to be looking at Alec because, something's amiss here. That wasn't happening around June 7th, was it?
No, and shamefully, when we did talk to the clients, they talked about how much they trusted Alec and how much he thought of them and how that they were shocked and confused by the fact that he had manipulated them and confused them all these years.
And so it sounds to me like on June 7th, you didn't observe some pressure cooker going off within the firm as to how Alec was handling his business.
I don't know about anybody else's pressure cooker. I knew I was putting pressure on him to get the answers for the Ferris fees.
And it was a brotherhood of lawyers that in the past, if they've caught with getting more than what they were entitled to, they.
What? Oh God.
Nice
Stupid.
job, Nick.
Oh man.
Had been in the
There we go.
systems for years. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the tragic murders of Maggie and Paul didn't do anything to affect what was in your systems. Right. Right. And you just started looking because
Even
you
the
had,
stream got bored.
had a conversation with Alex back in May
The internet
about
fell
Hirschberger
asleep.
fee going to Forge.
Let's go. Brandon
not in
says,
a
well,
appropriate
boys, this is America. Make more
structured
money.
manner. And that was in early May. And
Here's
you
to
never had another
capitalism.
conversation with him about that. Right?
May
You're here.
and June,
I got a whole lot of Willet
between
left,
late
Brandon.
May and June, the conversations about both were kind of in tandem.
Can't stop
Because
me.
every time we would talk about Ferris, he would bring up, I'm going to structure fees. But I never specifically readdressed the fact that Hirschberger, it did address the fact that he should not be doing this again, and that if he should, he needed to let somebody know. I believe Alec, meanwhile, was going around complaining to my partners about why I was on his case.
To his part.
Yes.
Yeah, not your partners.
And
You're not a
the,
lawyer.
Now, just to be clear, the Ferris fee money was, it didn't show up on any of these reports, and it was all paid into the law firm, was it not?
It was sometime after September.
So here you are on September the 3rd, and you are running a report. You see a lot of forged checks on Alex client files, and you start printing off the checks.
That's correct.
That's how you discovered it. I mean, it was that Alex, and not only he's signing checks to Forge, he's endorsing the checks and putting them into the bank.
Correct. And at the same day is when Annette found the check on his office that had been payable to him for the Ferris fees.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. So it just, I mean, that was pure coincidence.
Yes,
That
the
it happened
timing
on
of
the
the
same
timing
day.
of that's pure coincidence.
And Alec, as you understood, was confronted that perhaps the next day or that.
On Friday morning. I believe that was Friday the 3rd.
It was the same day that you,
I did mine on Thursday, the
Okay.
2nd.
so the 2nd, you did yours.
Reading Brandon's chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
Let's go, Brandon.
existence, while grotesque and incomprehensible to you.
To you, chat. Creates lives, streams. How much for Bronco to take his tie off? If it's auction in Vegas, I would like to place a silent bid as I'll be out of the country.
I was thinking I might auction off the tie at the event, help defray some of the venue expenses.
Oh, that's
yes, sir.
Oh, I got good news on the
And he
venue.
told you he was working on the financial disclosure for the boating accident case?
Yes.
And he had called
I think the
you
venue will
on
now
other
be fully
occasions to
covered
get that balance
with
because he would
amenities.
fill out
Oh, good.
financial statements for one thing or another, right?
He had before, yes.
Okay.
Going to use the Las Vegas Convention Center?
It's a hotel that I have a
Do you know?
friend who hooked me up with it. So
well,
just
you
waiting
know
on the
that he
final
didn't have
quote.
any life insurance on Maggie or Paul. Do you know that?
I have no awareness of that.
No, that's all the questions I have.
Be direct.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Of course.
Yeah, very briefly, we really need to
You
fix
asked some
this.
questions about
Oh, to Brandon.
you,
Cheers again, brother.
had the conversation about the Ferris fees. And what was your concern then with just the Ferris fees back at that point in time on June 7th?
That he was trying to shelter money from the boat wreck or move assets out of his name or either delay collecting fees. So trying to hide income from the boat wreck.
At that point in time, did you have any idea about any of all of this?
I did not.
You were asked about prior instances in which there had been like the loan, the double loan payment and the credit cards, and Alec paid that back, right?
That's right.
And he paid that back and everything was forgotten. Is that correct?
That's right.
You were asked about whether or not all of this was in your systems.
That's correct.
And it was in your systems, wasn't it?
It was.
Since 2011, correct?
That's right.
And he'd gotten away with it all that time.
He did.
Got to get to this. Did it delay discovery, killing his wife and son?
To talk to Alex Murdaugh, that you had your suspicions, correct?
I did.
And you demanded what? What did you demand from
I
him?
demanded proof that the money was actually in the account. I wanted the ledgers showing the transactions.
And did you tell him what you believed? Did you tell him why you wanted that proof?
I told him I had reason to believe that he had received the fee payable to him.
You were asked a little bit about the law firm, and his father was in the law firm or had been?
He had been, yes.
Was his grandfather in the law firm?
Yes.
Was there a long history of that family name in this law firm?
Yes.
Is it the most prominent law firm in the area?
I believe so, yes.
A very prominent family name?
Yes.
All this has been in your system since 2011?
Yes.
Sarah Gould says reams of reasonable doubt in bringing in crimes of which he has not been convicted
Once
for
the
motive.
murders happened,
If one juror sees the doubt, sees prior bad acts, give multiple people motive.
Then, did it?
No,
Is it
didn't.
possible this trial could muff
I'll
the
leave
next
the
one?
witness.
After the murders happened,
It's
did it seem
possible.
right to you
We'll
to
have to
raise those
see.
issues to the defendant?
No, as I stated earlier, we were concerned about the welfare of Alec and the feelings of himself. He was not at work, and we were trying to make sure that he was emotionally okay and able to deal with things before we pressured him about anything.
And then just a few weeks later, just in July, are you still in shock from all of these murders?
Yes,
And did ultimately you get an email from Chris Wilson?
I did on July 19th.
And what did that email say?
Chris said that he had the money in the trust available to us,
He's got the money, so no big deal, correct?
correct?
Correct.
Did you still
Correct.
know in the back of your mind, have some suspicions going back for a while?
I had suspicions that I didn't really believe that because I'd yet to see the ledger or the proof, and it seemed like there was no reason not to send that to me if something wasn't going on.
So his brother Randy Murdaugh is still working for the firm and is also there on his side today.
Yep. Has been there the whole trial.
Gates of Above says, with all this money transferring and trafficking, you should get Eliza Blue on for her expertise. Oh, shit.
When ultimately, you turn back to these issues and that Chris Wilson check was found. Did that result in the uncovering of all of this?
It did.
Did that result in him losing his job at the law firm,
It did,
where his family name had been a fixture there for decades?
correct?
Did that result in him losing his license to practice law?
It did.
And the defense asked you that. Did that result in him facing a ton of criminal charges based on all of that?
Yes,
All of that was on the cusp of being uncovered, was it not?
yes,
Was that on the cusp of being uncovered?
yes.
Still leading.
You agree or disagree?
Any further exam?
He's got to have that.
It's on the cusp of being uncovered.
But I mean, finding the Chris Wilson check was coincidental to your work on the Forge account research, correct?
Yes. But as we uncovered the forge, we knew we had a problem.
Understand. And it was the Forge issue that led to all of this.
It would have eventually been the issue if we'd requested Chris Wilson. Regrettably, that we did not in July, we would not have received the money because the money was not in there. We found that out later.
We'll find out about that, but so the Chris Wilson issue is a one-off compared to all these other transactions that you brought here today, right?
That's right.
All right, thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Thank God. Lunch.
And we will break for lunch and resume at 2:40. 2:40.
2:40.
Yeah, he does hour and 15-minute lunches.
Oh man. Hey Nick, can I do my book grift real quick, and then I got to hop off for a call.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, brother. Let me pull that up.
Yeah.
All right, folks. This best-selling book, one of the best sellers in Amazon's criminal law sector, according to them. Look at the reviews on Amazon. 5-star rated, over 1,200 reviews. But don't buy the book there. They will charge you for the book and the shipping and handling. I only ask you to cover the shipping and handling. I eat the cost of the book. A real physical book, folks, not just some PDF download. You can get this book for free. For free. Just cover the cost of shipping it to you at lawofselfdefense.com/Nick, forward by Mas Ayub, for those who know who Mas Ayub is. And you will enjoy it. It's a very, very popular book. Get it for free. lawofselfdefense.com/Nick. All right, thanks, brother. I got to sign off. I got to make a call, but I'll pop back on.
Sounds great, man.
Thanks.
Have a good one. And then there were two.
And then there was just you and me, kid.
We're going to do a show tonight, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
You know what happens tonight?
No, what happens tonight?
State of the Union.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The last time there was State of the Union, we actually alternated. I don't know if you remember a year ago when they had the State of the Union. Like I think we watched the State of the Union on mine and then did an after party on yours or something.
Probably something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So wait, are you starting early or are you so you
I
can
was
watch
no,
it
I
live?
wasn't gonna start. I wasn't gonna start early because I probably need to take a little bit of a nap.
Yeah.
Between this.
This is exhausting. This is exhausting stuff.
Yeah, it's exhausting, and I still have like last night I didn't have the night show. I did D&D, which ended at 10, so I got some rest. Although I was still up kind of late. When you're up till 4 a.m. every day, like it's hard to go to bed before like 2.
Yeah.
Or whatever. But I still got pretty good sleep last night. But you know, I didn't do my night show. So tonight, you know, I'm gonna be up till 5.
Yeah.
So
no, it's after you do a show. I have the same thing. It takes me hours to unwind after I do a show.
Yeah.
And I struggle to sleep before daybreak. Like it's
or maybe it's tomorrow. Maybe it's tomorrow. Wait, when is this date? Damn it. Oh, it's the State of the Union. State of the Union. Yeah, tonight. It's at 8 p.m. Central. So yeah.
Speaking of Eliza Blue, hey, look who's here.
Not speaking of Eliza Blue, as I bring Kurt on. That's rude.
Sorry, Kurt. I didn't.
Joe didn't know I was bringing Kurt on.
That's all right.
How would I know that? I was going to talk to you about the whole Tim Pool.
Well, we're both popular in the talk of the town, so
yes,
I suppose
yes.
it's analogous that way. Let's go with that.
Look, Kurt, just get those titties out and shake that booty. You too can be an advocate against trafficking.
Yeah, I trafficked myself over here, so I got that going for me.
Welcome. Okay. Wait, let me read these 2 more super chats from Brandon. And then I'll be caught up on the 20+ ones for sure. Lesko says, this trial is boring. Do you really want to listen to this dullard get defensive and lie about voided checks? Just stirring the pot a bit. Everyone take a deep breath, unbunch your thong, and relax. Cheers to Brandon. I think he's going to try and kill me today.
He
He also says, go ahead,
Yes.
gaze of above, take your swing. There you go. So I got two swigs here.
Just in case Brandon forgot, I went ahead and put my PayPal address right there in the descriptor, so I got that going for me.
That's great.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I've actually kind of enjoyed just listening to the trial and not being on camera the whole time. It's been a lot more pleasant in a lot of ways. So, but I figured I'd jump on during the break and just talk about something. At least it was somewhat interesting, but it's like, do I need to know how many different ways do I need to know he's a thief? I've got it. You know,
Right.
but I think the defense's point is well taken in terms of motive. He's been
Yeah.
doing this for 10 years. This check that they confronted him about, the $792,000, it wasn't the first time they confronted him about that particular check. And because of his sickness of his father, he was going to buy himself 2 weeks, a month, you know, so and to deal with issues. So there doesn't seem to be some sort of major impetus to commit the crime that day, that this is like all going to pile on that day. I'm just not really buying the logical tie.
And if he's
No.
stolen $8 million, didn't he have 700,000? You would think that he could just, cut them the check for the $800,000 to avoid any sort of issue. It's like, do you want to cut a check for 800,000 or
Go
option
to prison
two,
forever.
or option two is blow away your eldest issue.
And again, the other thing, so the counter argument would be he doesn't have $800,000 to get a check, written, but like he's behind the 8 ball on it, sure, but he's not like on crunch time yet. He knows. She said, well, we don't really do it that way. We don't really go till December, but he knows he's got till December to pay this damn thing back. He knows that's when the books get done. He knows that's how it's going to go. So the motive thing made no sense. And I thought it was really good that the defense, they didn't object to a single one of those financial questions. And we sat through hours of her just going through dry recitation of financial testimony. And then what do? They ask her, how does this in any way go to the motive of Alex Murdaugh? She didn't have an answer.
No,
she had nothing.
Yeah. And I think, it's interesting that in the cross, they didn't really he didn't really pound that hard about the level of anger. I thought he would have driven that home harder, that a lot of people in the firm had reason to hate Alex Murdaugh and be deeply resentful toward him as a result of the shenanigans that were coming to light.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Yeah.
I have a theory.
Okay. Uh-huh.
They know that so much financial testimony is going to come in from not this witness that they're going to plant the seed and build every witness on those motives rather than saying it out loud. Because if they just hammer her on that, I think it'll get performative for the jury. And I think they're trying this slow, subtle build approach where they're going to say, they said, well, you were angry, weren't you? And I think they're going to ask each and every one of these witnesses, you're kind of angry on that, kind of angry. And maybe they'll pick one or two out to kind of drill on. Not going to be the CFO because she wouldn't really have motive on this. I mean, her job looks bad, right? But the real people,
real bad. 10 years you've been doing the books. 10 years you've been getting away with it.
But she's still, after that, and after they know that, she's still the CFO of the new law firm. Like, so they're not going to fire her now over this. But one of those clients.
But she didn't know that in June of 2021 that she wasn't going to get fired.
No, I know, but hammering on her now isn't going to really. I just think it loses the effect. But hitting one of those clients that he sold $2 million, $4 million from, the son of the housekeeper who he took $5 million from. I mean, those are the people where you go, everybody, you're pretty mad, right? I mean, made you mad. This one made you real mad, didn't it? It destroyed your entire life. Your mother's life was given a value by Alex Murdaugh, and then he took that value from you. Something you could never replace. Something meant to help with all of the things she gave you and your brother, because I think, one of them has a disability or whatever, you and your brother, all the things she worked hard to help you and your brother, your entire life is given a cold value by the court. And then Alex Murdaugh took that from you. He took that, even the one thing that the last thing your mother could give you, and he took that away. It had to make you mad. Those are the people you hammer on, in my opinion. You pick a couple targets and do that, and everybody else you build it up. And then on close, you say, you heard all of these people had motive to kill. Every single one of them. They even admitted every single one, and you name them. The CFO chick admitted she was angry. This guy admitted he was angry. This guy admitted he was angry. And of course they were.
Right.
It looks like Alec may have sold
and every one of them
dollars.
Every one of them, every single one of them had a far deeper motive to kill those two people than Alec did.
Yep.
Every one of them. Far stronger motive.
Because
I think they handled it very well. I very much liked the subtle way they handled it and didn't really press the point, because you don't want to get the resistance. You just want to get the point out. I thought they handled it very well. Conservatively, well done.
Yeah.
I've been overall more impressed with the defense and sort of their cross. I think a lot of it leaves something to be desired, but they've been handling things and getting out points to help them in their case. So
yeah, you have to balance what you get on the record for close with how performative you are for the jury in the trial. And if you overplay the performance, it looks like a performance. And that, to me, that's a big risk here, because there's already a lot of distrust of Alex Murdaugh, and there's going to be distrust of his defense team in general, I would think. But if they can be very circumspect in how they handle and approach almost everything and perform where it's necessary, I think they got a really good shot at swinging a juror or two or five, or, theoretically all of them. But I think really what they're looking for is a couple, get a couple jurors to go with them, and then they got it. Gates of Above says, here's my swing, but only one swing, sir. Thank you, Gates of Above. And Let's Go Brandon says, I doubt it. Okay. This could get really dangerous really fast.
Trust me, on a day like today, with this much boring testimony, it'll be fun.
I just have to live to tonight. And then Adam Trapp says, it was the chicken. The dog was the lookout. I do think so.
Yeah, I've already told that story on my channel with a chicken is real murderer in revenge for death of other chicken by a dog. It was just one thing too many. The Murdaughs went down and laughed at death of chicken. Other chicken took revenge. Have you heard my thoughts about the love triangle between clock, seal, and chandelier?
No, tell me in just a second. Let me grip this Vegas thing.
Okay, sure.
Zeno, my mod asks, would you prefer the Vegas links pinned ready to paste? Yes. So I've pinned the Vegas link to the top of the chat. But this episode of the show, I should say, is sponsored by my Las Vegas live show. It is on February 26th in Las Vegas. The venue, I've got it down to two possible venues and one most likely venue. I just don't want to say it in case it doesn't work out. All I'm waiting for is the final quote. The final quote looks good. We're golden, and I'll announce it because I'll be booking it in full immediately. There's going to be a ton of people there. Me, Camelot, Dick Masterson, Danny on Direct, who was on earlier, Andrew Branca, who was on just a little bit ago. His wife is going to be there if people want to meet her. I don't know. We've got Eric Hunley is coming, I believe. Mark Gruber may be coming. Viva and Barnes they changed the date. I got to check. Barnes is in Vegas, so he might still be coming. I got to just verify with him. Nate the lawyer's going to be there. Lead attorney's going to be there. It's going to be a disaster in the best way. Looking like a 1 to 2 hour sort of comedy show or panel show or something like that. And then, 2 hours of just drinking and hanging out and having a good time. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's going to be a lot of liquor. There's going to be plenty of people to meet and hang out with, both creators and other, comrades from the chat. So make sure you check that out. I got the tickets priced as low as possible to cover the cost of the venue. I'm not looking to make money on the show. Vegas is very expensive, and lots of people would charge hundreds of dollars for tickets. I got it down to $50 because I said, okay, I'm fine with eating a bunch of cost if I have to. So I'm looking to, and if I have overhead above the venue cost, I'm pouring it back into the show. Things like an open bar, if possible, things like food and all that stuff being provided, whatever we can do. Like I said, I'm not trying to make money. I'm trying to throw a party.
I'm so itching to go. I can't even tell you.
Come on out.
I wish I could. I really do.
But anyway, you can find the link to that in the description on both the YouTube and the Rumble page, as well as the pin link on the live chat on YouTube. I'd pin it on Rumble, but Rumble doesn't have pinned comments yet. So please make sure and check that out. Currently, I've sold 109 tickets. So there's plenty of room. There's plenty of tickets left, but there's also, there's a bunch of extra people who are guests and stuff like that who will be presenting. So we're gonna have quite a few people there. It'll be a lot of fun. Bottomless party. Look, it's Vegas, baby. You do what you want. I'm not telling on anybody. I ain't no rat. Do I look like a rat? I ain't no rat.
Do you look like a rat?
Don't ask that question. My nose is kind of long.
No,
tell me about your clock, seal, and chandelier theory. It's very Beauty and the Beast.
Yes. So that has been the major fixture of the courtroom. And so I believe that seal and clock are involved in a torrid love affair, and that chandelier is the interloper dangling in from above, trying to interfere, blocking the gaze between clock and seal. But little does chandelier realize that the very act of dangling and illuminating with its light allows clock and chandelier to see each other even better than ever before.
You
And
said
clock and seal to see each other than ever before is the way I meant.
You said locking the gaze. We used to do that until Franklin versus Texas.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, that's a deep constitutional law joke, ladies and gentlemen.
Love it.
Yes.
Love it.
Kurt, can you explain Franklin versus Texas for the audience in case they don't know?
I think, homosexuality used to be illegal is basically the long and short of that one. And,
no,
cases like
Kurt, come on. Texas punished sodomy for everyone, but really the gays, though.
Yeah, really the gays. Yes.
Oh, God.
So that's all you really need to know there on that one.
But
both seal and clock are round. They both have hash marks around their circumference.
No square pegs in those round holes.
Both of them are trying to spread a message. Although clock's message seems to be changing every minute.
Chef Adam, the resident gay in my locals chat, says the gays still lock each other up. The cage is just smaller. Oh, no, Chef Adam, no.
It's a very tight cell.
Oh my goodness. Michael Doring says, but didn't the financial crimes victims only find out about the fraud after the murders? Why would they be upset before the murders? Okay. Here's the issue. That comment cuts both ways. Why would Alec think his financial house of cards is falling down prior to the murders if everybody found out about it after the murders? The other thing is, from the client perspective, like in reality, the clients didn't get stolen from. The clients got delayed because the law firm paid out to all the clients. However, you could still raise the specter on most of the clients. I mean, the one I don't think the kid ever got paid. The kid of the housekeeper. I don't think that did, but maybe he did. Maybe that was the $4 million fee. Because it was huge. I mean, he had a huge payout on that one. But
I don't know how that. I mean, the idea that $4 million fee would be paid to him directly is just astonishing to me. That it's like that is so incredibly irregular for how this ever works that I would question the competence of this woman. That she,
even a solo practitioner, like, this is the crazy thing. Even a solo practitioner with an LLC or whatever and no partners, if they're pulling in personal injury suits worth millions of dollars in fees, they're going to be paying their firm in those fees.
Yep.
And then the firm will make regular salaried disbursements.
I'm sure Attorney Tom
like that
brings the money into the firm. You know, it's like, well, normally it would go into escrow first, and then you cut from the escrow account to the firm, and then cut it, and the other portion to the client. But basically, that's how you structure it,
right? Because you want those funds to go into the LLC. And here's the trick, guys: if you're getting a $4 million fee, you don't want to pay a 39.5% marginal tax rate. You want to pay a 25% corporate tax rate. That's what you want to pay. And then you want that money to sit in the firm, and then you can take your whatever disbursements that you have personally, and then you can get all of your deductions after that to reduce your income. But you get that to pay the minimum subsistence life that you need. And of course, the firm buys all sorts of stuff that you might otherwise use. You've got
like a company car. Yeah.
You could have company lodging depending on the way you're set up. If you work out of your house or whatever, like you have necessary stuff, or you have office space where you meet with clients in your house. All of your trips can be company funded. So there's lots of ways to structure and reduce your income subsequent to that, already sheltering it within the corporate entity itself.
Company villa in the Swiss Alps. Yeah.
Exactly. And so, like, even a solo practitioner is going to have this money routed through the firm. So what Joe is saying here, like having a $4 million fee go directly to an attorney, that's really strange. It's very strange. These are the people who know how to avoid taxation as much as possible because it's their entire life. Like, imagine if you can eliminate 10% of your taxes, or well, we'll say a third of your taxes. If you can eliminate a third of your taxes, you increase your income by 10 to 15%. Wouldn't every one of you take a 10 to 15% raise? Of course you would. Of course you would. So guess what? The attorneys have a vested interest in figuring out how to structure things, how to reduce their income as much as possible. They want to do that. And they have all of the resources in the world because they have their fellow attorneys to consult themselves. They have accountants, they have CPAs with the firm and all of that. So it's very weird for how this all worked out. And I think it goes to my theory, because I'm, like that. But that I think a lot of these people were skimming and cheating. I think the CFO was in on it as well. Like, not that she's actively whatever, but she's paid to not really look too deep. And then when things come up, ask the question, hey, you need to pay this back. But never think about this. $250,000 taken from a client, and they're like, well, you just have to pay it back, but we're not going to tell anybody you did this. Yes. We're not going to report it to the bar. It came out of our trust account. We're not going to report it to the bar. We're not going to report it to the police. We're not going to do anything else. It's just, it rubs me the wrong way. And you see the financial people being involved in financial crimes with some regularity.
Yeah. By the way, you forgot to mention in your pitch for the Vegas retreat, Steve Gosney.
Yes, Steve Gosney's going to be there. Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
I've got a point of interest from Ron Coleman. He's considering coming.
Is he really? If Ron goes, I'll try to come.
Tell him that you tell him that if he goes, you'll go.
Yeah.
And then maybe he'll come.
Yeah, that's the easiest way I could sell it. I could sell it is because the dude lives around the corner from me. So if he goes, perhaps I'll join him.
That'll be fantastic.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of lawyers and lawyer lawyer content creators there as well. So that'll be fun. Definitely not Brandon. Oh, wait, no. Mike, wait. Here we go. Funeral Man 04, can I please get a toast to my mom who passed 4 years ago? Best mom I could have asked for. Gone too soon at 63. Love the Lord, music, and family. Thanks, Nick. Of course. Just give me a second. Kurt, have you ever seen a bottle of Willet pot still that's this big?
I've seen bottles that are very similar to that, but I'm not sure if I've seen one that size.
I think you've seen this bottle of Willet pot still.
That seems a lot more, yeah.
This is the
That
normal
seems-
one.
Yeah, okay, then yes. Then, yeah.
This is the embarrassingly oversized one.
It's like the I Dream of Genie bottle.
A little bit.
You know, with a blender, you could shove a whole body in here. Or a wood chipper. Okay, here we go. Oh my gosh. Sunshine says shove it in your ass after. Chat, you have no idea how much I love you. You really don't. The chat brightens every single day that I exist because they'll say shove it in your ass after.
I'm so glad I cannot envision that.
Well, I mean, it does already have built-in funnel, so if you want to butt chug it, you got that going for you. It's easy.
It's flanged, so it's not going to go all the way in.
Yeah.
Let's
How
see.
are you not butt chugging it right now?
How do you know I'm not? I have a separate IV drip of liquor going into my anus.
Fair.
I'm going to get really hammered. Funeral Man, to your mom.
Amen.
A mother gone, 63 years old. 63 years is not enough years for us.
No.
It's not enough years for us, but it was enough years for her to do her job, to instill value in you, to bring you comfort, encouragement, and peace, and most importantly, love that can only come from a mom. We can tell that you miss her, and she deserves to be missed. Cheers to you, cheers to her, brother, and know that she rests in peace. Amen.
Amen.
Definitely not. Brandon says, pretty sure every time YouTube maxes out one of my accounts, they are obliged to delete. You are obliged to delete some whiskey. Dude, I hate the max donation shit on YouTube.
Is there really a max donation?
$500 a day.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's why you need like PayPal. You need to have like a whole direct PayPal thing.
Because like I was trying to donate a shitload of money to Razorfist the other day. It was a couple months ago. And I ended up doing it. Like I gave him a whole bunch of money on Twitch and then a whole bunch of money on PayPal and a whole bunch of money on YouTube. But it's like, dude, I've been watching Razorfist since before I started creating videos and stuff.
He's great.
And it's like, he was live and like, I never catch this guy live. And I don't know of any other way to really like dump a bunch of money. So I'm like, I'm making up for like years of content. And I just dropped a shitload. But YouTube kept stopping me from giving more. And I was like, fuck you. So I had to do the PayPal thing.
Yeah.
What was I doing? I was getting something. Oh, that's what I got. I got my Field of Greens. This show is not brought to you by Field of Greens, although some of the ones later this month will be. Have you guys ever tried Field of Greens? It's blended up fruits and vegetables in a powder that you put in a drink.
I have powders that are similar with that. I mean, I think I'm using Amazing Greens is the one I'm using right now.
Is this a paid sponsorship that we're getting here, or are you just totally...
They are a paid sponsor, but this particular talk about it is not a paid sponsorship. This show right here is not paid for by Field of Greens. The night show tonight will be, and actually every night this week. Generally, I like them a lot. You know how I knew I liked this company? When I got on the phone and talked to the guy, he's like, so I had my Field of Greens today. I put it in my vodka and water. And I'm realizing now that I'm telling you how much of an alcoholic I am because I have a morning vodka and water.
I think we all assumed.
I was like, wow, I love you. That's fantastic. This goes well in vodka? Okay, I haven't tried that yet. Maybe I'll do that tonight. But no, I really like Field of Greens. I didn't think I'd like it because it's powdered up green shit, which kind of is weird. But I tried it and I'm like, no, this is actually good. I made Lady Raggets try it to make sure I wasn't being influenced by the advertising.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even tell her what it was. I was like, try this drink. She's like, no, it's wow, kind of good. I was like, yeah.
Then you showed her the check and she liked it a lot more.
Well, I mean, maybe. I didn't tell her how much the sponsorship was for, honestly. She doesn't need to know. She's a woman.
No, seriously.
Definitely not. Brandon says you are getting drunk. That's what you're getting. Let's go.
Nice.
Okay. All right. I guess the spicy jokes are gonna get worse as we go on. Cheers to you, Brandon. We'll see if we can walk after this. That'll be great. Flux says, hi, Nick. I think you're cool. Wait, is that Flux? Flux?
I think so. That's the Flux.
I was on stream with her on whatchamacallit? On
one of those channels.
Legal Vices. Legal Vices. He had his big celebration show.
His whole panel thing. Yeah, she's on there frequently. She's great.
Yeah, I like her. Okay, we're going back to the older chats now. Where were we? Here we go. Freddie York says, can the testimony they give during the proffer be used to impeach? I read this one, but let's read it again. Be used to impeach their testimony in front of the jury. Can the defense directly question them regarding their proffer testimony? Okay, I answered this halfway earlier, but let me ask you this, or let me answer this more fully. Yes, their proffer testimony is a prior statement. It's made under oath. It's made before the court. It can be used. Any prior inconsistent statement can be introduced to impeach an existing testimony, current testimony. So yes, it can be used to impeach. Can the defense directly question them regarding their proffer testimony? I don't think so. I don't think they can say, you testified earlier in camera this, but you wouldn't want to do that anyway. What you would want is to ask the question, elicit the contradictory statement, and then impeach them with the proffer testimony.
Yeah.
That makes them look way worse. So that's the sort of course of action you would want to do. But I really think it'd be improper for them to ask questions about their testimony that's not before the jury, because the jury lacks any context to that. It'd also be a weird strategy. Plus, some of the stuff that happens on proffer would be inadmissible in trial because it'd be before the jury and it'd be prejudicial. I don't know. It depends on the question ultimately, but just to avoid the risk and for better strategy, you'd want to ask the question, get them to the point where you can impeach them with that proffer testimony. But yes, you can use that prior statement to impeach.
Were there any inconsistencies between the proffer and the testimony?
On this chick, I didn't see any.
No.
It would be weird for that to happen.
It would be weird for it to happen. The person I think it possibly could happen with is the attorney, John Tinsley, who testified yesterday in camera. Because some of the shit he said blew my mind, frankly, as like an attorney testifying before the court under oath about things that attorneys aren't supposed to say out loud. He testified. Here was the thing. He testified that they had an order granting a request or a motion to compel in discovery. Okay. So they had sent out interrogatories and subpoenas related to financial accounts of Alex Murdaugh.
And they didn't get responses.
They filed a motion to compel, and then he testified that they got their motion granted. And the defense attorney's like, what do you mean? That was never granted. What are you talking about? And the guy goes, I've got it right here, and dramatically pulls the order out of his coat pocket.
Bum, bum, bum.
Should have saved it for the jury because that was a fucking awesome moment. Except when the defense attorney opens it up and there's a highlighted section and reads it, and he says, it says here that if voluntary disclosure is not complied with, the court will schedule a hearing.
Oh, wow.
And he says, yeah, that says that my motion is granted. And the guy's like, no, wouldn't it say motion granted on it? And he's like, no, you don't understand how civil law works.
Well, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. When
He
it comes,
is wrong, Joe.
No, I'm telling
He
you,
is
telling you
wrong.
right now.
He is
Here's
wrong.
here's where he's not wrong, because many judges will, and when it comes to discovery motions in civil trials, they're very reluctant to say we're going to punish you. The best you ever get is if you fail to comply within 30 days. You have another 30 days to comply. If you fail to comply,
They didn't
and
even have
there
time
may be
limit.
sanctions. Right. There may be sanctions or whatever. And so a best win scenario would still give the losing party 30 days. It's just a matter of and then usually the reason I would agree with you that he didn't really win is because they're saying afterwards instead of there being sanctions or instead of sanctions, sometimes they'll have that your pleadings will be struck. They'll be stricken from the
Yeah.
record. And in which case, it's basically you're pretty much in default.
You win if
You're
you're
waiving all your defenses. So in that, but basically, then they're never going to give you in a discovery motion an outright win saying motion. They might say motion granted to the extent that, but there's always going to be some sort of limitation in that. So he's really not crazy wrong in the way it tends to work, but it could have been more of a he's overstating the level of win, because a full win would be they have 30 days and they fail to comply.
Now,
the pleadings
here's the context.
Okay.
Though. And the context matters here. The lawyer testified that he was not ready. He was going to go to trial on this civil matter in 2 months, and he has 5 outstanding motions, including the discovery motion.
Yeah.
And the lawyer's like, wait, you're going to go to trial in 2 months? He's like, I was ready to go to trial. It's like, well, what about this outstanding discovery motion? You haven't even completed discovery. So that's when he got into the argument over it. Now, here's the other kicker, Joe. Here's what really blew my mind. Like, because he's got some weaseling to do. But here's what really blew my mind about it. He said on the stand, I didn't care about the discovery motion. I didn't care about the discovery. The discovery was not critical to my case. I only filed that motion to put pressure on the defendant.
That blew my mind too. And I made a note of it because I was still streaming when he said that. I'm like, that's unethical. You can't do that.
Yeah,
you can't do that.
And of course,
that's a bad expression.
Of course, lawyers do this all the time. Let's
yeah, but you don't say it out loud.
You never say it out loud.
Right, you never say it out loud. I basically drafted that motion to be a dick.
No, you can't do that. It's an abusive legal. It's abusive legal process. When you file something in court, you have to have a good faith basis to do it. It's because I want the thing, and that I believe that I'm entitled to the thing. Right? I'm doing it because I want it, and I believe I'm entitled to it. So if you're
legally
saying,
relevant.
no, I didn't care about it. I didn't care about it at all. I was just doing it basically to harass the guy. You are admitting to bad faith behavior before the court. That's an ethics violation. You can't do that.
So that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, that's ethical violation. That's lack of candor to the court. That's all sorts of problems with this. So that's where I think the only real risk of a prior inconsistent testimony comes from is John Tinsley when they bring him on the stand, realizing I done fucked up with what I said. But of course, he's going to have to stick with it. I mean, if he's going to have to, but he'll look really bad, and he can't pull the like huzzah in front of the jury this time. It's not going to work. He blew that load, and that was dumb of him to do, to me.
Yeah, I agree with you. It would have been far, far better if he would have just sat there sort of quietly and be like, all right, you try that again. Try that again when we're in front of a jury.
And he got, I keep saying John Tinsley, Mark Tinsley. I don't know name.
Who cares?
Guys, look, I'm going to make a confession to you. This is, my dad explained this to me one time. He said, Nick, I was like, yeah. He's like, when I get introduced to people, I hear my own name. And that's how I am. Like, I don't, it's a weird thing. I'm really bad with names. I don't remember them. It takes a lot for me to get to know a name and remember it. It's not personal at all, but my brain immediately tunes out on names. I still don't know.
Yeah, I have the same problem, Nate. You know, it's
I don't know. Like, so I teach constitutional law in my homeschool co-op, or not constitutional law. I teach the Constitution. It's not con law would be a way more in-depth course.
Right.
But I teach the Constitution, very basic overview to these junior high and high school kids. And I swear I know like one of their names out of the whole class. I tell them every time, like, it's not
That's
personal.
because he doesn't see them as people and doesn't acknowledge their humanity.
Children are not people or humans.
Mm.
They have to earn that. Kurt, but I learned that from Planned Parenthood.
Fair.
Definitely not. Brandon says best win scenario is Nick getting drunk. Oh, don't worry, brother. I'm on the way.
Yeah.
I think we'll get there. By the way, Law and Lumber in the chat. Everybody should shame him for not joining the panel during lunch break.
Yeah.
I love that guy, by the way.
Who doesn't?
He's hilarious. He was on my show on Friday, and we had a great time. Oh, to the chat, I should announce I will not have a night show on Friday. Oh my goodness, he's been shamed.
There you go.
What's up, Rob?
He came in here to yell at me that I was wrong about my motion.
Yeah. This prosecutor is going to take my soul.
Dude, I lost mine long ago.
I can't anymore. Is he just gonna make all the arguments and then just say yes or no every single time? So
It's in Virginia. You said in the chat, in Virginia they'll give you sanctions and costs and attorney costs for having been forced to bring that motion, because I've never seen that in New York.
If I don't have Virginia revised the rules recently where if I don't get responses, it's mandatory. I get attorney's fees.
Ooh.
Wow. Okay, so
Joe, you're in the land of impoliteness.
Yeah, I'm in a land where we're basically like, obviously you're not getting it in the 30 days. We know you're not getting it in the 30 days.
I get compelled production, and if it's messing with my timeline as far as trial is concerned, the judge is basically saying you have 24 hours to turn over the documents.
Really?
I've had him compelled production by the end of the day.
Wow. They don't play around there. I don't know. Maybe they figure that you guys have light caseloads or something like that.
It's not the light caseload stuff. It's like, if the financial disclosures are pretty damn simple, try arguing to me that you don't have the ability to produce your bank records.
Right. No, look, I see what I'm telling you right now.
Attorney Tom says, "What is this, Simpcast?" No, Attorney Tom, this is Tallcast. That's why you're not even invited.
Yeah.
Sorry, Attorney Tom, you have to be over 410 to enter.
I had the pleasure of meeting him in New York a couple months ago.
Love that guy. He's fucking hilarious.
He's amazing. He's amazing. He convinced me to start a Good Logic account on Facebook, and I have all of 5 members ever since. I stream there every day, but I don't really pimp it out because I feel like it's totally one day it's just like they're gonna snap their fingers and just shut the whole thing down. So I haven't really put my heart into it. But
Attorney Tom is hilarious because he probably makes more than this entire panel combined.
Oh yeah.
You bastard.
Easily.
I love that guy.
He's currently suing Logan Paul over the whole crypto zoo thing.
And he deserves all
that arbitration and suing in class action status in Texas.
I'd like to say,
Tom, I need you to explain that to me. I thought he had a mandatory arbitration clause. I thought you were bringing compulsory arbitration.
He's
also doing both.
Bringing that.
I got to look that lawsuit up.
He has a video on it. You can check it out on Attorney Tom's channel.
Tommy, you gave me this down in Anime Matsuri. I waited for you to come on my show to open it, but you took too long. So this Duncan Taylor from 2000, it was put in 2003, age 14 years. This dude, this is one of the best whiskeys I've ever drank. It's fantastic. Really? Thank you so much. It's the color of coffee, and it is full of smoke and goodness. God, it's great.
What's it called?
It's Duncan Taylor. It's distilled by Burke Laddick, and it's aged and blended by Duncan Taylor. I don't know who the shit they are, but they do a bunch of they go and they get barrels from different distilleries, and they do batches, I should say, from different distilleries, and they do a special edition They're like, they have one from Berklatic. They have one from Bunabin. They have one from a couple others. They're really, this one though is really terrific. So thank you, Attorney Tom. I can't wait to see you at Matsuri again.
What's it? Which brand of that was that you were recommending? Because you and I feel like have similar whiskey tastes.
Oh, you'd love this one because you like Cal Isla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I told you about Cal Isla.
Yeah, I wish I could have it. I can't find it anywhere. So it's Berklatic is the Berklady. Sorry, I'm not Scottish. Berklady is the distillery, and then Duncan Taylor, they do the aging and the blending. So a lot of places do this. They get their source. They source their base whiskey from some distillery. A lot of American whiskeys use like Heaven Hill or whatever. So they source their whiskey there, and then they take it and they do their own aging process in their, you know, their special sherry casks or whatever. So Duncan Taylor does these special editions. That particular one, I can't speak to any of the others. That one's fantastic. I love it.
The next time we hook up, I'll exchange a bottle with you, the Duncan Taylor for Cal Isla.
No.
All
that's not an even exchange, Joe.
I don't know what it's.
Cal Isla's what, $80?
Yeah, well, I was looking online at Duncan Taylor. It said it was $75.
No.
Oh,
I was looking in the chat. If Tom is right, if Attorney Tom is right about what he paid for that thing,
$600. Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's an expensive. That one's an expensive bottle. They may have a cheaper Duncan Taylor. I mean, they have a $30 Dickel whiskey, but I just bought a $125 Dickel whiskey too. So,
well, if it's sherry cask, I can't drink it. So,
have you tried that?
I just saw the subheading. How long did that take you? I was on stream for what, 30 seconds?
I had it up immediately. The subheading feature is one of my favorite things on StreamYard. Z says, have you tried that $500 alcohol that Johnny Depp was forced to buy for Amber Heard? No, I've never had a $500 bottle of red wine. If I'm going to spend $500 on liquor, I'm going to probably buy a scotch. You know, that's me, or a scotch or a whiskey. I'm probably not going to buy a bottle of red with 12% alcohol in it. But I'd try it if anybody ever had some, for sure. Buy a glass. Anyway, here we go. Atlas Knife and Tool, have you watched Long Island Audit Trial? Only 2 hours per day. Judge is super based and helpful to both sides. Nope. Popcorn Thriller Cross. Ma'am, do you have any information about a murder? That's what most of us are here for. That's what they started with. Rob,
that was great. I thought that was a great cross.
I really did too.
I was really impressed because that witness was super hostile, and also you can really alienate yourself as an attorney walking into that. And he did a great job with tone, changing the language to make him look so much more he just made himself sympathetic there. And she came off towards the end as being more aggressive than she ever had been in any of the direct testimony.
Yeah, she came off bad. And when he asked her, I mean, she walked right into it. So that made you mad, didn't it? And she's got that smirk on her face. And she's like, yeah, pretty mad. Pretty mad. And then she had that Freudian slip for just a second where she said, I missed this. And then she corrected it to basically, he got this by us or something. She changed it to more passive. And then the attorney could have pounced on it, but instead he kind of let it go, but kind of, he's like, well, of course you were mad. You know, he made you look bad, right? He gave that little bit to her, but it still said the same thing. You were pissed because this guy ham-boned you for a decade and you didn't get it. And that's your only job. Your only job is to balance the books. Like, your only job is to find where there are leaks, where there's missing money.
How's she still employed by this firm is the question. How does she still have a job there?
Well, I was just the prosecutor, read the room. Like, look around. Where are you, my guy? He's sitting here going off the rails. We're now in a fraud case. Like, we were getting testimony from 2011. Yeah. This murder apparently was 10 years in the making. Like, what the hell?
I guess that's a long time for motive, man.
Kurt, I'll answer the question as to why she's still there. And now that I'm drunk, I'm not even drunk. I'm just tipsy. We can get there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just tipsy. She and the partners are complicit in the skimming. And I'm going to say this because I believe it 100% that what Alex Murdaugh was doing was not anything different than any of these other guys were doing. I bet he overstepped the amount that was kind of allowed. And also I think it's because he brought in more money than the other attorneys that he was able to overstep a little more. This all got caught in the boat case. They looked at this and go, holy shit, our house of cards comes crashing down. And I'm going to point to as evidence for my motive with no actual evidence to it because the state's doing it. So why can't I? I'm going to say that it's related specifically to that 7% bullshit that they all pay in that goes to the rest of the employees. Because that's the thing. There's a profit sharing program where all of the lead attorneys who do all of the work, they bring in all of the money, they do all of the solicitation and the litigation, they pay 7% of their total income into this fund. And that goes to all the paralegals. It goes to the clerical staff. It goes to everybody else. Any dollars that they skim off of that, they save 7% on, which, as we've seen on $1 million payout, 7% is a shitload of money. It's 70 grand. So you pocket 70 grand and all of them are complicit in it. And the CFO is complicit in it until it gets exposed by a boating accident. I think that's what really happened here as far as the law firm and the money. I'm not saying that means the CFO or the other law partners killed Alec. I think that's a good tack for the defense to take. Now the financial crimes are in, to just raise the specter of other motivated killers. But I don't think any of them killed Paul and Maggie. But I do think that he risked exposing the firm and all of them to what they were doing.
I joked about this being like a Grisham novel, like when we were hearing the testimony about the murders. After this chick testified, this is legitimately The Firm by John Grisham. Like, this is this not that movie?
It's a little bit The Firm. It's a little bit The Firm.
Dude, and Rob, when she said, because the prosecutor, and why in God's name the prosecutor asked this question was beyond me. I wish the defense would have followed up. But she said the prosecutor, the attorneys would lend the firm operating expenses for the first 2 to 3 months of the year and then pay them back. What do you think the interest rate is on those loans?
Probably nominal or zero. I mean,
you think so?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's actually not that uncommon in plaintiff's litigation cases where you have a lot of upfront costs and front loaded costs. But heck, if the firm
Let me.
Oh, I see what you mean. Maximize interest rate, basically 26% interest, something crazy like that.
Another way to get revenue out of the firm. Right?
Yeah. Here's the thing, Rob. For a lot of firms, I think that is a normal thing, and it absolutely is normal for this to happen. It's a way for the firm to have operating expenses. The lawyers they know they're going to get paid back, so they'll do 0, maybe 1 to 5%, some sort of nominal interest rate. Sure. In this firm, where this is going on with Alec, and my suspicion is it's going on with other attorneys, I think that an interest rate might have been a lot more. I think it might have been considerably higher. That's just my personal thing. But,
if I'm the defense, I'm bringing that up a little bit. I'm trying to. I have no idea what the hell's going on right now.
Even if it's 5%, imagine a guaranteed 5% return on a 3-month investment of what? 500 grand?
Okay. Let me ask the
bad.
naive question so that you can give me the answer. If it's true that the other partners are basically doing this to a lesser degree, I would think that Alex Murdaugh, with the whole being disbarred thing, they would have tore the firm apart in the bar. So my question is, if you're right, how are any of these people still having a license?
I think every single one of them got disbarred. I think that a great number of them have since been disbarred.
Some of them are still practicing. His own brother's still practicing.
At the very least, the firm got liquidated, restructured, and I know at least there's been one disbarment. And then Lafitte, God, I hate that name.
Lafitte, yeah. It's the French OnlyFans.
every time. Lafitte wasn't he an attorney with the firm? Didn't he get this part?
No,
he
Lafitte,
ran the bank.
Or he was
Palmetto
the
Bank.
other guy.
he was the
bank
CEO
guy.
of the bank. Yeah.
And he's already pled out, hasn't he?
He was convicted. Yeah. So I think he pled out. He's not only the CEO of the bank, he's the brother-in-law of the lady who just testified, which makes it even fucking better.
God, Thanksgiving dinners are probably awesome.
Who said? Someone else said exactly that when we heard that in testimony. No, but that's the thing. So, but to answer your question, Kurt, the CFO, because they did hire, FBI accountants or whatever. I think if the CEO or the CFO and the other partners are smart, all of this is structured. And I think Alec's stuff was structured in a way to not look like Alec was cheating unless the firm wanted him to. I would think the same thing is true for the other partners. So they get their financial ducks in a row. All of the other partners have their shit in order. Everybody's at a zero balance when the financial auditors come in. The only problem for Alec was that he's got a drug problem that soaked up money. He's got a spending problem that soaked up money. And he's got this boat lawsuit. And maybe he's trying to make some improper financial moves that takes the money away. And Alec can't procure the money to get there. Plus, they don't care about him anymore. But all the other people who I also think are probably doing this less than him, because I think they're making less than him and probably skimming less than him, all of them are able to make nice prior to the the Fed audit coming through. And that's my thought on it. If they're all complicit, that's how I would do it.
Okay. It's like politicians and confidential documents. Let's go search all their houses. Pretty sure we'll find stuff.
Yeah, find out about those vacations that were on the company credit card. How do you justify this 14-day trip to the Maldives on your company credit card? Did you do a law conference there?
That's usually how that works. Yes.
Right.
Ironically, that's usually how that works. Yes.
Oh shit, definitely not. Brandon says we're down 5 souls. Let's down some whiskey. Brought to you by Brandon Collective. And he also says, well, let's get a move on then. I think that's in regards to me being drunk. So I'm gonna have to take two sips. Let's go. Brandon is the drunk maker of the internet. I don't know if you guys know this. I mean, I know some of you know this, but I don't know if the chat knows this. And people ask why I lick the bottle. Okay, here's the deal. This is cheap. This is like a 175 of Willet. I think this thing costs $70. It's not an expensive whiskey, but I developed the habit on multiple $100 bottles of whiskey. When you have a drop of multiple $100 bottles of whiskey, it's $5. If you walk by a $5 bill on the street, you stop and pick it up, right? Well, I lick the $5 off of the bottle. Okay, that's what I do. And anybody who doesn't is a bigot and not Jewish enough to be on my stream, to be honest. But here to Brandon Lesko, or definitely not Brandon, down 5 souls. Let's down some whiskey. So, and then let's get a move on. So here's the first one. Oh my God, this is stupid. But it's going to make the second half of this trial much, much better. Lil Fisticuff says licking the bottle is gross as fuck. Says you, bigot.
It's a bottle dough.
I definitely scrub all the bottles down and disinfect them first. That's what happens.
Just take a sip every time you hear a leading question.
I would be dead already. They have let so many leading questions go. And you have to choose your objections. But I do think that's my one criticism of the defense. They've been a little lax on some of the objections. But I think they're to argue the opposite and apologize for them. I think they're just tempered by the judge. This judge is so permissive.
Here's the problem, though. The judge has granted every single leading objection, which means that there's a heck of a lot that you're leaving on the table. And not only that, that blue raincoat issue, that would not be in evidence. That would not be an issue if those objections were made. Every single thing the prosecutor was relying on to get that in was something the prosecutor said, and the witness, who was already on the stand confused, just said yes.
This judge has been so permissive on letting that shit in. I mean, they objected to all of the raincoat testimony prior to it even being testified. And then the judge at the end says, well, since it's in evidence, they had to remind him that they objected prior to the admission of the evidence. He's like, well, since it's in evidence, they can comment on it, so it's okay. And they're like, but judge, we objected prior to it being admitted. Oh my God. I wonder how much of a hit this law firm took when Murdaugh stopped bringing in clients. They still have some banger awards. They have a 19 million, a 13 million, 6 million. This is all since being
exposed.
Since being exposed. They have 2.75, 1 million, 4.95, 3.9, 2.8 million. I mean, they were just exposed in what, 2021?
For a not very populated county. There's a lot of personal injury work going on.
Load of money.
There's still a Murdaugh on staff. Like we focus on Alec because he's the thing here. But if the family money and the family name is critical, this is why Randolph Murdaugh is still employed, honestly. Because typically you'd probably want to divorce yourself of that family name in the new firm. And if you notice, he's not listed in the name of the firm at all. It's like Parker and Parker or whatever. So Murdaugh's gone from the name of the firm.
Oh, and Buster works there. Someone says in the locals chat.
Wait,
seriously?
Buster's 26, so he could have graduated with a law degree.
Buster was expelled, wasn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, but from Clemson,
Wasn't Buster expelled from law school for cheating?
Yeah, and his dad couldn't get him back in.
Of course he was expelled from law school for cheating. How fucking perfect is this family? They're the quintessential generational money story, right? They are the fucking the Vanderbilts. 4 generations till the Vanderbilt money is 0.
I don't think Buster's working there. I think they saw Randolph Murdaugh's name on there, and they're presuming that's Buster.
Yeah,
I only see one Murdaugh.
Did you like one of the only open-ended questions that was asked? What were your impressions of him as a lawyer? And she just started throwing shade like crazy. She was like, he was he's talkative, but as a lawyer, he really didn't do anything. I'm going, oh my God.
But that's the job. That's the job of a
He's
personal
a
injury
rainmaker.
lawyer.
That
They
company,
don't go to
that firm
trial.
does not exist unless it has cases.
As a lawyer, Rob, were you not going, God, I would hire this guy in a heartbeat? Like, wait.
If he's bringing in those cases?
He's bringing in the cases. Not only that, she testified that he settles cases higher than anyone else expected. And I'm like, and
just printing money.
So wait, he's not going to trial, and he's settling for more money than any of these cases are worth by any other attorney's assessment. I want this guy on my staff immediately. I mean, aside from all the, the murder and the financial crimes, but like outside of that, like just the high level look at it.
You can hire him as a paralegal, right? The only thing you can't do is sign things that go off the door. So go nuts.
Buster he lists on his Facebook that he's employed, works at PMPED law office. So Buster does work there. Oh, I thought that was the new one.
No, PMPED is the old one. Parker Law is the new one.
Okay. But either way, Buster could work there as a paralegal. He could work there as a legal intern. He could work there as any capacity outside of lawyer if he hasn't completed law school. But if he got expelled subsequently to updating his Facebook page, that makes a ton of sense. So
He got expelled from law school. Jesus Christ, like the one school you can't fail out of.
It's so hard. Guys, you can have a heroin addiction and get through law school and be admitted to the bar, and then they will provide you support for your heroin addiction. It's amazing. People have asked, like, what is the best profession after like a conviction for like a felony conviction for drugs? Go be a lawyer. As long as you didn't commit fraud or something else, you're going to get past the bar review.
Yeah, don't steal client money. That's all.
Yeah. Don't steal client money. Don't lie.
Speaking of the drugs,
Heroin
did
is
you
fine.
guys hear did you hear the little slip in the testimony where she was basically acknowledged they kept cutting checks after they knew the pills?
Yeah, they knew he had an opiate addiction. There's some guy on Twitter who's been reporting on this case, and he said, wait. Law enforcement had no idea he had a pill addiction, but you guys knew back then. You didn't report it. You didn't do anything. Very, very shady. Speaking of very shady, I'm gonna step away for a minute. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. Nice to see you, by the way, Andrew. It's been a bit of a hot minute, I think, since we've been on stream together. So, how you doing?
Has it? I thought we've been together within the last few days.
Maybe my memory's just bad, but it
Yeah.
felt like it had been a minute, so I wanted to say hi.
I think it was on
It's
someone
this
else's
trial.
show. I forget.
Okay.
It's
And
this
it's nice
trial.
to see that you exist, Rob.
I exist. I got I have a meeting at 3, so
Uh-huh.
figured I have some time.
Okay.
Jesus. Yes, I exist.
That's
Apart from
promising.
everything else, this trial in the background is slowly killing what little soul I had remaining.
Yeah, this trial has been incredibly. I still don't know why all the details solicited matter. Why we're getting just every line of the spreadsheet on cell phones, and I understand some of the idea, but why we need that level of tedious detail is beyond me.
We
They're not
don't.
connecting any dots that go
No,
anywhere.
there have been 0 connections made, and now, like I tweeted out this morning, the second the prosecution, that was the risk. The prosecution makes this motion. They want to bring in this other act's evidence. They want to bring in the finances, and there's arguments for and arguments against. But you're just going, look. The one thing you can't do is you can't let this turn into a fucking trial within a trial, and to be quite honest, a cluster. And what does the prosecutor do? You just see his level of excitement. And every bit of his questioning just amps up to a whole new level. And we spend a whole day on a witness that gives us testimony for transactions back to 2011, and we've lost complete track of the murder. Where the hell are we?
Yeah, I particularly like the part where we're deciding whether or not the judge would have granted the discovery motion with respect to the lawsuit that was filed at the hearing. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. How many levels deep are we in this thing?
It doesn't make any sense. And you've got to figure the judge is sitting there up on the bench every time the defense is not objecting. I with regard to that last witness, I think that my critique of defense not objecting, I take it back with regard to the last witness. Don't object. Let him ask every stupid question and then just argue the hell out of it. Because the judge is sitting there going, why are you not objecting to this? This is 2011. And the judge is going, maybe I shouldn't have ruled that way.
You think the judge is questioning their life choices? They don't seem like they're questioning their life
No,
choices.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. It was
He's just going to be sitting up there for this case or some other case. It doesn't mean anything to him.
Yeah, it's just wishful thinking. We're lost. This case is nowhere near the murder anymore.
If they come back not guilty, even after getting all this financial stuff in, I'm going to laugh and laugh and laugh, just because the state's case was so thin.
I'm not sure this financial data hurts the defense.
I don't think it does.
In fact, someone in the comments said, why don't they just accelerate this and just have he stole $10 million, whatever the summary amount is. That would be the worst for the defense. I don't want that. If it's going to come in at all, I want it all to come in. Every person he stole money from, all of them, because they all have a motive to hate this guy, and want some kind of retribution against him. And the more you can do that, the more other people had a reason to do bad things. In the context of this defendant and his family, the better it is for the defense in a circumstantial case with an apparent total lack of motive.
Well, and the prosecutor's compounding his error. He doesn't realize he's too close to the damn case. He doesn't realize that when he's sitting there in front of the witness and has them testify to every effing check, one at a time, asking the same damn questions. It's because it stole. It's because they stole from the client. You have lulled the jury to sleep. They don't know where the hell we are anymore, and just keep on doing it. And you have no idea this is a mistake.
But it's just like a Karen and you're right, I agree with your assessment, but it's just like a Karen on TikTok, right? They spend hours on TikTok. Why? Because as they flip from video to video, they're getting these little dopamine hits, right? That's what this prosecutor is getting from this line of questioning. He struggles with the murder stuff because it's a completely circumstantial case with no motive. That's a tough sell. On the financial stuff, he's got it locked. So he's getting the answers he wants to his questions, and he gets that dopamine hit each time he does that. It's a poor strategy, but in the lizard part of the brain, it's not hard to understand why he gets so excited for this part of the trial.
Yeah. Do you think any one of those jurors remembers what they heard as far as
Not a
evidence
word.
yesterday?
Not a word. And by the way, he's doing it badly too. So if it were me, I'd at least be whiteboarding all these numbers and having, like a running total going up, maybe even a ka-ching sound every time he steals more money. I mean, something to make it memorable and engaging for the jurors.
No whammies, no whammies, stop.
When he waits until 2 hours into the testimony to get to his first summary exhibit, like literally.
We don't believe in demonstratives in South Carolina, is what I've learned. Apparently, we don't believe in that because we don't believe in any sort of stuff that could help
Provide
summarize,
some structure, some framing,
No,
help people
that's
remember,
how we roll.
understand where the pieces are supposed to go. It's like this guy works the jigsaw puzzle by just throwing the pieces on the table and figures he's done. Someone else is going to put it together.
They haven't invented large format technology yet in South Carolina. So,
well, the defense knows how to do it. They did it earlier in the trial with anything complicated. They bring the whiteboard up there and they explain it out at one at a time. Jim Griffin did a fantastic job in that cross-examination because you were left after that cross understanding more of what the state had tried to convey to you after Jim Griffin finishes cross-examination. That's not how it's supposed to work.
Nope.
Yeah, no, they're both really good. They're all really good. So there's Griffin, there's Harpootlian, right? Dick Harpootlian, however you pronounce it. Then there's the guy who has hair, the dark-haired guy. He's good too. I like him a lot. I don't know if there's
is he the expert guy? He's been the best so far.
I never caught his name.
One that did the direct evidence of their expert witness. He has the beard. He's the one who's been the best as far as eliciting direct testimony.
He did the cross on the attorney, the plaintiff's attorney for the boat accident. Right.
That guy. Yeah, him. He has been the best by far. Yeah.
Yeah, really good. The state, I mean, you have that lead prosecutor who was just doing direct now. He seems to be flailing around. There's, I guess, the second chair who seems to be, do a better job with what they have to work with, but mostly what they have to work with is straw. They have the skinny woman.
Goth prosecutor. I like goth prosecutor.
Right. And who's apparently there just to get work experience. And then they have the guy, the young guy who had the some kind of glove or brace on his hand the first couple days of the trial. And he hasn't been very impressive either.
No, but I don't understand these guys. Trial? Do they teach trial advocacy anymore? Probably not, because he's screaming at the jury, he's screaming at the witness, he's all over the damn place. He can't seem to make a coherent thought, and he doesn't know how to do a direct examination to save his life.
He reminds me exactly like the prosecutor from My Cousin Vinny. It's like he learned how to do trial advocacy from that movie. He has many of the same mannerisms.
Yep. Identical.
Right. With the hand gestures, I love that when he does that stuff.
He wouldn't wander around the space just aimlessly. That would help.
I'll tell you what, Creighton, someone must have talked to him, because in this last witness, at least he wasn't doing that as much. He would either stand up by the witness and face the jury this time, or he would stand up near the podium and face the judge and the jury. So someone talked to him, because he is not moving around the courtroom nearly as much.
It's it's a terrible look, because you look lost when you do that. You look like you don't have a focus.
You just got to listen to him talk to get that impression.
And one juror threw himself under a bus to get out of it.
I saw that. That was just, so we've lost an alternate. The other juror that was one of the jurors said that he might have a conflict that went past 3 weeks, but said he worked it out with his boss.
You think that guy in the ER that he showed up at the ER perfectly healthy with a steak knife in his hand and just stabbed himself in the thigh right there in the waiting room?
Oh my God.
Dude, if you sit through this, and this is the first this is supposed to be a 3-week trial start to finish, you're now 2.5 weeks in, now you get the finances, you're going, no fucking way, get me out of here, please.
Let me get some lunch. I'll be back.
Yeah, buddy.
I still want him to bring in the boat accident. Let's litigate that here too.
Yeah, might as well. Can we bring in the civil case and the civil complainants on that one?
Bring in the.
I mean, we already have the attorney. We already have the attorney here.
Right.
It's true. Oh my God. Clifford Barnes says, drink up, Nick. I'm stuck in France, and you folks are the only reason I'm clinging to sanity. Pray for me.
Man, how pissed was the plaintiff's lawyer from the boat thing? He's looking at a
$10 million payout.
$20 million payoff. And it goes away because it turns out the defendant's a crook and doesn't have any money.
I'll tell you what, though, the whole him pulling the order out of his suit coat was
the order. You got to use scare quotes.
Funniest crap I have seen in a courtroom.
Dude, it was beautiful.
Like he knew it was coming. I'm going, how the hell did you know this question about this effing order was coming to the point that you had it folded up in your suit coat and pre-highlighted? And he knew when I was going, what the hell? It was a joke.
Rob, I don't know if the chat appreciates. This is a witness who is only called on proffer and then predicts the defense's question on proffer. This is not a witness who's called in trial. They have to specially admit this witness to testify because his testimony is so prejudicial and excluded potentially by an order in limine. And they call him on proffer, and he's so ready for that question. That is such a baller lawyer move. Like John Tinsley, I think he's a dirtbag and probably should be disciplined for what he testified to. But other than that whole problem, like predicting that question and being like, aha, Matlock. I was like, holy shit, he did it. He did. And I'm pretty sure we had just talked about how like right before that, there really aren't Matlock moments in trials and stuff like that. And then he was like, I have the order right here. I was dying. It was, oh God, it was a work of art.
I had to like rewind it and watch it at least 3 times. I was like, there's no fucking way I just watched that.
Oh, I keep saying John Tinsley. His name is Mark. Oh God, what a piece of shit. I don't even remember his name. But to Clifford Barnes, thank you, good sir. Cheers to you in France. I hope to be there next year in 2024 when Notre Dame opens. I don't know if you guys care about France at all. But have you guys ever been, Andrew or Rob? Paris?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I saw. So Versailles is a thing, right? It's a chateau. It's beautiful. Louis the 14th's chateau with what's her name? Marie Antoinette. And a high-end luxury hotel chain has purchased one of the Versailles buildings, and they've every piece of furniture is from 1748 or earlier or whatever. And you go, and it's an experiential retreat where you stay at the chateau and live life as if you're in 18th century court.
Do you
as one of the royalty or as one of the servants?
Yeah, for one of the royalty for 2 days. So like you wake up in the morning, you go out, you explore the gardens or whatever. You go to a breakfast that they would have had at court. And you spend time as like a guest of Louis the 14th. Like that's the whole plan.
Ooh, sounds risky.
I want to do that. Plus Versailles, or not Versailles, Notre Dame opens in 2024 again. So I'm planning on taking the whole family to France in 2024. Attorney Tom says that literally sounds terrible, lol. You shut your mouth, Attorney Tom, you bastard. I like it. Okay, so here's for Clifford Barnes, and then definitely not. Brandon says drink up, knows you got this. So I had 2 drinks here. Oh God. I'm pounding Willet.
Back to the account.
Wait, what? What the hell was that? Did you guys
depositing the amount, sir? For the Denver to the Georgia trip.
Oh my God,
is that you?
Sorry, my wife is using my cell phone. My cell phone is Bluetoothed into my soundboard.
Oh my God.
I was like, what the fuck is that? I'm like, I'm looking at all my tabs. I'm like, do I have porn open? I don't think so. Jesus.
So I wonder if I just knocked off her connection. I probably did. Yeah, so we have a funny thing. So I have a million miles with United, literally. And so when I call from my cell phone, the caller ID gets me expedited customer service. When she calls on her phone, she's on hold for 90 minutes. So she's making some travel plans for us and took my cell phone to make the call.
Anna G says, just watch when you go because the Olympics are there next year. Oh, fuck me. Maybe I'll wait till 2025. Jesus. My favorite. So I went to the last time I was in Paris. It was between 9th and 10th grade. I went with my school. And my favorite story, I've told it before, but I'll tell it again because I'm sure a bunch of people in chat haven't heard. All I wanted to do, I was really into Bob Marley at the time. And no, I was not smoking weed, ladies and gentlemen. I should have been, but I wasn't. And all I wanted to do was buy a Bob Marley t-shirt from Paris. I don't know why. This doesn't have a logical nexus to Paris, okay? But I wanted to buy a Bob Marley t-shirt. And so we fly over there. And it was so great. Our teachers just went... The three high school teachers that were with us were all women, and they were fantastic, and I loved them very much, especially one of them because she was gorgeous. But the other two were super nice. They said, go into Paris and come back at like 6 p.m. and meet at this restaurant, right? So we would go, a bunch of high schoolers. There were 2 guys and I think 14 women. Girls, women, I don't know. I was between 14 and 15 years old. They're all women to me. And we would go wander around Paris and we would just go to bars and drink because the legal age to drink hard liquor in France was technically 18, but they didn't card you if you're American. They didn't care. So we went and were just drinking all day, every day. But I went to this, I saw an overpass. And under the overpass were these shops run by Persian men. And I went up to one to buy a Bob Marley t-shirt. It was 20 franc, or no, it was 100 franc, which is about $20 at the time. This is before the euro. And I go up to the guy and I pick out a Bob Marley t-shirt. I'm like, I want that one. And I have my 100 franc bill. And this guy comes up to me, this other shopkeep comes up to me with a handful of rings. And he takes my 100 franc bill out of my hand and he offers me a bunch of like rings that look like they were stolen from, some old person or whatever. The guy selling the shirts comes around the table and he punches that guy in the chest, knocking him to the ground. And then he takes my 100 franc from the guy's hand as he's like laying there crying. And then he takes the rings from my hand and just drops them on his chest. And he hands me the bill. And then he offers the shirt and holds out his hand like a gentleman for me to pay him at that point. And I was like, what the fuck is happening? I'm like a 110-pound kid at this point. And I'm like, here you go. And then I took my Bob Marley shirt and I fucking booked it. And I left as fast as I could. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. One Persian man punching another in the chest hard enough to physically knock him to the ground. And that guy laying there like he'd been hit by a train. And then this guy like, here's your shirt, sir. It was weird as fuck. I loved France ever since then. Definitely not. Brandon says, go to Versailles, breeze through the building, hit the lake out back, and the water sports, all the water sports you could ever want. I really like, I love Paris. I love France. I love the architecture. I went through the Loire River Valley. We went to Chambord, Mont Saint Michel. We went to Chartres, and it's something that the United States doesn't have. The United States doesn't have the decadence and abundance of 13th and 14th, or wait, no. Sorry. 16th and 17th century aristocracy of France, and also the church and the papacy that was France in those centuries. You cannot find it in America, and it's amazing to see. And I really enjoyed it. So cheers to Definitely Not Brandon. Clifford Barnes says, one more, Nick, for your exquisite knowledge of France. Let me know when you're here, and we'll hook you up. Another shot. Here you go, brother. Clifford Barnes, email me, man. Email me so I have your contact info, please. I've been to Paris twice, once with the school and then once with my family. We hosted a, I don't want to call her an exchange student because she came for the summer. My dad worked at Cray. Her dad worked at Cray, but the European division. He was from France. So their daughter came and lived with us for a summer. And we went all around the U.S. On road trips. So she got to see the U.S. And then the next year we went to Paris. I was between 7th and 8th grade, I think. We went to Paris and visited their family, and they took us all around Paris as locals. It was great. It was fantastic.
That's the way to see a place. That's definitely the way to see a place.
Yeah.
With a local, like driving around or walking around.
Rob, I'm just going to say it. Yes, but also with hot high school chicks while you're in high school is an okay way to see Paris as well.
While you're drinking underage with all of the high school chicks. Yeah.
It was ridiculous. Oh my God. We couldn't find the hotel. We're sitting there trying to talk to these French people in French, and we're like, où est l'hôtel? We couldn't fucking find it. Où est le Hard Rock Cafe? God damn it. It was beautiful. It was a blast. But I really want to take my wife and kids down because I think they'd really get a lot out of it. We got to go to Renoir's garden. We got to go to the Museum of Modern Art, Musée d'Orsay. Was it? We got to go to the Louvre, obviously. I went to the Torture Museum and the Military History Museum because, well, I was an edgelord. Candace Marie says, Nick just said to go to Chartres. Do you need spare pants when you go? Look, Chartres is spelled Chartres. It's a cathedral in rural France, and it has this indigo stained glass that they cannot replicate, and it predates World War II. And when World War I and II happened, France actually took apart the stained glass and distributed this blue stained glass around town to trusted people, hoping that it would be preserved because it cannot replicate the color. And so they sent this glass out, and then after the war, when Chartres was being rebuilt, they sent back these individual pieces and put the stained glass up. And honestly, like, it's an amazing sort of thing. It was this recognition of culture and art and a craftsmanship that was lost to the ages in the face of the World War, saying we value this so much. We know it could be destroyed, and we want to hold on to it. And there's something about that gets me. I don't know. I'm gay. I'm drunk, so I'm gay. But yeah, it's something special. Oh God. Definitely not. Brandon says, let's see the Recato Law DJ Khaled impression. Throw back another one. We'll hold on, buddy.
Please be seated.
Or just here we go. I'm stupid. I actually really care about shit like art and the preservation of history. I know. I'm not sentimental about anything I own personally, but I am very sentimental about the realities of history. And I think I think we can learn a lot of lessons. Okay, DJ Khaled,
how
congratulations.
bad the rough draft was?
You played yourself.
How bad the rough draft was that you received?
That we paid $450 for? Yes, sir.
For a daily, that's cheap.
That those rough drafts are not provided by the South Carolina court reporters, South Carolina judicial reporters.
I want to make it clear that if I said that, I never implied that our South Carolina court reporters would produce such a deficit product. It
Yes.
was made clear to me by court administration that it's, what's the name of the company? FDR? FTR.
Well,
FDR, a private
company. I don't know the name either. So
apparently has not perfected its software because we paid $450 for something that was, as you saw, not of much use. So I want to make the record clear, not our South Carolina reporters, some northern company.
certainly, Ms. Harris and I have been working together for probably a decade, and I've worked with Mike as well, and they're excellent court reporters. Okay, ready for the jury? Hey, okay, you bring them in.
Clifford Barnes.
One of the things that I discussed with the defense, and we had mentioned to Your Honor before, is there's some issues that surround the side of the road, and we're not plowing that ground currently, with the understanding with the defense that if that becomes an issue as the trial goes forward, that there won't be any objection to recalling a witness for that limited purpose. And I just want to put that on the record before we go forward.
100% in agreement, Your Honor.
Very good. Thank you. You bring the jury.
Clifford Barnes says, I'm with Brandon. Love your impressions. So a picker upper from me. Look, if you're gonna send me large super chats like Clifford and Brandon, I'm gonna drink, even if it kills me, because I'm an idiot. I don't remember what it was called. We went to this chateau. It was not the biggest chateau I've ever seen, but it was so fucking gorgeous that it's the one I would want. And there's a river, and the great hall of the chateau was actually built on a bridge over the river. And it was massive. It's this massive long hall that you go into. It's like, Jesus, because the chateau wasn't that big. I mean, it would be a huge house in the US, but there are bigger houses in the US than this chateau. Of course, most of them don't have like 25-foot ceilings or whatever. It was in the Loire River Valley. It wasn't Chambord. Chambord is beautiful. Vaux-le-Vicomte is beautiful. Vaux-le-Vicomte was the chateau used in Man in the Iron Mask to represent Versailles. And Vaux-le-Vicomte was the reason Versailles was built. Louis was jealous of Vaux-le-Vicomte. And so he built Versailles.
Hey,
Versailles is way bigger. Way bigger. Chenonceau. Let me check. Michelle C says it's Chenonceau. I'll see if I can pull up a picture of it. It's so fucking pretty.
Let me call your next witness.
That's it. That's the one. Here we go. Let me see if I can pull this up before the witness gets on stand. Look at this. Look at this place. Holy shit, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, that's awesome.
All right. Witness isn't on stand yet. I just wanted to put that out there.
Who's this guy again? He
I don't know.
testified to finances in camera, didn't he?
Oh, this is one of his former law partners. Crosby is his name.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
The last S is pronounced like an the last C is pronounced like an S.
Ronnie Crosby, C-R-O-S-B-Y.
Chenonceau is the name.
How you doing today?
I'm doing okay.
Fair enough. Tell the jury what your profession is, please.
I'm an attorney.
And where do you what do you work for a particular firm?
I do. I work currently for Parker Law Group.
All right. And before it was Parker Law Group, did that firm have a different name?
It did. It was Peters, Murdoch, Parker, Ellsroth, and Dietrich. I've heard it referred to as PMPED in here earlier today. So,
You know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I do.
You see him here in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you point him out to the jury?
He is seated at defense table between Mr. Harpootly and Mr. Griffin. I believe he has a blue blazer on.
Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
It does.
When it was still PMPD, did Alex Murdaugh, was he a partner in the law firm that you were part of?
He was.
And as a result of Mr. Murdaugh's actions, is that law firm kind of changed its name now to Parker? Or is that one of the reasons? Or how would you explain that?
Well, yes, as a result of
MED1K says, listen to Ricada Law, try and sell
actions that-
French. What a faggot.
you heard about earlier today, we did change not only the name of the law firm, but to a separate legal entity.
You know, it's funny when you take those high school languages and then you actually go to the country and nobody can understand what you're saying.
Not a chance. They all just spoke English back to us.
I started in the summer of '94, so almost 30 years now.
And when did you first get to know the defendant?
Sometime in the late '90s. I probably met him before then when I was working as a clerk for a judge, Judge Smoke, whose picture's here in the courtroom. And probably met him in court, but met him.
Whose
really
picture's
kinda
here in the
started getting to know
courtroom?
him
Really?
At the time of his grandfather, his grandfather's death,
Okay.
which would have been in the late '90s.
And what was his grandfather's name?
Randolph Murdaugh.
Randolph the
Junior
not
second,
thief
and
Murdaugh.
He went by the nickname of Buster.
Was Buster in the law firm as well?
He was there when I started. He would come into the office. Yeah, he was there. I don't think he was a principal or any kind of equity partner, but he was there. Yes.
Over the years, did you become a partner in the firm?
I did.
And what year do you recall becoming a partner in the firm? Roughly.
I would say somewhere around 99 to 2000.
And did the defendant become a partner in the firm as well?
Yes, he came to work sometime in the late '90s, early 2000, and then would have become a partner probably somewhere around 2004, 2005.
He's been your law partner up until 2021 from that time?
That's correct.
Just real quick before we move on, under the agreement that the partners had, what is the rule as it relates to fees that a partner earns during the course of the year?
All fees belong to the law firm.
And just very quickly, explain to the jury very quickly just the compensation. Is most of the compensation for a partner received during the year or in one lump sum at the end of the year?
Well, as Ms. Seconder laid out earlier, we receive a salary, and then at the end of the year, we divide net profits, which would generally be a larger portion of your income, although not always. Sometimes, depending on how someone's year went, you may not get anything as a bonus at the end of the year if you're.
Is there not a rule excluding witnesses from being in the courtroom when others are testifying?
The amount of overhead expenses that
They've had a bunch of witnesses in there.
Generally, though, most of the compensation is in that.
He just said, as this chick testified.
Was that the case to your understanding for Alec?
Well, not just Alec, but it was.
If what this dude said is true, like you might have years where you don't earn above your base salary, you're fired. You're fired immediately.
Had a relatively lucrative practice.
Yes, he did. He had up and down years like all people who do plaintiff's work, but yeah, he was had a lot of good clientele.
Well, let's look at what did he make?
He would get bonuses of 6 and 7 figures. To your recollection?
Yes, he could.
If a lawyer were to do legal work while a partner in the firm and have those fees, if he was sharing a case with another lawyer and had the lawyer issue those fees directly to that lawyer instead of the firm, what would that be?
Mr. Waters, I'm fooling with this microphone and I may have missed a nuance in your question. Could you ask that again? I apologize. I'm trying to quit leaning, but apparently I can't stretch it out any further.
Is it common in plaintiff's cases for lawyers, let's say within the firm, or lawyers
liquor alert,
and lawyers outside of the firm to share cases?
Yes, I do that probably 70% of my practices with other law firms.
And in that instance, do you have to split the fee in the event there's a recovery by settlement or trial?
Yes, there's if there's a recovery up front before when the case begins, the work begins, there's an agreement on how a fee is going to be split with the other law firm. Sometimes there may be multiple law firms in a given case.
And are there instances then when the other law firm is responsible for dispersing the money, including dispersing the fees to PMPED?
Yes, that happens quite often.
And if a lawyer in PMPED were to have those fees made out to him or her instead of the firm, what would that be?
Well, it would be against our policy, but it would be stealing the fees from the firm if they did not come to the firm because they belong to the law firm.
Let me ask you a little bit about the defendant himself. What's your observation of the defendant's cell phone usage?
The hell? How vague is that fucking question?
He was somebody who used his cell phone a lot. I mean, much more than I do. He was always on his cell phone.
And describe a little bit about your observations of him as a lawyer. What were his skills as a lawyer? What was he good at?
Elliot was a very good lawyer. He was good with people, very good at reading people, very good at understanding people, and very good at making people believe that he cared about them and building a rapport and trust with them. And he was very good with strategizing against insurance companies and opposing lawyers that ultimately got oftentimes results that the lawyers in the firm would be really amazed at what a good job he was able to do.
Was he good at understanding the emotional value of a case and being able to leverage that?
Yes, that goes hand in hand with what I just said. It was very much a strength that he had.
Was he a good technical lawyer? Did he have a lot of academic and technical skills as a lawyer?
Well, I'm not going to judge his intelligence because I think he's very intelligent. As far as being a real student of the law, probably wasn't, and never developed a technical expertise.
Looks like Lindsey Graham's kid brother.
Specialize in one thing like medical malpractice, and that's all they do. But he didn't. He was more of a general practitioner.
Oh, so general practitioners are retarded. Thank you.
Yep.
That's nice.
You suck, general practitioners.
Around the time of the recession, back 2008, 2009,
This guy made
2010,
infinity
did you ever
more
have any
money than
conversations
you.
with the defendant and gain a general understanding of his financial condition at that time?
Goes back to my favorite quote from Dick
did.
Masterson. If you're
Tell
so
the
smart,
jury
why
what
aren't
that
you
was,
rich?
Well, for a number of years, Barrett and one of his non-lawyer business, Alec and one of his non-lawyer business partners, a guy named Barrett Boulware, they did a lot of real estate transactions, just buying land and speculating on it. And I think leading up to that, they had purchased some property that speculating that they could sell maybe some developmental property. And of course, we all know what happened in 2008, 2009. The market went bad, and I think both Barrett as well as maybe some of the other partners did not have the financial ability to deal with those loans that they had financed it. And so I think Alec was having to carry a lot of that, and it put a strain on him financially.
At some point after that,
This
to
guy's
your
fucking irritating.
discussions with him and to your knowledge of the cases in the firm, did he have some big cases that you thought had rectified that strain, that financial strain?
Yes, there was a string of
Oh my God, it
rather
really is
large
so
cases.
annoying.
Some of them I actually worked on with him that resulted in very large settlements. That would have been my understanding.
How could a lawyer not get rid of that verbal tick?
That, as well as, I believe,
Just be silent in those moments.
property that was causing a strain was they were able to sell it. So, long answer. Yeah, yes.
What were some of those cases that you thought at least had rectified any financial?
Thank you for
issues that
spending
had?
4 minutes to say yes.
A case referred to as Plyler.
New drinking game. Shot at every
Referred to him,
be dead in 3
No.
minutes.
Pinckney, which also had a companion case, Thomas. I think the Plyler case was actually 4 cases, but we referred to it as one. And then he had a case called Badger, and those cases would have been large cases.
And that's from your understanding that the legitimate legal fees from those cases were very, very large.
Yes, the law firm earned and subsequently would have earned good income off those cases.
I pulled my headphone out. The ear
Are you
plug
generally familiar with what's
launched.
called the
I don't know
boat
where it
case?
is.
Yes.
And is that the February 2019 boat wreck in which Miss Mallory Beach was killed?
Oh, God damn it.
Yes, Ms. Beach actually worked for my wife.
You should get like an UGG counter in the upper right corner.
Yeah, I knew her as well as the other girls and Paul.
I have a personal drinking game. I
As a
drink whenever
result of that
Mallory
boat
Beach's
case,
name is
was it your
said.
understanding that the defendant had been
Cheers
civilly
to
sued
Mallory.
as a result of that?
Yes, there was a lawsuit brought against Alex.
Surely an angel in heaven.
Moving on from the boat case, did you
All
ever
right, guys, I
have
got to get to my
a
meeting, but I got
conversation
$20 on the last
with,
question this guy asks,
after
being,
the boat case, did
did you really know Alex
conversation with
Murdaugh?
Alec about
Did you what?
structuring his
What did he
fees
say?
Alec Murdaugh.
in a particular case?
You know Alex Murdaugh?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Well, I didn't really know
You know,
him.
that
Thought I did.
conversation had come up around the office with not only him, but other lawyers over the years. To my knowledge, I was the only lawyer to ever do that. But he did sometime in the spring of 2021, he had a conversation with me about that.
Okay. And what was the conversation you had with him?
I think it was just generally asking me, how it was, done, whether I thought it was a good idea, what the process was, that type of thing. And I don't recall the very specifics, but I do recall telling him that given the low interest rates, that it wouldn't be very fruitful. If you had high interest rates and you can buy into a lot on an annuity, it would make sense. But, there were pretty much zero interest rates during that time.
When you made that point, did he have any response to that?
Other than he was thinking about doing that.
Now, you mentioned that you're actually the only one in the firm that you recall doing structuring some fees. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think that's a fact, not just that I recall.
And though you actually set up a real structure, correct?
Real structure.
Well, yeah, I did.
Fake structure.
You didn't just divert the fees into another account and spend them, correct?
No, and to clarify, and I think Ms. Seckinger touched on it, was the traditional way of doing it to avoid taxes until you're older is you never take what's called constructive possession of the money. So whoever,
Or actual possession.
if it's an insurance company or whoever's paying the money, would pay to the annuity company, and they would buy an annuity, and you'd have a contract, and then whatever the terms is when you would start receiving that money, and then you start paying taxes on it.
Don't you wish you guys could be paid like me?
There's since then become other ones, but they don't have the tax advantages. They don't really make.
Don't you wish you guys could make all of your money
Where you can
tax
take the
free,
money and then
like a lawyer
basically
would?
just buying an annuity.
You got to get paid
Before I
enough
move
in
on,
lump
do you
sums
know a person by the name
to
of
make
Gloria
your
Satterfield?
to make that monthly
You know
payment
of a
worth
person
it.
By the name of Gloria Satterfield.
No, I knew Gloria. I knew her for a lot of years.
And did she have any employment relationship with the defendant, to your knowledge?
Yes, she did. And when my children were first born, she helped my wife out a little bit with some laundry and stuff.
What, to your understanding, happened to her, if anything?
My understanding was that she was tripped by some of Alec and Maggie's dogs and hit her head, and approximately 3 weeks later,
Damn dogs.
she died.
The dogs fucking murdered her.
You ever talk to the defendant about that event?
That's a terrible way to go.
I recall having a brief conversation. It really wasn't a conversation. It was more him saying that the dogs knocked it down and that the kids were going to sue him.
This
for
is
Gloria's
gross.
death.
That's very annoying.
All right. The kids, which kids are you talking about?
Gloria's 2 boys, I believe she has.
When you say the kids were going to sue him, did he say it in the fashion of that was going to be an aggressive suit, or did he say it in the way that he was going to help out?
Objection.
Oh, I understood exactly that it was going to be a friendly insurance claim, so to speak, so that, hey, this happened in hopes that the insurance company would probably pay them some amount of money.
And sir, when did you hit your head?
I took it to help them
It's
out.
literally every case against an insurance company is you hope the insurance company will just pay out.
Never had another conversation. Well, no, I've never had another conversation with him about it.
Are you familiar with the case known as the Ferris case or the Mack Trucks case?
Mac,
Yes, I'm very
not
familiar
Max.
Did you have any involvement in that case?
Yes, early on, I had some involvement. I was asked to get involved because it dealt with a product failure, which is going back to your reference, has sort of been my specialty over the years. It was where a drive shaft had fallen out of a Mack truck and caused a motorist to have an accident. And when we looked into it, and it turns out there was a recall on it, and so pretty much made it where it wasn't going to be much of a fight about Mack's responsibility. And so I knew it then, and then when I didn't do anything else in it until it was coming up to trial, and I spent a lot of time talking with Alec about evidentiary issues, witnesses, how they were trying the case, and the posture of it, that type of thing. So yeah, I was familiar with it.
Okay. Did you ultimately get involved where you were one of the lawyers representing the Ferrises?
No, I did not help him try it.
Did he have an outside lawyer associated with that, or were there lawyers from other firms associated with that?
Well, as I referenced earlier, sometimes there's more than just 2 law firms. There was a lawyer, a friend of ours in Columbia, that got named Mr. Ridgway, got Mr. Chris Wilson involved, and then in turn, Chris Wilson asked Alec to get involved.
I can't not hear the uhs anymore.
Over the years. So there was 3 law firms.
At some point in May of 2021, did you ever have a conversation with Jeannie Seconder about the, well, let me back up. So ultimately, did Alec and these other lawyers try the Ferris case?
They did.
And did they get a recovery in that case?
They did.
And you know how much Alex Murdaugh's share of the recovery was supposed to be?
I mean, the verdict was several $1 million. I believe that would have been in February of 2021. I believe the share that was supposed to go to PMPED was $792,000 as our portion of the fees.
And you corrected me, that was the amount that was supposed to go to the firm, correct?
That's correct.
$792,000. Did you ever, in May of 2021, did you ever have any conversation with Jeannie Seconder about those fees?
I did.
And tell me what that conversation was, please.
It was sometime in close relation to Alec asking me about structuring attorney's fees. I walked in Lee Cope's office. Lee and Jeannie were having a conversation about that issue and her efforts to get all the paperwork on the Ferris matter. And she was frustrated. She thought she was getting a runaround both from Chris Wilson and Alec. And then she mentioned something to me about that he had suggested to her that he was trying to hide fees from the boating case.
All right. what was your reaction to that when you heard that?
Do you want me to say what I said?
Yes.
You can say the
definitely.
version, or you can say the real version. Either way.
No, give us the real one.
I said, "Oh fuck, no, we're not."
Why was that your reaction?
Well, because to do that under any circumstance was illegal, unethical, and he would be putting us at risk, and we absolutely were not going to participate in anything that was illegal, unethical, or subjected us to.
Oh yeah, no way you'd participate in illegal or
liability
unethical
or
activity. That's crazy.
Created issues with the South Carolina bar.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, "Where's my share"?
That needed
Yes.
to be gotten to the bottom of
Literally,
to make sure that didn't
yes.
happen?
Well, it was Lee, I, and Jeannie, and we put it in her hands because if she told us that she was being told it was in trust at Chris Wilson's office, and you know, I had no reason to doubt that. I thought he was just
You had every reason to doubt that. It's so highly unorthodox.
so it didn't go through our system or something, which would also have been tax fraud on our part.
So that's why you had reason to doubt it.
We got a 1099 at some point in time, and just it was a myriad reasons.
They're all saying it's like we had no way of knowing while admitting that this
I
was
thought
highly
they're saying
irregular.
it was
So that's
there.
how you know
You just
when
take
you're being
care of
asked
it.
to do something highly irregular.
Get the money, and I didn't think any more about it, to be honest with you.
I didn't think about it at all. I was fine with the fraud.
Why would you not be thinking about
Okay,
it?
he's
You're admitting
got
that it's
pressure on him
bizarre.
for his voting case, and maybe thinks if he did an annuity out of Chris's trust account, that it wouldn't be accounted for, but it ultimately had to be accounted for. And I knew that. I do involved a lot of our overseeing, a lot of the accounting and understand it, and there's just no damn way we were going to do that.
At that point in time, you just said you didn't think there was any stealing going on at that point. Not yet, at least. Right.
No,
stealing.
That never came up during that period. We're talking.
That'd be crazy.
May of 2021.
It's a fucking joke. All of these people know exactly what they were doing.
You've
There is no single issue case of fraud in history of the United States.
Yes,
There's
I did.
always complicit parties.
Do you know her fairly well?
I felt like I did, yes. He was a very nice person.
Fuck me, the big Ponzi scheme case. What was that guy's name?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about
Maddow? No.
Yeah, Madoff. Madoff.
That's what I was looking for.
100% complicity with all the investors, getting 20% a year guaranteed year over year. Of course, it's complicit. Everybody's making money.
I knew Paul since he was born.
It's only a problem when the money goes away.
Both he and Buster had always referred to me as Uncle Ronnie. We lived just across the way from each other, so I got to know him. I don't know if he used to, when he got into hunting, he hunted a lot on my property, he and Buster. I have a farm right here in Colvin County where I grew up. And so I got to know him, that way. And then Paul was, you think this would be that hard?
Oh, cry now, God, you fucking loser. I hate this guy.
Paul
so
was really
much.
good with kids, and he took a liking to my
Some people
son
have
when he was
feelings,
younger.
Nick.
But he spent a lot of time
This
with
guy
him. He'd
doesn't
take him
have
hunting,
feelings. He's a lawyer.
They did a lot of hog hunting together. Paul had some hog dogs. And
hog dogs.
Just
Like
was
a hot
around-
dog, but
Is
different.
that really like a thing? Is there such a thing? Are pork hot dogs called hog dogs?
Somebody kid I really love.
He took a liking to my son, and I can't believe he betrayed him. Fuck you. This guy knew everything that was going on. Stop it.
Yes, and then as
Seeing more
and
and
then
more.
sometimes as my son got older,
Ramming this guy every second.
he would go over to Moselle and hunt with Barker. I hunt with Paul.
My son would go to Moselle, but I swear I had no idea
Do you remember
what was
June
going
7th,
on.
2021?
Fuck off. I don't trust these people at all. Call me a
Did
bastard
see
all you
her
want.
earlier that day?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Did you see the defendant at any point during that day that you recall?
You know, I don't recall whether I saw him at the office. I was, had been in a trial in Columbia that
I was
settled-
busy
it was a couple
going,
weeks ago and settled on Friday afternoon, and I came to the office to dig out some stuff.
I was
but,
trying to order lunch over the phone, and it took me 8 hours.
I promised my son as soon as I got out of trial, we'd go offshore fishing. So I would have left work early that day to go get the boat prepared to go fishing. So I don't remember seeing Alec that morning or the office. I could have, but it would have been, I saw him later that night, yes, sometime around 11 p.m.
Before we get there, were you at home at that time?
Yeah, I was at home. We would just got finished getting the boat ready. You know, as a matter of fact, by way of example, we had invited Paul to go fishing with us.
Matter of fact, by way of example, that's an
work.
interesting phraseology.
My son had called him about it. You know, it was, you know, I think we had just eaten supper and, you know, sitting there looking at weather and looking at all the things you do before you go offshore.
Did you get a phone call? Did you get a text?
It's
My
not
wife
Brandon.
got a phone call, I believe, from
Lesko
Randy's
says
wife wanting
that's 2 accounts, obligatory
partner,
contribution to your
Mark
liver
Ball's
destruction
wife,
fund.
Lisa's phone number. She's a registered nurse. And it was sort of a quick phone
Who needs a
call.
liver
She
anyway?
Gave it to her.
I have
don't
2 of
know,
those.
She just couldn't get it at the time.
No, you don't.
At some point,
Shut your
after
mouth,
that,
Kurt.
I called Randy and asked
You got multiple lobes.
you know, what was going on. And I don't remember his exact words, but it was something about
You're not my dad.
Maggie and Paul.
You're my real dad.
When you heard that, what was your reaction?
I guess the best to describe as shock, alarm.
Lucen Deal says, what are you, Kurt, a biologist?
Told my wife I had to go, and I got in my vehicle.
Overqualified for Supreme Court for sure.
Moselle.
Did you get there? About what time do you think you got there?
I did get there and arrived at.
That's 3 us in the
gonna
first
say
half of the
somewhere on one side or the other of 11 o'clock.
Did you go to the residence or did you go to the?
I want an counter. If we could
Well,
get
when
a
I
counter
got there,
that
I
flips.
could see
I'll just do a
lights. I didn't
shot
know
every
where to
time
go,
the
but when I
prosecutor
got
proves
there,
the
I
murder.
could see the lights.
You'll
stand
be
by.
sober as
And I was
forever.
familiar with Moselle. I've been there many times.
Be a fucking
and so I went
Amish.
to the lights, you could see there was law enforcement lights, maybe it could have been a Carlton Fire and Rescue, but.
Did you
it was
drive
obvious
over the
that's where
tire
we were going.
tracks?
So I came in the main gate, and turned right on
Look, I'm just going to ask
what used to be
you,
a runway.
did you kill Maggie and Paul? It's not Brandon Lesko says this guy blows. Give him
out
a
of the
roast
car?
and toast on me.
I did.
Look, this is just lawyer Crosby who
talk
wishes
to
he was a
anyone at that point?
Cosby but didn't have any Quaaludes.
I'm confident that
Cheers
my
to the
partner, Mark
prospective
Ball, was
rapist.
already there. Alec was there. And I know I spoke with both of them.
Were Maggie and Paul still there?
Yeah, they're Maggie and Paul were there.
Were Maggie and Paul still there?
Time warp.
Yeah, they're Maggie and Paul were there.
What was left of them?
Did you talk to the defendant at any point that night?
I did.
I did. Was it
How late-
privileged?
how
Did he
long
think
did
you were his
stay at
attorney?
Moselle
Object.
That first time you arrived after Maggie and Paul's murder.
We stayed outside, and at some point, I'm going to say I stayed until about 3:30. It just seems we were standing around back in the house, and it just like we didn't know what to do or what to say, and I knew that Alec was going to have a long few days, several days coming up, and I was like, guys, we're not doing any good here. We need to all go get some sleep and so we can deal with tomorrow. And I think I was the first one to leave, and I almost feel like everybody else pretty much left in the period of time after that. But but I know it's the first to leave, and I think it's around 3:30.
Did you return to Moselle the next day?
I did.
Did you have conversations with the defendant the next day?
Yes.
Over the course of the night of and the next day, you have conversations with the defendant. Did he either tell you or were you present when he related to you his activities the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, I gained an understanding of the events of that night over multiple conversations and sometimes perhaps just questions.
Statements against interest incoming?
I mean, without being a lawyer, you
Probably
would
not.
want to figure that out, and being a lawyer.
I think we're going to have this huge fight over privilege. It's going to be deemed admissible, and the statement's going to be, Moselle sure is pretty this time of year.
It should be a fight over privilege. This guy's talking as a lawyer, as a lawyer, as a lawyer. Fuck off, dude. You can't talk about any of this shit. What are you doing?
He told me, and when I say me,
Kill yourself or get rid of your license. Fuck off.
I mean, we were all back at the house at Moselle providing support for, our friend who just lost his family. And that he'd worked and I'm somewhere 5:30 to 6 had left work, that he went to Moselle, that Paul had come home from work, and that they rode around. And then at some point they went back to the house and had dinner. And Maggie was there, is my understanding. And then after dinner, Maggie and Paul went outside and to the dog kennels, and that he sat on the couch and fell asleep. And that would have been around 8 o'clock that he sat on the couch. And
Did you testify to that? That's what he did?
He
It doesn't help the
8, 9
prosecution
o'clock, he was
timeline.
asleep on the couch, or he was at the house.
He said I took it that he laid down on the couch, maybe watching TV, and fell asleep. And
Maybe he's
around 9
quoting
o'clock,
specifically that the guy started by
woke
saying,
up, and then somewhere around 9 o'clock, he went to back to Varnville to Alameda to check on his mother.
Tell me how that disagrees with the plaintiff's timeline.
Well, he said he
or the
laid,
defendant's timeline.
on the bed with her. He didn't give
It's all the more proof you see because it's how well established his alibi is.
to comfort her because I understood
Or something. The
and
non-proof is a different
he
kind of
said
proof.
that he came back to Moselle and that he went to the house and that when he got to the house, he discovered.
Say
that
all
Maggie
one more time. Say it. I
Paul
dare
was
you.
not there, and that he then got back in his car or his Suburban, which was an office issued vehicle, and he drove down to the kennels. And it's more than just kennels there. I think y'all have seen maybe the sheds there. And he discovered Maggie.
We need to get
Paul's
we need to get a zapper. Those things on his
Did he
neck.
say
Press a button.
whether or not
Conditional training is the only
he
way.
had gone
Hook it
down
up to his
the kennels
nipples,
with Maggie and
except
Paul
he'd like
before
it.
he left to go to Alameda after 9 p.m.
Clifford Barnes says,
That
Nick, methinks you
came
need
up
a
in
drink
one of the
to your
conversations
cold-hearted,
that he's,
your cold-hearted
specifically said that
man.
he did not.
Here you go, Clifford.
I'm going to play for you what's been admitted into evidence as States 297.
Thank you, Clifford, you beautiful French
I want you to
man.
listen to it and tell me if you recognize any voices on this video.
Yeah, Clifford's a good find.
Hey, what's up, Sean?
Hey guys, is this his body double or?
This is Crosby.
Is this one of the apartments?
He's one of his former partners.
Oh.
Am I the only one who sees Lindsey Graham?
No, he sounds like Lindsey Graham.
I don't know, maybe just all you did.
Did I miss any bombshells while I was gone?
Blam, blam.
You guys make me drink way too much. I gotta pee again. I'll be right back.
It's the chicken.
Is a chicken.
That's my theory of the case. It's all chicken revenge.
Hey, in Zelda, if you hit too many chickens, they attack you.
That's right. Skyrim too, wasn't it? That if you attack chicken, they attack you.
Did you recognize any voices on that video?
The three voices on that video are the voices of Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh.
And how sure are you?
100%.
How sure are you?
I'm 100% sure that's whose voices are on that the audio there.
Really?
That's hilarious if it wasn't their voice.
It would be amazing if it was like none of those three.
I can't wait for after all the money he stole from you, did you want to kill him?
Yeah.
Is this law firm pretty close knit?
Yeah, we're very close knit. A group of lawyers. I think we
Are you hiring?
have a very
Do I want a job?
family-like environment with our staff.
They have a vacancy.
The lawyers are all very close. A lot of us do and still do, a lot of activities together. Our families grew up together. And a great experience working with these guys.
Although the accountant chick said she'd never spoken to Maggie or Paul.
These
I think she was
murders of
an
Maggie and Paul, did it send
I'm at that
shockwave through the law
BAC that's
firm,
enviable
greater
because
family?
if you spit in the hooker's mouth, she can't drive home.
Well, yes, it did. Just beyond the
I love
horror
Kurt's
and
face.
disbelief, we
Too much.
we didn't have an understanding. I mean, every staff had a general sense of insecurity and fear. We had to take a lot of security measures because we did not have an understanding of what the possibilities out there could be. And then this horrific loss of, I think Paul had, the kids, Maggie would come up to the law firm regularly, maybe need to use computer or just to see Alec or whatever. So and it was as much of a shock as you could imagine.
In the wake of this tragedy, did the law firm family rally to the defendant's aid?
We did. We were there every day for the rest of the week. And as y'all already know, Mr. Randolph passed away in the wake of this. So it was a really bad week where the Murdaugh family in particular, but all of us needed to be together to support each other.
With all of this tragedy and the support and the outpouring and everything going on, did you have any discussion about what to do about the Ferris fees, or was there a discussion that this
To
can't
kill
be
any of the
time to
Murdaughs?
bring this up?
The only discussion that I recall was Alec told you they were in trust. There's no way we're going to talk about money in this. And we had no reason to not believe that. I wasn't aware of some of Jeannie's conversations,
I went home and cleaned my guns.
They were in trust. I trusted him, and I said, let's just leave it be. You know, I don't know. I would just not something that you would talk about as money in the wake of such tragedy that had gone on the week of June 7th, including the loss of Mr. Randolph.
At some point in July of 2021, did it come to your understanding that at least the firm had heard from Chris Wilson's firm that supposedly those missing fees were in his trust account?
That was reported to me. I did not look at the email, but it was reported, and that was even further confirmation that we didn't have an issue, because we had worked on many cases with Mr. Wilson's law firm. And if he's said it, another lawyer who's a friend and colleague said, I've got the money, then, you know, it wasn't something to be concerned about.
Before I get to ask you this, you said that you had developed a relationship with Paul. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you eulogize Paul at his
Was it a gay relationship?
I did.
Did you touch Paul's pee-pee?
And you and your
On a
son
scale of 1 to Lindsey Graham,
went
how would you
and fished
describe
and
it?
do outdoor things with Paul?
Do you also have ladybugs?
On a scale of 0 to ladybugs, how much did Paul
That's
lick
how
your
you got
butt?
to know him well.
Well, you got to understand that even like when we go to legal conventions, a lot of time we take our kids with us. And I was just around Paul a lot. It wasn't just hunting and fishing, but he pretty much had free reign of my property. But he would always tell me. Paul was a very polite young man. And
When he wasn't killing women.
even though he could, he would always let me know. And you know, he killed a lot of his first deer on our property, and
Killed his first
He killed
deer,
a lot
bad
of
word
things.
choice.
got to see him grow up.
Did Paul have a shotgun?
I can't wait for the cross of this idiot.
Well, I agree.
I would see Paul with a like a 12 gauge Benelli Super Black Eagle.
Of course you would.
3-inch Magnum.
Specifically, yes. Yeah.
With a 3-inch
Camouflage
Magnum
on.
shell pointed at his kid all the
Did,
time.
Paul
Fuck
occasionally
off,
like to
you
hunt
loser.
There was a period of
Did
time.
he talk about
where
freshly
he
laundered
was
clothes yet?
He had dogs and those 300 blackout.
I have the clothes in my jacket.
You know, he would do it, and I love for him to come to my property to do it, because anybody has ever seen what hogs do to property, they're a nuisance, and so I was happy for him to come and shoot them.
And he used what gun for that?
Well, you know, in the early years, he used a 300 a lot, and then they got where they were catching them and killing them with knives and stuff like that. So they you know, the hog hunters do it in different ways, but the 300 blackout, I think, was usually accompanying them.
They were killing them with knives. They were spear hunting.
Have any conversation, or were you privy to any conversation in which Alec talked
Seen
about
videos of it. Looks
family
pretty
300
cool.
blackouts?
I'm not getting that close to a hog. They're nasty.
No, I agree, but
That's why God invented rifles.
The day after, I saw the casings that night and thought that they were 223s. And when I found out the next day from somebody with Carlton County, one of the guys I knew who was there, that there were actually 300 blackouts. You know, we started inquiring of.
wait, so he was at the crime scene?
Paul's and Buster's.
Yeah, he went after
Were located, and I remember asking
the next day.
Alec about it, and he said that one of them was in the room, and that he didn't know where the other one was.
Did he mention a third one at that time?
At some point, he did. That there was
Go
a.
ahead.
He said that one of them had gotten stolen or misplaced, which if it was misplaced, that would not seem odd to me, because Paul was pretty good about, he would sometimes leave his guns at my place. And then
You have the murder weapons?
at some point in time. I don't recall the dates on any of that.
Yeah, that's questionable now.
Did he tell you what happened to the replacement?
No, I assumed that the replacement was, that they still had the replacement. I never heard anything about anything with the replacement, just that they had a total of 3. And I remembered that Mr. Bedingfield had built those rifles.
That was a lot of necessarily volunteered information.
You guys think Alex, whatever, will testify now? I think he's got to. I think he's going to do it.
How much? This guy lost a couple mil, right?
You testified that after
Like a mill?
No, he lost a couple $1 million out of this, right?
You'd gotten an email, or at least been informed that there had been.
Well, the firm
some
did, yeah.
representation
So
that
by
was
extension,
supposed to
him.
have those
Yeah.
fees, correct?
Yeah,
That's correct.
I kill somebody if they stole a couple million from me.
Moving into September
I don't
of
see what he has to
2021,
lose
did
by
you have any
testifying.
trial or anything going on?
He's going
that
to
you were
get
actively
convicted
involved
on
in at
these
the time?
fraud crimes.
Once the financial crimes come in, I think he's got to testify.
Why not? What's the downside?
Yeah.
They got in all the character evidence they want. Now all you can do is bolster it.
Over in Dorchester County, that was going to last.
And if he's a master manipulator and super charmer like they say he
Did you
is, it
receive
should be
any
great for the
communications from your
jury,
firm
honestly.
about any issues regarding the defendant?
We were doing pretrial motions, things that you do before trial starts. There's a lot of work that gets done by the court. And so we were taking care of a lot of things to keep the jury from waiting around during the trial beforehand. And September 2nd, we were over arguing motions and taking care of pretrial matters. And so when I got out of court, I saw that I'd missed communications from one of my partners, Mark Baldwin. And I called him. And
This guy's
he
a
said, "We have
litigator?
a problem." And I was
It's
like,
amazing.
and he said, "You have to come now."
He's like that first defense attorney in My Cousin Vinny. Remember the guy that gets fired?
Yeah. Well, it sounds like
And he didn't ever tell me what it was, but he said, "You have to."
You can make a
sounds-
techno song out of that, guys.
I could tell the urgency.
it sounds like Alec was the rock star of the firm, though.
Told me where to meet him, and that would have been.
I think he was the rainmaker rather than the practitioner.
He had 50% of the cases in the county, according to the previous
Not on my way
testimony.
home, but
Yeah.
so insistent.
That's what I'm saying. That's a rainmaker.
The county only has 35,000 people.
Met when I got there. Danny and Mark were there, waiting on me.
And ultimately, what was your discussion?
Not New York County.
Well,
I was
they're getting
given
hurt a lot.
a folder that had paperwork in it, and that paperwork consisted of checks, both front and back. And I was asked to review them.
Can you go a sentence without saying please?
Called the fake forged checks.
I believe the fake forged checks, there was not all of them that Ms. Seconder went over, but I believe that there was, I could probably call the names of most of them that were there. I know it was Anderson, Bush, Moore. There was probably about 5 or 6 of them.
1927
I believe they had a
Yankees.
copy of the Ferris check there too.
Ferris check.
Yes, and I'd sat for a minute and reviewed it. And I think Danny said, "You're going to need a drink." And so,
Did you have a drink?
yeah, ultimately more than one.
Do you have a couple? Yeah, attaboy.
Just like every other day. Just a normal morning.
Well, they
My
didn't tell
favorite
me what was
complaint
in it.
about
They
my
let me
early
review it
streaming
on my
was,
own.
oh, this guy seems very unprofessional. He's
immediately said,
drinking.
"This
What
is-
lawyer
This
drinks?
is bad." And
All of them, you idiot.
Yeah, we got.
And
Let's talk a little bit about drug and alcohol use at the bar.
we have to terminate.
It's called the bar for a reason, people.
Yeah.
And that was within.
It'll fool us into attending the meetings.
a long period of time because the way Jeannie had it laid out,
Oh shit, are there drinks there?
it was clear what had happened and that this money had been stolen.
Did any of the partners go to confront Alec with this information that had been uncovered?
Yes, there was a meeting the following morning at Lee's house. I did not attend. I did not need to attend. I was still getting ready for trial. I had already decided where this was going, and they met.
You came to prejudgment.
We, Danny and Randy, Alec's brother, went and met with Alec.
And what was your understanding of what the defendant said as a result of that?
That he admitted and said that he knew he was going to get caught at some point in time, and admitted to them that he did it.
And that's when he would kill his wife and son.
Yeah, he admitted the financial crimes to other people. Therefore, again, this goes against motive. If he's admitted to other people, if he's made all these statements, I know I'm going to get caught. I know I'm going to get tagged for the financial stuff. It makes less and less sense that there's a financial motive for murder. And I hope the defense zeroes in on that. Because if I'm drunk and I recognize that, then the defense should be like, wait, so you're saying he knew he was going to get caught?
The firm engaged in a very extensive investigation to the
He knew he's going to get
the
tagged.
extent of any alleged misappropriation that the defendant had done related to client fee, or excuse me, firm fees or client money?
We did. We initially turned over what we had to state law enforcement, and then decided to, we immediately decided to hire an outside forensic auditor to come in and look at our books to see if there was anything else. But parallel with that, we were doing our own internal investigation into his files.
And was Jeannie Seckinger, as your CFO, was she heavily involved in that review?
She was a point person doing that with whatever support staff she needed under my supervision and
now they got her supervision.
and Lee's supervision.
It's not Brandon Lesko says there's literally nothing non-PC with the Epstein joke I've been trying to send. Drink up Shyster.
In the firm as that investigation went forward.
I'm very familiar with all of it.
Cheers, Brandon.
Are the results of those accurate as you've been able to review firm records and gather information?
The documents that were entered into evidence earlier today through Ms. Seckinger are accurate.
Joe J says Alex pleads guilty to one crime of stealing money, right? Couldn't that be the one thing he admitted that he did it?
Years.
Yeah. The admission through a third party isn't actually an admission. I mean, it's a statement against interest. That's
had found out
evidence like anything else.
that the
This
defendant
isn't a
was
big
allegedly
gotcha on the
diverting money
financial crimes.
to an account in the
Oh,
name
the
of a
financial crimes.
business,
He's fucking guilty.
an
He's
account that
going to
he
go to
actually
prison
controlled, and then
forever.
converting that to personal use client money. What would you have done?
Doesn't mean he killed his kids.
If I had become aware of it, he would have been asked to resign, or I would have forced a vote, and he would have been terminated under our contract.
What else, if anything, would you have done?
I would have done the same thing we did, would have turned it over to law enforcement and would have reported to the South Carolina bar because of it affected our business and our trust account.
Wait, he
If
said
at
would
any
have?
point over the years you had found out that the defendant had been diverting fees that would properly due the firm and spending those for personal use and never accounting for them and not being truthful with firm members, what, if anything, would you have done?
He would have been asked to resign, or a vote would have been called and he would have been terminated.
What else would you have done, if anything?
Because that conduct
Ought to kill them.
illegal, it would have been reported to law enforcement as well as the South Carolina bar.
Well, it would have. Does that mean they didn't report it?
If at any point in time you had uncovered or had discovered information that the defendant
Big
was
no-no.
having checks issued from the firm trust account in the name of Palmetto State Bank, and then having someone at the bank convert those into checks that he could use for personal use, what, if anything, would you have done?
I'm guessing that he would have called a vote to have him kicked out and would have reported to law enforcement and then the bar.
Would have asked for his immediate resignation and or forced a vote, and he would have been terminated. His activities would have been reported to law enforcement as well as any activities of anyone at the bank who was complicit in this what I would call a money laundering scheme.
Wow.
And in each one of those instances, would the firm have also engaged in a detailed review to determine the extent of any alleged misappropriation?
Well, absolutely, and I could only wish that one of those clients early on had brought that something to our attention, so we could have dealt with it years ago.
Nothing further at this time.
Uh-oh. Joe lost the bet, or Andrew lost the bet, whoever it was.
What was the bet?
What the last question was going to be?
Well,
so someone owes Nick $20.
The last question from Law and Lumber was, did you know the client? That's what he said. He said he's got $20 on it. Did you know the client? Because he wanted him to say, I thought I did. I thought I did.
Law and Lumber owes you $20.
Yeah.
There you go. I remember. I'm paying attention. I forgot who, but I knew someone did. So paying half attention.
Stretch break.
Yeah.
They finished direct.
Stretch break before fucking cross. And I imagine cross to this guy. If the cross on this guy isn't brutal, I'm going to be pissed off.
Did he finish with "Did you know him"?
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
No. That's
Nick, and I don't know. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. When he was saying like what they would do, did they not report him to the state bar?
It was questions like, if you had discovered it at this point, what would you have done?
Okay.
And then it's like, well, we would have done what we did do. When we
Okay,
did
I just wanted to
discover
make
it,
sure
so.
because I'm like,
Yeah. So they asked him basically at 3 different points if you had discovered this.
Yeah.
It's like, well, the third time I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know what the answer is since I've already heard it twice.
okay, I just want to make sure I heard that right because I was
This should be a spicy
trying to answer an
cross.
email.
This should be a very spicy cross.
Yeah.
Mr. Griffin?
I would hope so. They should rip this guy apart. He's a piece of garbage for them. David says, have a drink for me. I'm stuck hauling a load of candles to Columbus, Ohio. Can't partake till tomorrow night. Thanks for the entertainment. Look, what are we going to do about the candle makers? My favorite book, not Atlas Shrugged, Anthem by Ayn Rand.
Can we get this photo?
But what about the candle makers is the most pertinent question in American politics today, because these motherfuckers say, what about the candle makers to literally everything? If you don't understand, you need to read.
It's good. It's good. It's good.
They still make candles, just incidentally.
Mr. Crosby,
Took him 5 years to transfer from torches to candles, Kurt.
A comment you made, and
I just love their candles.
just want to confirm it. You were informed by folks at the meeting when Alex was confronted about financial misdeeds. According to the reports you received, that Alex's response was he knew he was going to get caught at some point in time. Is
There we
that
go.
what was reported to you?
That's what I recall.
And
Here's the drink for David. Cheers.
he did. He asked you to speak at eulogize Paul at Paul's funeral.
Excuse me.
He did, and I did.
Yeah, and you was very close to Paul, and Paul was a super guy, wasn't he?
Yes to both of those questions.
You said that Paul carried around a 300 blackout and a 12 gauge shotgun, a Benelli Super Eagle, I believe you said.
That's my memory. And then, obviously they had numerous guns, but I had seen Paul with those on multiple occasions.
If I showed you a Benelli Super Eagle that's in the courtroom, would you be able to recognize it's Paul's or not? Or?
I don't know.
Of course it's Paul's. That's a waste of a question. We know it's his. Fuck off. Stop it. Yes, please show the Super Eagle gun that we know is Paul's or Alex. It doesn't matter.
Trying to not point it at anybody, but does this look like Paul's gun?
I'll say it looked like it. Will I say it was? I can't say that.
Understand, and Your Honor, I'm holding up, for the record, State's Exhibit number 4. And I put my papers down. Also, you testified that when you got to Moselle the night of the 7th, that you were, you went through the main entrance, and that's the entrance with the, I guess, the brick facade or whatever, the brick gates opening up. That's the main entrance you went in?
Yes, there's a brick facade and then I think metal iron gates, but they were open.
And then if you go up and you would have gone straight to the house if you'd gone straight, but you turn right, and you said, and there's a little roadway there, an old runway, and you were able to get back up to where the kennels were from that direction, correct?
That's correct. It's not far when you turn right,
Right.
a couple hundred yards maybe.
And then, but you said you were able to see shell casings, what you thought would be 223. Where were they?
The one, I don't think I saw every one that was there.
Fuck me, it's not Brandon Lesko.
Seeing
Says-
one, seems like in the,
I hereby request a get drunk poll in the chat, as I will be quite busy shortly. You're open to your open devices, hopefully shots. I look forward to you getting hammered with high hopes and a lofty zeal.
to the road from.
Cheers, brother. I'll make a poll. Should Nick get fucking drunk?
So were you able to get inside the
Clearly, it's going to come out now.
the crime scene tape?
Probably.
Definitely.
I don't know if there was crime scene tape up at that point in time.
So you were able, as you recall, just to walk up. Well, were Maggie and Paul's bodies covered at the time you got there?
Yes.
The chat is up.
But you were able
Poll
to
is
get
up, I
into
mean.
the crime scene close enough where you could tell what you thought caliber of the shell case.
Right, and I didn't walk from where I was parked there. I walked completely around the hangar and went over to talk to people I knew that were there, the fire and rescue people, just to get what their assessment was. And I could see from where they were positioned, I could see, I wasn't like, I didn't get over it, but I could see from a distance, and I'm very familiar with firearms, and I saw what I thought was a 223 casing.
And you later learned, I guess, the next day on the 8th that it wasn't a 223, but a 300 blackout. Is that right?
Yes, and I can't for the life of me tell you there was that point in time, there was some law enforcement out in the hangar and around, and I just asked a question, and they corrected me.
Right. Okay. And that and you started to assist any way you could with trying to find out who could have done this. Isn't that right?
Well, Jim, I didn't that night. I was trying to get it. We were starting to, I don't know. It was shot, man. But out in the days following, we had a lot of conversation amongst my partners and I about who could have done this, and obviously we were theorizing on stuff, and
Oh shit! They got the long Cucks logo up
with
there.
very
Boom.
little information, obviously, but we were trying to find out things whether Paul had been in an argument with anyone, or you know, if anybody had. I don't know. It's just what you would naturally do is ask questions.
One of the things you went down to Jimmy Butler's. You remember that?
I did.
Now, what's Jimmy Butler?
Jimmy Butler's a business in Barnville that does mechanic work. He sells trailers. He sells portable buildings. Used to sell cars, but I had learned that Paul had taken his truck there the Friday before the murders.
Right. And so the Friday before the murders, Paul's truck, and what was his normal truck? Was it F?
It was a F-150.
A white F-150.
White F-150.
And you had understood that his white F-150 was put in the shop at Jimmy Butler.
Yes, and I specifically was going to see if Paul's guns were in his truck.
Right. And did you check the truck?
I did. I looked inside of it, and I also got. I had learned that the late Mr. Rowe.
What do you guys think the black truck's name is?
At the time, and had taken him over to pick him up for taking.
This Seals My Cotton.
Drop off for repairs.
Is that the truck?
And I asked Mr. Butler to pull surveillance tape so I could see if Paul got his guns out of his truck while he was getting out of one vehicle into another.
And because you
just called Charleston, I guess.
Carry the guns in his truck, right?
Right, and I believe actually when I looked in there was still a pistol and some shotgun shells, that type of stuff in there. But I didn't.
Fort Sumter.
I didn't see any long guns. I didn't get inside of his truck and rummage around. I just looked.
And so you didn't observe any 300 blackout or any shotgun in Paul's truck at Jimmy Butler. Is that right?
I did not.
And then I think you also looked at videotape to see if Paul took guns out of his truck when he got back in. I guess Mr. Rowe picked him up. Is that right?
That's correct. And another one of another pickup that Ellen had on the farm.
And you didn't see Paul removing any guns from his truck when he got in the truck with Mr. Rowe?
That was not evident on the video.
No, would have been fine. No, I did not observe it.
And I could see him getting out of one vehicle into the other.
And you were down there on the morning of the 8th, and after SLED had released the crime scene. And when I say there, I'm talking about down at the kennels. Were you not?
Yes, I was asked to go there by Randy's brother, Alec.
Okay. And I don't want to be too grotesque at all, but just were there still blood and biological material there at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. And did you notice that there were some still birdshot pellets in the feed room that had not been collected by the SLED agent?
Yes. They were what appeared to me to be we could pretty much tell what they were, yeah, from looking up. And I believe they would have been a TSS type load.
Okay. And did you gather those up to your knowledge?
Did I?
You or anybody, with you?
Mr. Griffin, I apologize.
Call me.
We know each other, so I
Please,
apologize.
call me Jim.
That area in that room.
This fucking chat has me tossed.
Well,
I'll
we
be right
could
back.
see 'em. It was so bad.
So drunk, I gotta pee.
We thought we were going to, at some point, clean it up, but it overwhelmed both my partner, Mark, and I. Well, we could see that, and we could see everything, all the other aftermath. We were getting biological material. It just couldn't be there. It was bad, and it was overwhelming us. So, no, I did not try to collect evidence.
And the scene inside that feed room, I take it as something that still is etched in your mind's eye memory.
Yes.
When you were down there, when you got there the first time, I believe you went up to Mark Ball, and he was there. He got there before you.
Maybe a few minutes. We had already talked about, that.
Did it look to you and Mark like the crime scene was being preserved and carefully keeping people off of areas that maybe
Okay.
shouldn't be
So interesting
trampling on?
point. So he was allowed access to this area, which was still
Well, it was my understanding that the crime
soaked
scene
in
had been released, so.
material. So
Well, I'm talking about 11 o'clock. I'm sorry, I jumped back. 11 o'clock when you got there.
they weren't doing a very good job preserving the crime scene.
When you pulled up, as I understand, you walked around the shed, the workshop, and went to the back, and maybe Mr. Ball was back there. I could have that wrong, but is that what happened?
Well, we were there. I saw people working through the crime scene. And you're kind of asking me for an opinion that I don't feel qualified to give, because I assumed that whatever was going on was being done with whatever procedures. But there were people in that, in the crime scene doing various things.
Okay. And I'm not asking you to give an opinion. I would just ask you if anyone expressed an opinion in your presence about they shouldn't be doing this or should be doing that.
I don't specifically recall.
Okay. Did at some point in time, you and Mark and whoever else, were y'all directed to go to the main residence at?
We were, and for the life of me, I can't tell you who told us to go. I can tell you it was at the time that whoever is the photographer for the crime scene, they were getting ready to start, taking photographs, and it was stated that we're going to photograph the scene. Y'all go to the house. We don't, you don't need to be in these photographs.
Okay. And so who all went to the house? Best you can remember.
I know I did. I know Mark did. Austin Crosby, who's one of my partners, did. Danny Henderson did. Randy Murdaugh did. John Marvin did. Alec at some point did. And he may have been, I believe he was accompanied by some officers when he came.
Nail this guy.
Maybe Chris Wilson may have. The others I'm positive of.
He ruined your reputation. He stole from you. He tarnished everything you've ever worked for in your entire life. You hate him, don't you?
Anybody from law enforcement had.
I'd hate this guy. I would hate
the resident, inspected the resident
Murdaugh
before you guys went in.
I don't know that I would know what it would look like if it had been searched. It was my perception that it had not been searched yet.
Brandon Lesko, I love and hate you at the same time.
And then you mentioned at some point in time, Alec came up and maybe law enforcement were with him.
Mr. Griffin, my memory is that Alec came in and at or about the same time, 2 agents came, and I remember them collecting his clothes is what stands out to me. One stood in the doorway or the foyer to the house. We were kind of in the living room and maybe the kitchen area. And then another agent, and I'm assuming it was SLED, but it was kind of blurry, and it happened pretty quickly. Went maybe to the door of a bedroom while Elliot was changing clothes, and then he brought his clothes out and gave them to the agent who stood in the edge of the living room or foyer or whatever you want to call it.
And did the agent just open up a bag and Alec dumped his clothes in the bag? Is that how you remember it? A paper bag?
I do not know what the composition of the bag was. It was a bag, and it seemed to me the agent was holding the bag out like open,
right?
And that Alec kind of had his clothes in his fingers and just dropped them in is what my memory was. And what that was, I only recall there being one bag and he dropped them in, and it was like a pretty quick transaction.
His clothes were not put on a hanger for sure. Is that right?
No, Alec had them in his hands when he came out of the bedroom. He was in there long enough to take those off, and I think he put back on another pair of shorts or something and a shirt.
IJI says, remember, you need to save some stamina for the night stream super chats. Oh, I got you, brother. Don't worry. We got State of the Union tonight. I can't be stopped. I can't be stopped.
Maybe it was that green powder that you're doing that gives you all the energy.
Yeah. Go ahead and take your, go ahead and get your, what the hell is it called? Fieldofgreens.com.
Sorry,
Promo code NOSE. That'll help you
Just
navigate
say
all
yeah,
of the
then
drunkenness.
right where you are, and that happens.
It's not Brandon Lesko says, I agree. If veterans especially went out of their way to send you their special whiskey, you got to drink it. Military special up next. No, disgusting. Military special is the worst.
One of your interviews with SLED that
I got a disorderly
Alec had
conduct
some
ticket for
annoying
military special whiskey.
quirks, and one of them, he would just take phone calls. in the
It's
middle
so
of
bad.
deposition.
So I got arrested once in college.
Would
Ugh.
he get phone calls from his family, Buster, Maggie, and Paul, and drop everything and take the calls?
I've witnessed that.
Was that frequent?
Yes, he would do it in depositions. He would do it in the middle of a conversation, and not with them, but definitely with them. And even in partner meetings and stuff, he would take a call and walk out of the room.
Sure. You had mentioned in your testimony that when you were asked by this second juror about the Sparrows fee issue, that really your concern was not that Alec was diverting fees, but he was trying to shelter fees from being disclosed in the civil case. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, let's make sure definitionally we're talking about the same thing. My concern was not that he was stealing because I trusted him. I had no reason to believe that he was stealing. It was the latter, that what she conveyed to me was he was wanting to hide some fees or hide money somehow. I don't remember it being said that it was like I heard earlier in Maggie's name. It was just that he was going to take the fees from Chris Wilson's account so there wouldn't be any record, is the way I understood it, in our trust account.
Right. And you said, F no, we're not doing that.
Those were my words.
Right. The, what was Alex, scratch that. After the murders of Maggie and Paul, did you, the immediate aftermath and going forward a few months, did Alec come to the office much?
It was sporadic, but
No, I'm falling into a coma, folks.
that he was having a lot of
And I'm not drinking.
trouble sleeping.
Maybe that would help.
It's great for this testimony, I tell you.
Just lost his family and his father, and him and his father were very close. We were aware that, or had understanding that he was taking like medicine to try to help him sleep, and maybe for anxiety, and just
That's the pills.
the normal things that you.
Now they're covering for the CFO's comment.
When he came, I would walk in his office and he'd be falling asleep in his chair. He'd be sitting in there, which was evident to me that he wasn't sleeping well. And so I know,
Or that he was on opioids.
Second you mentioned
Just knock you
pills
out.
earlier that he was taking. That's what we knew he was taking, because he couldn't sleep at night. He'd be up at all hours of the night.
And did you notice changes in his physical appearance, losing weight?
Yes, he was losing weight. I don't think he was eating very well by reports.
And
by reports.
And I guess let's sort of go back. The night of June 7th, the morning of June 8th was, I mean, what was his demeanor?
Well, his demeanor is that he was upset. I could tell that, and
You see him cry?
yeah, we cried together. I mean, he kept telling me, especially to me, he kept telling me how much Paul loved me, and every time he would say that, we would it would be emotional. I mean, and then he told me that several times over the next few days. It was just almost be how he would start a conversation with me would be to talk about Paul.
And then, did he spend a lot of time with Buster down at Maggie's parents in Somerville, do you know?
I knew they were. Can you give me the time frame?
So
Can you give me the time frame?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I know he and Maggie's parents had a good relationship, and I recall, because in some of this, I remember seeing some texts between he and I that he was down there. I don't remember. Well, they're dated. I'm sure you have them. And he told me he was down with Maggie's parents. It was one of the days in that time immediately following the murders.
Right. And then at one point in time around, I don't know if it's 4th of July, did he come to your place by boat, or do you remember that? And
it would. Can't say that it was on the 4th of July, but I remember.
Wait, he came to your place
his
by
brother
boat?
Randy and his wife.
Connected by a waterway to your house?
I had
Did
invited
you kill him?
to my house, for the 4th, and for spend, and they had, something that those of us in the law firm do a lot, that spend time on the weekends together, and they were there, and I'd asked Alex to come over, and he and Buster came by boat from Edison.
Right. And Alex was carrying a gun with him on the boat, was he not?
Yes, he had a gun in a what I want to call a shopping bag, like a cloth type, shopping bag, not one of those plastic ones.
Had you ever seen Alex carrying a gun around before for protection before the murder?
No.
Some point in time, Alec and Buster and the family put out a reward, did they not, for capture of tips for whoever would lead to the arrest of whoever killed Maggie and Paul. You remember that?
I do remember that and who all was involved in the funding of it. I don't know, but there was a reward. I believe it was I know a reward was put out.
And the firm agreed to administer it if there was anyone step forward.
We did.
One second, Your Honor.
Has there been anything in this testimony that is useful at all to the state?
Like someone's pumping sleeping gas into my office.
I mean, look.
This is why I had to stop covering it, because I wanted to die.
Brandon
Now I'm here with
Lesko.
Nick.
Brandon Lesko has got me a little bit hammered.
Correct.
But I still don't think I'm missing anything here. Like, this is pointless.
Firm have to ever pay anybody for that reward?
That's it for Cross.
No.
You're asked a lot of questions about your interactions and relationship with Alex Murdaugh. You've known Alex Murdaugh how long?
Do you know him? You really know him? 25 years.
Well, I guess a total of 25 years.
Did you really know Alex Murdaugh?
Oh.
What's the question?
Did he really know Alex Murdaugh?
Question.
Did he know Alex Murdaugh? Did he really know Alex Murdaugh? I sustain the objection.
Well, there it is. There's the "Did you really know him?" question.
Okay. Well, you can.
And then what's the final question? Rob wins.
Okay,
At the
Rob
end of the
wins.
day, Rob fucking wins.
All right, you owe Rob $20.
I'll send him I'll send him a $20 super chat for sure. For sure. Because he nailed it. Okay, it wasn't when they closed the case, but it was at the end. Do you really know Alex Murdaugh? Oh, come on. Come on. So boring. Let's see. RGK86. Nick, please take a shot for me. Stuck at work listening to this masterpiece. And Bronco, what do you typically conceal carry? Bingers.
These days, SIG 365 XL with a Hollow Sun 507, the green one.
What's coming up next, Mr. Waters?
Beta.
Your Honor, we have the
Take that,
GSR
Bronco.
expert.
You know what I concealed carry? My wit,
That's the
charm,
next thing, we could.
and bottle
I think we can
licking
get that witness
abilities.
done Before the end of the day.
They're going to call another witness now?
They've got an hour at least.
On this and
Brand Schultz, I'm 90 minutes behind, but I can sympathize. I'm an attractive French teacher too. Also, Attorney Tom doesn't want to go to France
7 minutes.
because at 4'9" he'd be a jester.
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
I guess we're coming back.
We're coming back at 7 minutes for what? The 1 hour testimony
Oh my God.
to bring us to 6 p.m. Central.
Did Alex steal your money too?
Wait,
Yes.
no, 6 p.m. Eastern.
Yep.
Oh my
This is
God.
4:30. So
To RGK.
Oh,
They're trying to keep me off my stream tonight. Whew.
the state
What
of
do
the
you guys-
union is probably going to even be worse than this.
How was Crosby's testimony, guys? I'm not gonna lie, I zoned out during a lot of it.
Yeah, it's about right.
well, there was none of the. Weren't you mad that he stole your money?
Yeah, which I'm surprised they didn't go down that road at all.
Oh, wait, what the hell? Someone's oh no, that's me. My bad. I was like, what the fuck? I hear someone's stuff, but you guys didn't hear it, so it's okay. So Crosby was one of the partners at the law firm.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I am surprised they didn't go after him on the money issue.
Mhm. Yeah. Like I say, in a couple $1 million, that's enough of a reason to want to, roadblock.
I mean, I guess the risk of asking the question is to say, well, no, I wasn't mad. I was just really disappointed.
Well, I think there's another problem here. So the way that the lady testified is that they all pitch in their fees, but they take out the percentage of their investment, right? Is that correct?
In terms of the partner comp?
Yeah, right. So like if Alec had contributed 10%, hypothetically, but he brings in 50% of the fees, is the split 50% or is the split 10%?
What's the 10%? I'm not understanding the question.
His contribution, his ownership of shares in the company, for example.
No, I don't think they talked about distributing income that way at all. I think it's purely a function of the proportion that you brought in, reduced, however, by that 7.5%. That's like a flat tax that goes to the firm.
Right. So if the firm brings in $10 million, and you're responsible for $5 million, you get paid based on half of the firm's income,
right?
Regardless of your ownership interest in the firm as a proportion of shares.
My sense was all the partners were treated as equal level owners.
Okay. I wasn't 100% sure on that, and so I'm just trying.
But of course, you did contribute a lot more to the firm, because if you brought in 5 of the 10 million, you brought in, this 7.5% of 5 million,
right?
That went to the firm.
Yeah.
So it's crazy. Again, we have another witness who doesn't provide us much of anything, actually nothing in regards to motive. I haven't seen any motive from the 2 financial witnesses that they've brought in.
And there's only 40 more of them to go.
You're being optimistic there, Andrew.
Yeah.
Only 40. Holy shit. But at the end of the day, what is his motive for killing his kid and wife?
It still doesn't work. Even the state is just arguing that, well, he killed them as a delaying tactic, when the state's witnesses are saying, well, he knew he was going to get caught eventually anyway, and he was stealing the money in the first place to spend on them.
Guys, I gotta point out one thing. So I've been following this case. It's oh shit, Joe's in here. What's up? Hey, what's up, Joe?
Trying to get your attention there.
Look, you're on. So when you have 3 guests, 4 total members, and a shared screen, it puts you down in the second row. So I didn't see you. Sorry, I had to scroll down to find it.
That's why I was like sort of doing my little wave thing. That was very disappointing. That was very disappointing, Cross. And you're all saying, you said with the first one, this is the slow burn into leading into, like, you don't want to blow your stack at once. I'm sorry. I don't think that the defense is going through the strategy that you all seem to assume.
Yeah.
That you're attributing to
you
them.
Can't handle the truth.
Yeah, no, there's nothing here saying like,
Where's the fire?
Okay, you were really angry at you had every reason to be furious at Alex Murdaugh for what he did to your firm, didn't you? Now, obviously, that doesn't mean you killed him. You were very emotional about it, but you were someone who really was very angry at him. There are a lot of people who were probably really angry at him. Don't you think that there was a lot of clients who were angry at him? A lot of people who you might call them disappointed, and some might be angry. There's no reason not to start planting that seed in the minds of the jury now, rather than wait till closing. You don't wait till closing. By the time you get to closing, they already made up their minds as to where they're going on everything. No, you want to have it pointed out at them right here and now that, hey, look, there's a lot of people who hate Alex Murdaugh, and perhaps for good reason.
Definitely for good reason. I think,
well, you don't want to admit to the crimes, but
I think I don't think they want to admit to the crime, but I think the defense wants there to be a good reason to hate Alex Murdaugh. I think that's a good thing, because the more people who hate him, the more people who have a motive to take revenge on him.
Did you hate Alex Murdaugh? Did you really hate Alex Murdaugh?
But the defense hasn't been crossing in that direction at all, and I don't really understand the lack of that approach.
They didn't go after this guy. Maybe they didn't think. Maybe they didn't think that this guy was the right guy to do it. I don't know. It's hard to say what
Maybe
the
Lesko
defense's
Brandon
strategy
was
is.
pumping
Here's
the
the thing, though,
defense
Nick.
counsel
If
with
at the
drinks.
end of this, you can say, "Look, we just showed you 15 people who would have a reason to kill his family."
Yeah, okay.
You know, you can hammer on one or two people, probably, sure, but why not have a whole panel of people who, you know, all these people lost money, all these people were screwed over, all these people had a reason to kill somebody.
All of them had more reason to kill Paul and Maggie than Alex had. And that's basically, if they're using witnesses to pound home and to explain what his motive is, I think it's imperative that the defense point out to the jury that every person they're bringing up here to try and establish what his motive is had more motive to kill these two people than Alex did. I mean, isn't there a real irony in that? You're bringing these people in here to prove that the defendant had motive, and every person you're bringing up here had more motive to kill them than he did. I think that's an important thing for the defense to point out. And it's not a matter of saying that we're assuming that we think that Crosby did it or Dumpy Chick from this morning did it. It's not a matter of saying that. The point is there's so many people who had a greater motive because there's no motive for Alex to do it.
Yeah, and the idea that you would just say, "Oh, I was just upset. I lost all that money." No way in hell. You would be furious if you lost that kind of money.
And I want to be clear because I see
They lost so much money.
Yeah, I want to be clear here in my to people who are watching or might be misunderstanding me the way some people in my locals chat misunderstand me. I'm not saying to be aggressive and hostile with these people. You
kind of are.
No, so let me clarify then, because if I misstated, I'm not saying you need to basically imply that they're the actual murderer. But the point is, you want to draw out of them the fact that they had that there are so many people who had reason to be angry and resentful toward Alec. And I don't think you wait until closing to start making that point. I think you start doing it here.
I agree. No, excuse me. I'm 100% with Joe. I think that the key strategy for the defense is to get to every single one. This guy, we saw in the in-camera testimony, to be critical of the defense here, we saw in the in-camera testimony, this guy is begging to get on the stand and testify against Alec. He's 100% begging. He's been betrayed. He's been ham-boned. He's been taken advantage of. All of the things, all of the good vibes that this guy had with Alex Murdaugh are gone a long time ago. This is a guy that you hit right after the other chick and say, he made you mad, didn't he?
The problem with this guy, I mean, I think that's generally a good strategy, but you may have to pick and choose. Like if you were doing that with that plaintiff's lawyer guy, he would just blow up on the witness stand. You could just goad him into an eruption. But this guy was almost like a second father to Paul. And I think taking the angle that, see, even this guy could have had a motive to kill him, just might not fly.
Instead, his own father had a motive to kill him?
Well, his father was stealing money. This guy's not stealing money.
So you see, it's a character testimony. You see, that's the reason you're bringing it in here, is to say the nature of character of this person is he commits crimes. That's not motive. That's character testimony.
Well, it's going. No.
No, I think I see what Joe. No. I think I see what Branca is saying.
Okay.
Branca is saying that this guy, like maybe this guy is the wrong.
He's too soft. Yeah, he's too soft.
He's a
I mean, he
soft
could
target.
just respond. Are you trying to say that I killed Paul and it would look ridiculous?
No.
Right.
No.
Yes.
But I'm saying the point is that it's equally ridiculous to assume that Alec would kill Paul. The point is to say that if you're trying to say that this threshold motive that you're trying to attach to the defendant is sufficient to justify a claim that he's the one who murdered him, there's so many people who had far greater motive.
No, but it's not the same. So, for example, if you imagine the family of the girl who was killed, right, a retribution killing by them, they don't have any pre-existing emotional attachment to Paul like this guy does.
Right.
No, I think I agree. I agree with both of you, but Andrew, I would just mildly counter with, I wish the defense would have just asked the questions. Weren't you disappointed? Weren't you angry? I don't think they should have gone hard on this guy, but I think that I just think for the closing argument, it's critical to get every single witness on record saying, you were angry, weren't you? I would be angry if someone I trusted and mentored stole millions of dollars.
Right. And of course, I'm engaging in mind reading here, right? I'm pretending that they had a reason to go soft in this guy where they won't go soft in the others. We'll see. If they go soft on all of them, then I don't know. We've seen bad defense before.
It's disappointing because they've seemed pretty strong in their defense so far.
Yeah.
I mean, I've frequently given them the benefit of the doubt in their approach because they displayed real competence.
Thank you. Your next witness.
State of South Carolina would now call forensic scientist Megan M. Fletcher.
Megan Fletcher.
Ooh.
The Megan Fox of
the
South
gunshot?
Carolina.
This has got to be the gunshot residue chick, right?
Yep, that's her.
We lost.
Spoiler alert, we found gunshot residue literally everywhere.
The one thing
We
don't
lost
understand from
Lunchbox.
the state is the order of these witnesses. It's not making any sense right now.
There is no
Doesn't.
sense.
There's no narrative from the state, and it's embarrassing. Wait. Friendo Program says there's no point in only being kind of hammered. Bring it across the finish line, Nick. Damn it.
Sean, yesterday they went from a chain of custody witness to a
My name is
financial
Megan
expert
Fletcher,
witness.
F-L-E-T-C-H-E-R.
It was just ridiculous.
Yeah, I remember that part.
Brian Schultz says I'm 90 minutes behind.
Good afternoon.
But I can sympathize. I had an attractive French teacher too. Also, Attorney
sir.
Tom doesn't want to go to France because 9 feet
you
he'd be a
please tell the ladies
jester.
and
4'9"
gentlemen
he'd be a jester.
About yourself, but also your background, your training, and your training in the field of expertise I've asked you to testify about here today, please.
Yes, sir. So I grew up in Ohio. I was born and raised there. After I graduated from high school, I attended Chatham College in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I graduated from there in 2005 with my bachelor's degree in biochemistry and English. After that, I went to Marshall University, where I obtained my master's in forensic science, emphasizing in computer forensics and forensic chemistry in 2007. I then started my career at SLED in 2007 as well, where I started my training to become a trace evidence analyst in the Forensic Services Laboratory.
We've used some trace evidence,
And the
you
first
bitch.
thing that I started training in was
Shit, I'm
gunshot
drunk.
primer residue
Holy shit, I realized what I just said just then.
Why did you come to South Carolina?
Yeah.
for the job.
Okay. Did you have any relatives here or family?
I do, but it was really for the job. Trace evidence was always kind of my dream job.
Okay. So tell us some more about trace evidence.
She's
and your
not my
training, your
type at
background,
all.
And what you loved about it.
Her
So trace
BMI is
evidence
like
a
12
type of
points over
evidence
my
that you
type.
can't typically see with the naked eye. So you need a microscope or other types of instrumentation to be able to detect it. For trace evidence in the Forensic Services Laboratory at SLED, we consider explosives, fire debris, fibers, glass, gunshot
Is that
primer
Drex's
residue,
type?
paint, fibers, physical fit analysis, pressure-sensitive tape, and general physical and chemical unknowns, all different types of trace evidence.
Specifically in the field of gunshot primer residence, tell us about your training, your experience.
Residence, residue.
What has led you to this point where I'm going off you.
No,
for
the
an expert in
gunshot
just a minute.
residence has actually
So in
taken up
2007, I started my career.
domicile
I started my training at
on the
that point.
person.
I
That's how long
began
it
an
lasts.
11-month training program for gunshot primer residue analysis. It's an in-house training program.
In-house
It consists
training.
of practical, written, and oral examinations in the theory of gunshot primer residue, as well as the instrumentation used.
Where
to
everybody
analyze
passes.
that type of evidence.
So what is it?
Gunshot primer residue. Well, let's start with gunshot residue. Gunshot residue is everything that comes out of a gun when it's fired. That's the smoke, the soot, the flame, burned and unburned gunpowder particles, but also something called gunshot primer residue. And that's what we're looking for at the Trace Lab at SLED. Gunshot primer residue particles are microscopic molten particles that contain the elements lead, barium, and antimony. They come from the primer component of the cartridge.
And can you explain some more? How do you examine it? What do you do to determine if there's gunshot primer residue?
So I believe that you've already heard about how gunshot primer residue is collected. It's collected using those particle lifts with the sticky surfaces. Once I get those particle lifts in the lab, I will then examine them on a scanning electron microscope with an energy dispersive X-ray detector. So an SEM EDX.
Now, what's the second thing you said? The SEM, and what did you say after that?
Energy dispersive X-ray detector.
What is that?
Well, the scanning electron microscope's a super powerful microscope. You might be used to a light microscope that you might have used in school, and that might magnify something around 400 times. The scanning electron microscope uses electrons instead. And so we can magnify things 30,000, 50,000 times. The energy dispersive X-ray detector allows us to analyze a sample for which elements are actually present in the sample. So the SEM component, the microscope component, allows us to see a sample and analyze the shape and the morphology of a given sample. But the EDX component allows us to see what elements are actually present in that individual sample.
Now, when I first started years ago, we were just looking for the 3 elements. How has that changed over the years in your specific
3 elements?
What are 3
We have a whole
elements?
table of elements
Currently,
now.
we are looking for characteristic particles of gunshot primer residue. It's a singular particle that contains all 3 elements of lead, barium, and antimony. It can't be a particle that contains 1 or 2 of those elements. It has to contain all 3 of those.
And that didn't used to be the case, did it?
No, sir, it did not.
So it's got to contain all 3 of them
Yes, sir.
before you'll clarify it as what?
All 3 of
Or
them.
determine as
3
what?
of them.
I'm sorry.
Before you'll determine it's what? It's got to clarify, it's got to contain all 3 of them. Go ahead.
It has to be microscopic. It has to be molten, and it has to contain lead, barium, and antimony in order for me to report it as characteristic of gunshot primer residue.
And I know everybody knows except me, but what's molten?
So molten appears to be rounded in shape. It looks like it underwent high heat and pressure. Lots of times they're spherical, so like a ball, but sometimes they might look like a football. Just have to have like a rounded shape to the edges.
And
How
does
subjective
evidence
is this?
get to you, forensic scientist Megan Fletcher? How does it actually come to you?
There's different circumstances, but typically evidence is submitted from a local agency or SLED, and it's submitted through the Evidence Control Department. The Evidence Control Department assigns
I think
it
Let's Go
a
Brandon has
lab
been
number,
sending her super
and
chats.
each item of evidence is assigned an item at that time.
He hasn't sent any recently,
Then
thank
it's brought
God.
up to the trace lab by either myself or another analyst or a technician, and then it goes through the process of inventory and then analysis.
How long have you been doing this?
Over 15 years.
You love your job.
I do.
And how many analysis have you performed in the field of, well, in trace evidence to start with?
Over 1,500 cases, samples, well over 3,000.
And have you been offered in courts of record of this state and other states perhaps as an expert in the field of trace evidence and gunshot primer residue? And have you been so accepted in courts of record of this state as an expert in trace evidence and gunshot primer residue?
Yes, sir, 49 times.
Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina would offer forensic scientist Megan M. Fletcher as an expert in the field of trace evidence to include gunshot primer residue.
We have no objection to her making it 50 times, Your Honor.
And we thank you.
She is so qualified in the field of trace evidence and gunshot primer residue.
Why do you love your job?
I just find it really interesting. With trace evidence, I get to analyze different types of evidence. My daily job duties can change depending on what needs to be done that day.
Let's go over.
And I never have to miss lunch.
God damn it, Franca. Zanika says, I don't think he's guilty
A live person, human being.
of murdering his
blood
wife
flowing.
and son.
Yes, sir.
But it'd be
Is there a
nice
period
bow
of
on this
time
ridiculous
after
sale.
which
Have you ever had horse
sleds,
soldier whiskey
guidelines
rackets? If
say
not, I'll send you a bottle.
we
I
want-
have.
Um,
4 veterans got together and made
determined
horse
if
soldier
it's
whiskey. I
gunshot
like it.
primer
It's very good.
Yes, sir.
what is it?
Beyond 6 hours, we will not analyze a GSR kit from a living individual. And the reason that we will not analyze that is because in-house studies, as well as peer-reviewed published studies, have shown that gunshot residue so readily transfers and is so readily removed around 4 to 6 hours that beyond 6 hours, it couldn't be tied back to an initial incident.
And what's the common sense answer why you won't do it after 6 hours?
So if you shoot a gun, as soon as you put that gun down, you essentially start to remove those gunshot primer residue particles. They aren't destroyed, but you're simply transferring them to other objects. You might be putting your hands in your pocket. You might touch a steering wheel. You might wash your hands, and that would remove most, if not all, of the particles. So beyond that 4 hours, you're really looking at the total removal of those particles.
So if you didn't wash your hands, just every day living or touching, could after over 4 hours, you wouldn't want to, or 6 hours, I think you said it is now.
6 hours is our policy, but an in-house study with controlled participants where we informed them that they weren't allowed to wash their hands and told them to basically stick to clerical work, we really saw that drop off around 4 hours.
If you did wash your hands, and you know somebody washed their hands, they told you, hey, I washed my hands, would you test it?
We would.
Okay. But would you expect most of them to be gone at that point from washing your hands?
It depends on how well you wash your hands. Okay. We expect most of it to be gone, but we've seen it to still be present even after somebody's washed their hands.
And you did a little bit, but if you can do a little bit more for me, gunshot primer residue, is there a certain, I mean, how do you determine, is there a certain distance, vicinity, shooting? I mean, what are you looking for in determining whether gunshot residue is present, and whether someone was in the vicinity to get it?
So really what we're trying to determine when we're looking for gunshot primer residue is, one, were they in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm? Were they shooting a firearm? Or is it simply transfer? And in most cases, we can't determine whether it's vicinity, which includes shooting, or simply transfer.
Discharge, vicinity, which just mean, are you close to it?
Yeah, so vicinity can be 2 to 3 feet to either side of the shooter, and outwards of about 60 feet in front of the shooter.
Discharge, vicinity, and transfer. What do you mean by transfer?
So you can get gunshot residue on your hands from an object that already has gunshot residue on it, or from a person who has gunshot residue on them. So if somebody else shoots a gun and you shake their hands, you could get gunshot residue on your hand that way. You could also touch a recently fired or a dirty weapon and get gunshot residue on your hands that way.
Or be on a hunting property.
If you had just fired a firearm and I came up and shook your hand, could I get it from that?
That is possible.
Okay. If I reached under to grab you to turn you, could I get it if you had been shot with gunshot residue?
So gunshot residue does travel with the path of the bullet, so we do expect to find it on victims who have sustained gunshot wounds. And around that gunshot wound specifically, we do expect to find gunshot primer residue particles. So if you touch that area, there is the possibility of transfer.
And again, if you don't mind me touching you on the arm, if you had gunshot residue on your arm and I did that, could I get it?
That is a possibility as well.
And what's that called?
So in that case, that would be a secondary or tertiary transfer.
Transfer.
Yes.
From one item to me.
Yes, sir.
Right. And the other way is if I fired the firearm.
Yes, sir.
But you just said
And
tertiary
if I fired the
transfer.
firearm, where do you look?
That's 3 levels
to
of
see if
transfer.
somebody's fired a firearm based on what they're wearing. Like if I was wearing this right now, fired something here, and you had this jacket, where would you look for potential gunshot residue?
So if I knew that that was what you were wearing at the time of the shooting, we would sample from the right sleeve of that jacket, the right chest area of the jacket, the left sleeve of the jacket, and the left chest area of the jacket. We may also want to sample the tie because it's center on your chest, and then the right side of your pants and the left side of your pants. And then your shoes are also a possibility.
Why is that?
Because your shoes are also in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm. Sometimes we get results off of them, sometimes we don't.
Your shoes are in the vicinity.
And would you test my hands?
At the time of the discharge of a firearm.
That would be the best evidence is the hands.
Are you fucking kidding me? I'm wearing
allow us
shoes.
to link it to a specific incident within 6 hours, whereas clothing, we can't tell you when it got there. And that's because on an inanimate object such as clothing, that gunshot primer residue is going to stay until it's actively removed.
Quizgar
So
says
you would have
watch.
to brush it off. You would have to wash it off. You would have to do some activity to actually remove it from the clothing.
They're going to say
The whole-
he's guilty
That's the
because
next
he
thing I was
didn't
getting at.
have
You beat me to
GSR.
it. So, but if I just shot and washed my hands off, potentially I could have washed it all. Gunshot.
But the presumption is the
primer
gunshot
off,
residue
right?
stays on inanimate objects like
But on
raincoats and
inanimate
tarps
objects,
forever,
You just said it, and I apologize.
unless it's washed.
How long can gunshot residue stay on?
Indefinitely, if
Guess
you
I can
don't
say on
touch it, if you're not
indefinitely.
actively moving it around or washing it, it can stay until it's removed.
Now let's just say I'm dead. Okay.
Okay.
And I got shot. Just a few feet. He shot me from right here. Okay.
Okay.
I fall down. Would you expect to have gunshot residue on me?
It depends on the firearm, but in general, yes.
Too much liquor. Be right back. Got to go to the bathroom.
So the gunshot primer residue comes out.
I'm not
a large majority
throwing
of
up.
the
I
gunshot
just
primer
gotta
residue
pee.
comes out the muzzle of the firearm. And not only does it come out the muzzle of the firearm, but it also follows.
He
the
thinks
path
he
of the
doth
bullet.
protest too much.
And so wherever that bullet's going, it's going to follow behind it.
And the follow-up to that is, is it SLED's recommendation now? If you
You're
know,
hot.
like me, I've been shot.
Joe.
Do y'all test for gunshot?
Oh, thank you.
Will you
I-
test for gunshot
I get that a
residue
lot.
on a deceased person who's has been killed with firearm?
SLED will not test on victims who have sustained gunshot wounds. And we have not been testing on those victims since January of 2022.
And prior to that, was it your policy not to do that or recommend to local law enforcement agencies not to do that?
We didn't have an official policy, but we were recommending it due to the lack of probative information that you could gain from it.
And just say that one more time. What do you mean by the lack of probative information?
So, like I said before, gunshot residue can only put somebody in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm, or it could say that they transfer gunshot residue on them. So it's just putting gunshot primer residue on them. A victim's already of a gunshot wound has already been established to be in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm. So it doesn't add.
Well,
any
not if they're shot with a rifle at distance.
Now, there's still other items like stippling, which you're not, do you know about stippling based in your field of expertise?
That's not in my field of expertise.
Now, let's get to this case. Forensic scientist Megan Fletcher, did you have an occasion to examine some items for a
It's
potential,
bolstering.
gunshot primer residue?
Yes, sir, I did.
I think we have these marked, so I can find them.
Forensic scientist Megan Fletcher.
I will try to take these in the date, the order that you, chronological order of when you examined them. You
Okay.
follow me?
I do.
And I'm going to show you what Mark states, 418. And if you, do you want?
What's in
you
the
like
box?
I have some with me.
gloves? Okay, and I think we also have some here. I thought we had a whole box here.
I think that they're on the floor.
You got some, okay. And why are you
Is
using
this the
gloves?
same woman who was
I
opening
use
boxes
gloves,
yesterday?
No,
to protect
she's
myself
new.
and to protect
She
the
looks the
evidence. It's, I don't want to put any of my DNA or anything that might be on myself onto the evidence, and I don't want
Gross.
anything that might be on the evidence on me.
And not just gloves.
Have we
In your
gotten
laboratory,
anything out of this witness yet?
Thought I asked you to bring one, but do you wear a,
Just that gunshot powder primer
When
residue
we
stays on
process,
inanimate
clothing,
objects
we
forever.
do, wear
Yeah.
lab coats, and that helps protect us from our regular clothes from
Big shout out to Brandon
transferring
Lesko.
over any.
It's got me
evidence
hammered enough to have
onto-
Lady
or
Rackets
not
watching to
evidence,
make
but
sure I'm
any
not crazy.
materials over onto the evidence.
Nice.
let's protect the evidence.
That's a good wife, by the way.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you have a lab coat and gloves
Indeed.
before you start looking at these items.
Well, this
She's
also
not watching
has
you
a
live or on
DNA,
stream.
She's watching me
request
on
it.
stream.
Usually the
Like,
requests.
Are you
All right.
okay?
So on the outside of the box.
No, I'm good.
White coat and gloves on when you're in the lab looking at these.
Yes, but
Okay.
because it has a DNA request, we also have a mask on.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
I think my
You have a
wife
mask in
stopped
addition
watching
to-
after the Fair and Balanced
Please
stream.
open 418 and tell the jury what it is. Bless you.
Why say you that?
Thank God we have a live unboxing. That's what we needed today. If we were missing anything today, it was an unboxing that takes 40 minutes of
Should be
going
like a
through
GoPro
packages.
11 or something. The new Mavic Drone 3.
This is SLED Lab L21-09074, item 19. I recognize it with our yellow barcode
I
sticker.
got the other half of my
And
Jimmy
this
John
is
sandwich from
SLED
yesterday.
Lab number L21-09074, item number 20, again with our yellow barcode sticker.
How much will it is left? All of it. It's a 175.
And what date did you examine these?
It's an insane amount of
I
liquor.
didn't physically examine these items. Jamie Hall would have taken the particle lifts off of these items, so her initials and date would be on everything. But that, the date that she did that would have been June 8th.
And when did you actually look at them?
I looked
Here's
at
the toolbox,
She
the
did call
wheelchair.
me in while she was
Stephen Hawking
processing
died.
them, but I didn't physically take custody of these items.
And I understand that. Maybe I was jumping ahead in my mind.
My mind.
Jamie Hall was processing. You say she called you in there?
She did.
Okay, why?
She smelled something rather unusual for our evidence. Our evidence is usually pretty musky smelling. And when she opened up item 19, which is the white t-shirt, she did smell a strong odor of laundry detergent, and I did confirm that with her.
What the hell do these people use for laundry
Build
detergent?
that.
Lie?
Hey, come in here. I want you to see this. Or
They actually
whatever.
probably smell
Did you have could you
fabric
smell
softener
I
as
could
laundry
smell the
detergent.
laundry
Is my
detergent
guess.
as well.
smelled like laundry detergent?
Yes, sir.
It sucks because you can't ask Maggie what type of detergent she used.
You also
Seems like they were really
She
impressed.
took a sample from there, a lift, if you will. So you were
That
examining
broke the case
lifts
wide
off
open.
shirt,
The
correct?
smell of laundry
And the
detergent.
pants.
Correct.
Did you also get to look at the pants that day on June 8th when?
Let's be real. There is no laundry
I don't remember if I
detergent
was in there
smell.
when she processed the shorts, but
It's
I
the
have
same
seen
as a
pictures
strong odor of
that
marijuana
she took of
justifying a
the shorts.
search.
And can you describe
It's
the shirt and
pretend.
the
It's
shorts when you saw
bullshit. Cops and investigators lie about this shit
shirt
all
is
the
a
time
white
because it's
t-shirt.
unverifiable.
There is some staining
And it's
on
subjective.
the lower left-hand side, but relatively clean. The green cargo shorts are clean.
I will say fuck off.
Now, what
Those
did
clothes
you
have probably
do,
not been washed in 12 days.
While we're here.
This guy puts them on. Oh, it's a
You
fresh
also-
smell of laundry detergent. Fuck you, state. Fuck the state. They say this shit all the time. I hate them. How do
Yeah.
you argue against a cop who says they smelled weed? They smelled laundry detergent. Oh, okay. Did you? I watched that stuff 12 days ago. Oh. Well, what are you going to believe? What you said or what the cop said about what he smelled?
What I also
It's
don't
all
understand,
bullshit.
this is
Let's
to
start with the shirt.
enforce your point. He
Tell
was
the jury
wearing that clothing for
specifically.
at least 2 hours. How the hell does it still smell like detergent after 2 hours of him wearing it?
It doesn't. It's a fucking lie.
The particle
The
lists,
state
were
will get on the
analyzed
stand
scanning electron
and
microscope.
lie in
And
criminal
how we do
cases
that in our lab
without
and how
consequence,
most
with
laboratories throughout the
impunity
world actually do
to
it is use a
retroactively
software
justify
program
their
to help us
position,
out.
right or
And that's
wrong.
because the
Fuck the
particles that
state.
we're
I hate
looking
them.
at are so small.
I think I only
If,
realized
uh,
that
if
he
you
was
can
wearing that
imagine two
clothing for at
football
least 2
fields,
hours, even
we're
by the
actually
state's
looking for
recognition.
particles the size of a
So
pea on those two
how the hell would it still
In
smell
the
like laundry
rain?
detergent?
So we use a
Yeah, in the
software
rain,
that does
yeah.
a little
While
bit of an
sweating
automated
and
analysis,
finding your dead
and that
wife and
automated
kid. Even if you
analysis
did it,
uses
there's no
brightness
way
and
that shit
contrast
smells
that's
like fresh
associated with
laundry.
known particles.
Maybe it
of
actually smelled like
temperature residue.
Alzheimer's.
And it does that automated
It's
analysis
bullshit. It's a
overnight for
fucking
us.
lie.
And
I
then
hate it. I
the
hate
next
it. I
day
hate
or
it. I
over the
hate
weekend,
it.
whatever
There's
it
no
is,
way around it.
we come in.
The state
and then
lies
it provides
about
us a
smells
list of
because there is
candidate
no
features.
objective test
It
for
tells
it.
us
Period.
what features
I
that
think you can
it
cross
thinks
her
contain
on
the
about that
elements
whole
lead,
smell
barium,
thing
and
by
antimony.
basically saying, are you alleging that it still
As the
smelled like he was
analyst,
fresh
I
out of
then
the
look at
closet
those features.
when
I
he was wearing it for at
relocate
least
to
2
them
hours
on
and
the
discovered his
SEM.
wife
So I
and was walking in the
physically
rain,
drive
and
the
then it still
SEM
had this
back to that,
overpowering scent.
to
I
the
can only
location
tell you
that
what it
it's
smelled like, sir.
I look
Problem
at the
is, they're
particle,
all
make sure that it's
everyone who
molten in
encountered
nature.
him after that is an employee of
And
the
then I
state and
use the
motivated to
energy
say it
dispersive
smelled like fresh laundry.
X-ray detector
No,
to scan the particle.
I understand
to
she's not going to
determine
admit
whether
it,
lead-bearing
but at least
and
to
antimony
basically
are
point
present.
out how ridiculous it is.
And I think Ms. Hall described where she took.
Ask
the
him how
particle
long
list
does
from.
fresh laundry smell stay
did you
on a
determine,
body?
Were there any gunshot residue? What'd you find?
I
on the
don't
shirt?
know. Oh, you don't know?
Particles characteristic
How do you know
of
it's
gunshot
fresh
primer
then?
residue were found. around. Particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue are microscopic molten particles that contain the elements lead, barium, and antimony.
You wish you were microscopic, you fat
And
pig.
it can come from,
It can come from being in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm or being transferred from an object that has gunshot primer residue on it. No time frame can be provided as to when these particles were
Right. No time frame.
deposited.
And it transfers.
as far as 418 in evidence, the shirt, can you tell where the particle lifts were from, like from the right sleeve, the right chest side?
It could be literally anything.
Please. I
The
think
gunshot residue
Ronald's
only
design.
matters in a case where the presence of the residue is inconsistent with innocence. The person never fired a gun otherwise than in the shooting.
So for the white
This is the
t-shirt,
shit that I
from the
hate
particle
about
lift
the
that
state.
Was collected from the
It's
right
a
sleeve,
subtle,
right chest area. Two
it's a
particles
subtle
characteristic
bigotry
of gunshot
towards the
primer residue
state,
were
the
found,
bias
and
towards the
from
state.
left sleeve, left chest area.
Oh, they're
the
trained so
particle
they
lift collected
smell
from there.
everything. No,
One
they
particle
fucking
characteristic
don't.
of gunshot primer
They
residue
don't sit there and
was
go
found.
through and smell a bunch of
those
samples and pass
particles
some
are combined
goddamn
into
test
one
about what
result
those samples
or a
smell
result
like.
of multiple particles.
And he keeps bolstering her
mean
by
that you
referring
found
to her
two?
as forensic scientist Megan Fletcher.
Two particle lifts.
Tell us,
I mean,
forensic
as far as the
scientist
amount
Megan
of
Fletcher,
particles
did you spend
found, what does that
laundry?
mean in your field of expertise?
My opinion is that that object, this t-shirt, was either in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm or came into contact with something that had gunshot primer residue on it. I can't tell you the likelihood.
You mean like the
which one
shotgun
is
he
more
fucking
likely to
picked
have
up later?
And that's your opinion, correct?
That's my opinion.
Now, also in 418, and again, these were the defendant's shirts, pants, and clothes that, and shoes that we're going to get to in a minute that you were examining, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
That's what the chain showed.
That's what the submission showed, yes.
Submissions for that. Thank you. Now let's go to the pants.
Content and character says,
to examine the particle lifts that Ms. Hall did.
can you give a shout out to my staff
Okay,
at Golden
and,
Root
again,
Natural Medicine?
and
We've enjoyed
may not
watching
go
you
through this
guys
every
watch
time,
this
but
trial
can you
way
tell
more
the
than we
jury what
enjoyed
you did
watching
again
working
when
this
you were
week.
examining the particle lifts, please.
Cheers to
So
Golden
the
Root
particle
Natural
lifts from
Medicine.
The shorts were analyzed the same way as the particle lifts from the shirt, the same way that we analyze every particle lift that's submitted for gunshot primer residue or collected for gunshot primer residue. Goes through the automated process. I go in, I confirm or that.
Why
there
don't
are
you put the
particles
smell of
present or that
laundry
there
through
aren't
the
particles
objective
present.
gunshot residue analysis? You can't.
Can you tell me, did you locate any particles?
The
and
shirt
where they
smells
were
positive
on
for
these shorts,
guilt.
Please.
Yes, sir. On the right side, right groin area, there were two particles located and confirmed.
Literally
And then on the
etched
left
every
groin
state
area, there was
expert
one
ever.
particle located and confirmed.
And you issued a report. What are your findings as a result of finding these particle lists on the shorts that the submission slip said belonged to the defendant on states 418? What's your opinion?
Particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue were found. Again, my opinion is that they were.
No wedding ring. I can't
this
believe
pair of
it.
shorts were either in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm or came in contact with something that had gunshot primer residue on it. Again, I can't tell you which is more likely, and I can't tell you when those.
We're gonna have
particles
Booth in Vegas. You walk up and pay
they could've
$50
come
and he
from a
guesses
transfer
married or
over the gun?
unmarried.
And then putting it on your pants?
That's correct.
Could have come from being in the vicinity of the shot?
That's correct.
Could they have come from discharging?
Well, the shorts themselves can't discharge, so on an inanimate object, we just say that they're in the vicinity to the discharge.
That's what I meant, yeah, in the vicinity.
Yeah, in the
of a
vicinity of a discharge.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, they can't.
Or in the vicinity of something that rubbed on them. It's
Right,
literally
or-
impossible
Now,
to tell the difference.
Did you have an occasion to examine the lifts from Alex Murdaugh's hands that were lifted by Varnado, I believe?
Yes, sir, I did.
And they're already in evidence. And you basically, after Jamie Hall says, hey. these are all
Ring
done
size
right,
25.
they then go to you, right?
Yes, sir.
These are already in evidence.
That's not the GSO.
It's like a plumbing fixture.
Flaglow says, Nick, not only can you smell laundry detergent, but you can
You have
see it.
occasion to,
I can see just
examine
how
the
freshly
list
washed
like
your
this.
t-shirt is. Now drink
did.
and tell us how you really feel about saying, Sean,
Yes, sir, I did.
t-shirt's never
Did
been
you know
washed.
you
It's
talked about
brand
that 4-hour,
new.
6-hour period? Again, was that checked?
Joke's on you, bigot.
And did you make sure that that was collected in the time period, or you wouldn't have performed your examination?
But I'll
That's
drink
correct. Not only
because
is
I'm
it
stupid.
checked by the person inventorying, in this case, Jamie Hall, before I will sign off on that inventory sheet, I also double check the GSR information form. That GSR information form that is included in the kit is also
She doesn't do anything
scanned,
less than a
so we
double.
retain a record of it so that I can go back and double check that it was within the 6 hours.
Okay, so you did that.
Tell us how I
did.
really feel about Sean. Sean
What
is the
was your,
funniest person I know.
Did your examination conclude as far as?
Hey guys, Law and Lumber here.
The
Let me tell you about the fields of Saigon. I love
So
this
one
guy.
particle lift was collected
He's
from his right hand
fantastic.
and one from his left hand. One particle characteristic of gunshot primer residue was found. In general, particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue are microscopic, molten particles that contain the elements lead, barium, and antimony. Gunshot primer residue can come from the discharging of a firearm, being in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm, or coming into contact with a surface that has gunshot primer residue on it.
Right. Simple
And I was
transfer.
gonna say that conclusion, if it's got just a few particle lifts or a bunch of them.
I'm sorry.
Just
what-
a general conclusion, that's what you're gonna find, that there are particle lifts, and it can come from one of those three ways, right?
Yes, sir.
Brian asks, what is
For
this train
hands,
wreck?
we have one of those
Brian,
three ways. For
We've
clothing,
been
we
trying
only
to
have
answer
the
that question
vicinity
for
and the
2
transfer.
weeks. We're no closer.
So is that consistent? If I grabbed one of these firearms and handed it to an officer, would that be consistent with your findings? You can get it from a transfer of a firearm?
You could get one particle from transferring from a firearm, yes.
If you fired a firearm and washed your hands and then grabbed a firearm and handed it to a police officer, would that be consistent with
Nick raking in the super
You still
chats.
had that transfer from the firearm. You
still have the transfer from the firearm.
It didn't really matter what you did prior to that. You still could have had that one
You
particle.
pick up a
on your hands
firearm,
from
you've
that
got you've got GSR in your hands.
Did you have an occasion to examine the shoes?
I did.
Particle lifts in the shoes.
Yes, sir.
Brian Alleman says, I was on vacation skiing all last week.
You still got your gloves on?
What in the hell is this
Put another
train
pair.
wreck?
I'll just ask her to smell my shirt that I'm wearing and ask her when it was last washed. And if she doesn't get the answer wrong, then she's not very good at it, right? That's how that works.
Like, honestly, you could wear a shirt that was washed 5 days ago. If you use Downy, it's going to smell like fresh laundry. That's the point of it.
I prefer the dye-free, scent-free stuff. So
I don't use fabric softener at all. I got one of these Samsung steam vertical washers.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's
And
like
what were you provided regarding these shoes?
you can wash a suit, an entire
we were
suit,
provided that these
in
were the
40
shoes
minutes.
collected from.
As long as it doesn't have
Richard
actual
Alexander
dirt
Murdaugh.
and grime on it, you just need the
does
like
dry cleaning?
sanitizing stuff.
Were you able?
It's not
tell me
quite
what
dry
your
cleaning, it's steam
examination was
cleaning, but yeah.
nice.
No particles characteristic.
We
of
have that
gunshot
feature,
primer
and I've never
residue,
used it. I'll have
were
to try it out.
detected.
It's fucking amazing.
None.
You just hang the clothes
No.
in there and put some water
No.
in the reservoir and it steams them. It de-wrinkles them and it deodorizes them. It's for stuff you wear every day.
How do you hang them in there?
They've got these
Oh, you have the
hangers.
big vertical, the tall vertical one.
Yeah, it's fucking huge.
Oh, right. Okay. That's something else. Yeah.
You know, think about the lab. Did you really know about
My locals
do you know
chat is
anything
saying
about
that the guy in the
case
gallery sitting behind
I mean, is that
Ricardo
point? You're examining
Montalban
something
looks
you
like
don't know
a
anything
beardless Nick.
who's wearing what or what you're examining, do you?
He's a
Or who you're
beardless Nick. He
examining,
should
other
be
than
killed.
Submission slips.
You see
I
that guy
know
there?
who it is based on the submission sheet, which is important because it
astonished.
has to come from somebody who didn't sustain a gunshot wound.
Okay, and I got that. That's a bad
But-
question. But other than that, you don't know about the case or what
Discount
evidence,
Nick.
potential evidence, right?
We have
I
Nick
just know
at
that
home.
it was a priority request.
You don't know what shoes the potential suspect was wearing during the day, or how many shoes.
Well,
he
number
was
all you
wearing.
gotta do is
He wasn't wearing
because
shoes, do you?
wheelchair
doesn't help.
guy was making me feel nice and thin. I miss him.
Law and lumber.
So your results after
you
finding
self-clean
no
it every 40 cycles. It's perfect.
gunshot
does it
primer
on its
residue or what
own.
on your report? Will you read it like you reported it?
Yes, sir. No particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue detected. The absence of primer residue on the item is consistent with, but not limited to the following scenarios. The item not being in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm, cleaning of the item, excessive blood or debris on the item, environmental factors including wind and rain, the ammunition discharged, lead-free, non-toxic, or some .22 caliber rimfire ammunition not producing particles characteristic of the conventional primer residue, or the firearm not producing primer
There you go,
residue on
guys.
the
Use
item
only
when
rimfire
discharged.
cartridges. Get past the firearms experts. That's the key.
So at this point, you've examined a shirt,
Yes, sir.
shorts,
Yes.
hands,
Yes, sir.
gunshot, and shoes.
Yes.
And the date you examined all those again was what?
The date that they were placed on the
The particle list that you examined, yes.
Yes, the date they were placed on the scanning electron microscope was June 8th, 2021.
June 8th.
Yes, sir.
And that's the same day that Jamie Hall smelled the shirt.
Yes, sir.
Same day you smelled the shirt.
Yes, sir.
Smell my shirt.
Did you receive any
I
other
love that
items in
shirt.
this investigation where you were requested to determine whether or not there was any gunshot primer residue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I want to show you now what's, I believe, with everybody.
I can't wait to take a nap
number
between
100.
this stream and my night stream.
Yeah, I call that nap sleep until tomorrow.
And you said a priority was placed on this case, right?
Yes, sir.
I apologize.
Why?
Do
This
you
case was
sometimes, or
more
have
important
you
than
been
other
present
cases.
when Jamie Hall was
Were you
doing the particle
biased?
list, and have you actually assisted?
Yes, sir, especially if there is an abnormal item submitted for analysis.
All right, and abnormal's got a lot of definitions, but in your world, what does that abnormal mean?
So typical items that we receive are obviously gunshot residue kits, but clothing items like T-shirts or hooded sweatshirts or pants or shorts or shoes, so things that we can have a standard operating procedure for. Those things we can say that we're going to collect from the same areas every single time. Other items are not so typical and then require a little bit more analysis on them.
States 100, is that example of one of those?
Yes, a seatbelt would be an abnormal item.
Do you know when you examined this?
The seatbelt was examined on September 1st, 2021.
And it's brought to your lab,
Correct.
to the director's lab, excuse me. And is this what you examined?
Yes, sir.
And did you actually assist Ms. Hall in attempting to get particle lifts off this?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, so you were both in the room,
Correct.
gloves on?
Content
Yes.
of character
Jacket on,
says,
Mask on?
Yes.
if you place a used
And can
firearm
you
inside
tell
your
these
prison wallet
folks,
and then
can you
scratch your
please tell them
backside, can you get a
what this is
transfer on your
and you
hands? Yes.
attempted to get particle lifts?
Yes. So this is, I had to Google this because I'm not super familiar with a seatbelt assembly. This is considered the buckle. This is the part that everybody sees in their vehicle. This bottom portion is what is in between the center console and the seat and not exposed when a person is sitting in the vehiole.
So if I'm driving, is this going to be on my right side?
It should be on your right side, yes.
Okay. And what is this?
So if we start,
Benz, are you in a left-hand drive car?
here.
If
The
he
next part
fires a
that
gun with two
everybody's
hands
familiar with
and then he
is
grabs
the latch
the
plate, which goes into
he
the buckle.
grabs the
And
buckle,
then there's an
the
entire
belt to put it over
that
his
goes
waist.
into the
It's got
retractor.
GSR all over it.
Can you
And
pull it? Let's pull
But
it.
she testified earlier that on cloth it could stay there forever. That
When did y'all
GSR could have
attempt-
come on that
you and Ms. Hall
seatbelt.
attempt to get particle lifts?
We,
2 years
so
earlier.
we stretched it out as far as it would go, and we took samples, 3 samples from the belt, front or both sides, and we just divided it into 3 sections and took samples from those 3 sections.
And this was an abnormal item that you assisted Ms. Hall with?
Yes, sir.
Will you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the results of your examination, if any?
Yes, sir. 1 particle characteristic of gunshot primer residue was found. In general, particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue are microscopic molten particles that contain the elements lead, barium, and antimony.
It was a
Gunshot
hunting
primer residue
lodge.
can come from being in the vicinity to the discharge
He
of a
probably
firearm
has gunshot
or coming
residue
into
on the belt
contact with
buckle
a
of his
surface that
car
has
from
gunshot
God
primer
knows
residue
when.
on it. However, no information can be provided as to the time frame in which this particle was deposited.
Okay,
That
so
law
it's
number had the
useless.
same idea as me.
It's useless, basically. Everyone there was firing guns off every
So
like
in common
5
sense
times a
term, how
day.
could that get on the seatbelt? Where
Again,
did you
the que-
actually find the particle?
The question is,
The
if you
particle
ever
was,
fired a gun,
located on the particle
ever,
lift,
if you assert that you
collected
never
from the
fired a
buckle.
gun, then
So that
GSR would be
piece with the red button.
anomalous. If you fire guns
Just in
all the
common sense,
time,
in
it
your
doesn't
expert
matter.
opinion, how could that particle get on the particle?
It could be from touching something that has gunshot primer residue on it, or possibly being in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm.
So it could be a transfer.
It's probably most likely a transfer, yes, sir.
Say why is it probably most likely a transfer?
Well, a seatbelt doesn't shoot a gun.
It's just usually not exposed to the vicinity, if there isn't a gunshot out of
Unless
that
he
vehicle.
fired out
When-
his
when did the-
window.
Of course,
Makes
the
sense, right?
follow-up question is, when did the GSR get on the seatbelt? Well, I can't determine that. So it could have been months ago. Yeah. That's the...
It's obvious.
Okay.
Well, you
It's so
submitted
obvious.
another
You almost wonder how relevant this testimony is.
potential piece of
It's not.
evidence in this
It's not.
case, Forensic
Yes.
scientist Megan Fletcher.
Yes, sir.
Provides no useful information.
This was a blue rain jacket.
She admitted that they
a
couldn't
poncho
tell when it
type
got on
jacket.
there. And the same thing
You
for
know,
the
when
poncho
you-
tarp thing.
I guess when that came into your custody, when you looked at it the first time.
October 5th, 2021.
So months after the event.
Which kind of proves the point that you can't date it.
Yeah.
It's impossible. Guys, if it lasts for 3 months, it lasts for 8 months.
Yep.
Such a waste of everyone's time.
Excuse me, Your Honor, we renew our earlier objection to this evidence.
This
under
entire
403,
witness.
But we don't have any additional objections.
This is pointless.
Submitted.
Objection.
First one to show you.
To
I
be
don't know
clear to
if you know or not
the
yet, but
audience, the objection to this witness is that
Just showing
gunshot
what's,
residue is a completely unreliable science. It
30
gives you
right
no
now.
meaningful information in the 99% of cases.
But if I was
Those
sitting
are
on the
images
jury,
of what
I
I'm
would give a
seeing.
loud, audible gasp and
Images
start
of what you
frantically
think.
writing when she
Yes, sir.
says there was gunshot residue on it.
Tell the
Dun, dun,
folks
dun.
where you conducted this
Identical.
examination specifically.
I conducted this examination in the trace evidence
Are you saying that you
laboratory.
would troll through your jury service?
Yes.
You conducted this examination,
Yes,
the
sir.
Burger
And I
King,
first
don't
noticed
lie.
There's a well, states 430. It appears that the well, let me put this on down.
Your Honor, I want to be on the jury. I'm here for the memes.
Golden Corral knows her by name.
Jenny Ham
It's
says,
like
shout out
it's
to my
on a
husband,
table or something.
the Dan
It's
Ham.
actually on two
Madam Ham
tables.
thinks
It
you're the
was-
man.
It was large enough in order for us to be able to lay it
Get it,
out. We
Dan
had to
Ham?
put two tables together.
Lady Jenny loves you.
You had to put two tables together.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to the gym
Why
after
is
this
it
just to
on
make
this
myself
white
feel
cover?
better
What's
after
it
looking
on?
at this. I've been
What's
motivated.
underneath?
Underneath it is butcher paper, and that's used to protect the item of evidence, but also used to collect any trace evidence that may need to be examined.
And it looks like on the right, there may be a ruler or a measurement.
Yes, it was just a
Defense attorney
sticker
should go
with
up and give her a
ruler on
big
it just
sniff
to
like
help guide
Biden.
us with the
Be
size,
like, you smell
general
like
size of it.
laundry. When did
We
you
didn't take
wash
any
this
specific measurements of
suit?
anything.
But is it fair to say that that's how it looked when you saw it in October?
Yes, sir, it is.
October 8th?
October 5th.
Excuse me, of 21. This report was dated October 8th. I apologize.
No one cares.
You with Miss Hall, you had your jacket on, your gloves
I
on,
can't
your
wait
mask
to
on.
take a nap.
sir.
I'm so
Tell
happy.
the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did it take two of you to do this?
Yes, sir, it did.
Why?
So I gave Jamie Hall direct instructions on where to collect from, and while she was doing that, I was taking the notes.
Double teaming it.
Yes, sir.
And
Poor choice.
I'm going to try not to get the question. I apologize. At 226.
There's actually one beautiful advantage of the defense in trials, criminal trials.
Is
The
that
defense
what's
can't
depicted?
make the state do anything. So all the state's choices are its own,
look at
for what, for better or worse.
This jacket is the jacket I examined. My lab number, the item number 173, my initials, and the date in which we examined it is on there.
And is this the same picture of what we just showed, 430, I think?
It's the same image that you just, or this is the jacket that was in the image you just showed.
Okay, and I'm
I
gonna get
found
this
the
away. I don't wanna
gunshot
bother
residue
you.
on this.
So you and Ms. Hall laid this out to examine it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Two of you, two
And
tables.
how did you determine specifically where you were going to check to see if there were any particles?
Two of you, three tables
So
at least.
typically,
Bronco.
when we're looking for gunshot primer residue, we're looking for somebody who was in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm. For this particular case, we were provided information that something might have been transferred in this item that had gunshot primer residue on it. Therefore, we treated it like an item that needed to be checked for transfer. Therefore, we had to collect particle lifts from
I'd
the
like to know
entirety
what
of
items in the
item,
house did
including the
not have
interior.
gunshot residue in
Did you
it.
do
That'd be
from up there
helpful.
down here? How did you do it? How did you, what'd you start with? Collecting potential particle lift or particle lift.
So in total, we collected 25 particle lifts from the jacket. When I say we covered everything, we covered everything. We collected from the exterior of the hood, the right sleeve, the left sleeve, the right chest, the left chest. There's a middle pocket on the jacket. So we collected the whole middle section, including the pocket. The pocket also has like a hand warmer section. It's got a little bit of fleece inside. We collected from inside of that. And then we split the bottom half in two, collected one particle lift from the right side and one from the left. We then flipped
Splitting the bottom half
jacket
in two is
over
usually what you do in
and
prison.
took one particle lift from the right sleeve into the right back on the top of the jacket, the left sleeve into the back on the top of the jacket. Let me check this real quick.
Did it smell like laundry detergent?
The
What
back
what laundry
sample,
detergent is best in your
the
view?
lower half was again split in half, and the right side was collected as well as the left side.
Be a little, you said 25. Were there a total of 52 particle lifts?
There were a total of 25 particle lifts.
How many on the outside?
How many particle lifts?
Yes, specifically, please.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter if it's 1 or 100?
None of this matters. It's pointless. It's all evidence of the assumption of guilt.
And can you tell us now where they were?
None of this can
Particle lifts?
conclusively
Yes, where
point to
did you
guilt.
swab
It only points to guilt in the
specifically?
eyes of the
The
unsophisticated.
outside of the hood,
Lifts, not swab. I'm sorry.
that's okay.
She just read
The
this
outside
off.
of the hood, the front right sleeve,
Oh.
the front right chest, the front left sleeve.
Didn't we
the
just do
front
this?
Left chest, the middle pocket area, the interior of the pocket area, like a hand warmer section. The bottom half of the coat was split into two, so the bottom right side and the bottom left side. The coat was flipped over and the sleeve and top half of the jacket on the right side was collected. The sleeve and top half of the jacket on the left side was collected. And then the bottom half, the right side was collected and the left side was collected.
So you mentioned the pockets in here. Did you find anything inside these pockets? Warmers, or where you put your hands? If you will.
Jay Dolta says, what time is your night stream?
As far as
11 p.m.
particles of
Central.
Gunshot primer residue?
Yes.
No particles were detected inside that pocket there. None.
But you checked.
We did check.
Okay. And the particle lifts on the outside of the jacket were how many?
A total of particle lifts,
Yes.
13, I believe.
The number of particle
And what
lifts
does that tell
is
you in your
irrelevant.
opinion, as an expert?
Oh, the state is going to say that this item of clothing was completely covered in gunshot residue.
Oh, are you asking the number of particles of gunshot primer residue or particle lifts?
Particle list and then your findings.
Okay, there were 13 particle lifts collected from the exterior of the jacket, and I did find particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue on it.
Now, what does that mean?
That jacket could have been in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm, or something that had gunshot residue on it could have transferred to that object. I can't tell you when that happened or how it happened.
Which
And
is
how
why
many-
you're wasting
again,
time.
inside the pockets, you found no gunshot residue.
That's correct.
Why, you said, you flipped it over and checked the inside?
Here's a question for you.
Yes, we turned it inside out and also.
If
collected
you're at a
samples from
hunting
the inside.
lodge, wouldn't gunshot residue be like all things, just always perpetually
I don't
because of
believe
how easy
I've
it is to
done
spread?
an
Yes.
interior unless it was explicitly stated that somebody was wearing a shirt or a coat inside out.
So you actually turned it inside out.
Correct.
And tell them what you and Ms. Hall did.
So once we turned it inside out, we collected particle lifts from the front and the back again. So the inside of the hood, the right sleeve to, you can see seam tape on this. It's that clear stuff that's kind of falling apart off of the jacket. So we used that as kind of a guide for us. So we used the front right sleeve to the center section of the coat, the left front sleeve to the center section of the coat, the middle area directly behind the pocket.
The cross-exam on this is
the
so
right
fucking
and
obvious,
the
but it's
left
going to be
side on the bottom
tomorrow.
half the jacket. We turned it over again.
State's going to drag
and
this
did
out
The right sleeve
and
to
get
the
crossed
center
tomorrow.
point on the top of the jacket, the left sleeve to the center point on the top of the jacket. Split the bottom in half again, did the right bottom half of the jacket and left bottom half of the jacket.
And what, after your examination, what were your results?
Particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue were also found on the interior of this jacket.
Is there a certain number or could you have kept checking and checking? Was there a lot of gunshot primer residue inside of the jacket?
I would say there were a significant number of particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue on the inside of this jacket.
What does significant actually mean?
I confirmed 38 particles characteristic.
38 particles?
Confirmed.
Wow.
You confirmed how many?
38 particles.
38
Yes, sir.
from the inside of the rain jacket.
How many
poncho,
particles of gunshot
whatever this
residue do you
is,
think
correct?
are in this
Yes, sir.
courtroom right now?
Could you, and you taught me a word
Probably
too.
a couple shooters in
Is
that
there something
courtroom.
that kind of led you, there could have been more, but you just basically stopped checking?
Speculation.
So if we go back to when I talked about the automated analysis, it gives me a list of candidate features that may contain lead, barium, and antimony. There were significantly more particles were listed as candidate features containing the elements lead, barium, and antimony. I had to make an analyst decision based on my experience to stop at the number that I did.
Candidate features,
Yes, sir.
which meant if you went on, you would expect to find more gunshot primer residue, correct?
It could. I would have had to still check the morphology. I would have had to make sure that they were molten around. I also would have had to check that they didn't contain exclusionary elements like high amounts of iron and magnesium. But there was a possibility that there would have been more on it.
But you found
You don't know.
38
But you didn't
I
check.
confirmed 38, yes, sir.
And it's 38
and
typical.
23 candidate features if you'd gone further, correct?
More than 23.
More than 23?
Yes, sir.
More than 23 unquantified,
If you had
unassessed.
finished that examination, how long would it have
I love this because the jury has no idea what
Checked
any of
every
this
single
means.
particle. It probably would have taken me a week.
If I were to check all
is there a
38
percentage that you
particles, it would have
determine,
taken
hey,
me a
I'm gonna
week.
stop at this
How many
point and say,
particles per
here are my
1,000?
results? There's some other candidate features. Is there a guideline out there?
We don't have a specific guideline. It really is based on our experience. And for this particular
good. We
case,
just
we
make shit
stopped
up.
anywhere
Yes, so
between
good enough for
that's good.
government work is her
Some
standard.
areas I was able to do a full percent because or
I
a
hate
full 100%
cases like this.
because there weren't that many
I
to
don't
go look
fucking
at,
care
but
if Alec
other
Murdaugh is
areas, I
guilty
did
or
have to
innocent.
make
I
a
just want the state to
determination.
do a real job.
of when to stop.
Hey,
Of
it
when
was
to stop,
in-house
yes, sir.
training. You're, good enough. Good enough's good enough. God, I've been listening to this. Well, I've been taking care of something. This is fucking awful.
Bad Weather Biker says, I nominate this witness as most likely to be
That it's on the
Camelot's next
inside,
Tinder date.
in order for it to
No.
And you guys, this is the thing.
an object or objects with.
It's not just Murdaugh, but how
high
many
amount
people
of
have been
gunshot
convicted
crime
by this
residue
lady's
on it would have
testimony?
had to transfer
Well,
to
it's the
it.
50th time she's appeared, so.
So they would have
Yeah.
had to have more gunshot primer residue particles on them to begin with in order to transfer the amount of gunshot primer residue I found on this coat.
What do you base that on?
And
What do you base
as
that
far
on?
as a recently fired firearm, would your findings be consistent with that item containing a recently fired firearm?
It is possible, yes.
Ven raises how many gunshot particles has her natural gravitational
that
pull
number, it is
collected just
possible.
sitting on the stand? At least 12.
Is there any other possibility? You
If
stated one. Are there any more?
if the jacket was inside out and simply in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm, it could have also had that number of particles on it.
Kill me.
This is such a waste of time.
In your opinion, and just life and the job you love, that's a large number of particles, isn't it?
It was a significant amount of particles, yes, sir.
What do you mean by significant?
Yeah.
What does that
She's
even
using the
mean?
term
On the
incorrectly.
inside of the jacket.
She
Yeah.
means
Yes, sir.
substantial,
Yeah.
not significant. But she's a forensic scientist, Megan Fletcher.
Just to
Yes.
show.
I've
I'm
been
almost
trained by the
6 feet.
best at SLED.
A little over 6 feet on the record collection. But anyway,
We ain't never seen no
does this
SLED
look like a
before.
full length garment to you?
Objection.
Close to speculation. I
Objection.
don't think that garment would get around her.
Oh.
I would
I'm
say that it would
serious.
get most people down to their knees or so.
Yeah, but you didn't have to
Objection.
say it.
How do you know Dikembe Mutombo wasn't going to wear that fucking thing?
Big court's indulgence.
It looks like a size 4 to me.
Conclusion again, as far as the hood, you said there was one particle outside the
The
hood?
only thing that's a size
Yes, sir,
4
I was
for
able
her
to
is a
confirm
size
one
4
particle
Arby's
on
roast
the
beef.
exterior of the hood.
And how many particles on the inside of the hood did you determine there were?
3
12.
particles were confirmed on the inside.
Three?
Inside of the hood.
Yes, sir.
3 particles inside the
Microscopic.
hood.
Microscopic particles.
Yes.
Particles. We're talking parts per million, parts per thousand at best.
If that, but she can't quantify it that way.
And finally, since this is an inanimate object, how long would you expect that gunshot primer residue to stay on there?
Until it's actively removed.
Say that again, it was what?
Until it's actively removed.
Forever.
But you talked about the wind and rain and the environment removing it. That's not accurate.
Yeah, brushing it, like aggressively brushing it off, washing it in the washing
Aggressively
machine,
brushing.
cleaned, hosed off, something like that.
So if I'm in the rain, is that active?
Only on the outside, Sean. Mike the Dad Crosby says if a shooter was at the range, remove the jacket, put it on a chair, could it get GSR on it when someone shot at a clay pigeon? Yes.
Yeah.
They don't even need to shoot. They're at a range. There's gunshot residue everywhere.
A gun in the vicinity is gunshot residue.
Wrapped up inside that jacket, would that be consistent with your findings?
There is a possibility of that, yes, sir.
There is a possibility. That's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, that doesn't this actually hurt the state because the lady
Ladies and
said
gentlemen, we're going to
it
adjourn
was all
for the
balled
day
up,
and resume
so
at 9:30
he wasn't
tomorrow
transporting
morning.
shit in it.
Please do not discuss the case.
There we
Have a good
go.
evening.
9:30 tomorrow morning. Holy shit.
Am I wrong there?
What was that?
They're trying to say this was consistent with a gun or something transported in it, but the lady who was the caretaker said, "Oh, it was all balled up. It didn't look like he was carrying any guns." So then it supports the idea he didn't have anything with him. It was just a balled up blue thing.
Why could it not
I
have
mean,
been
it
used to
just doesn't-
Why could it not have been used to transport guns at any time ever in the history of its
He
existence?
doesn't need to, but that's the thing. He doesn't need to transport guns if he wears it while shooting one day in the past 10 years.
If he's the killer, he's transporting guns to conceal the evidence.
Mhm.
You don't do that at your parents' house.
Yeah. Well, that's what she said. It was all balled up. It wasn't like he was carrying
There's
it.
body of water in the vicinity. Just throw it in the river.
1,700
And they
acres
checked that.
of it's 1,700 acres of wilderness. You can bury it. You can throw it in the water. You could put it on an island. You could send it off.
They
You could
searched the water,
mail
though.
it to Uganda. There, like you could do anything with these firearms other than wrap them up in a tarp and take them to your parents' house where they are subsequently not found.
Just
That's-
leave it on any gas pump anywhere in South Carolina. It'll disappear in 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Throw it away. Throw it away. Whatever. Like any drug dealer knows this. You just throw it in someone else's dumpster without your name attached. They can't find you. They can't do anything. There's no tracing. There's no thing that's going to lead it back to you. Nothing will take these guns back to the owners if they're not specifically fingerprinted. And we know from the testimony, and this guy's a lawyer, by the way, he would know, just merely rubbing them down with like a microfiber cloth will remove all of the trace evidence of fingerprints and DNA and all that stuff in a heartbeat. That's all you have to do. You just take a cloth and go, and suddenly you have a clean crime weapon, and you just throw it in a dumpster. You give it to a homeless. You do anything with it at all. It doesn't matter. It's gone. You send it to another state. You throw it in the ocean. You throw it in the lake. You throw it in the swamp. You throw it in the river. What crime are they going to find? Here's the reality. They had a dive team. The dive team didn't find anything. You know why the dive team didn't find anything? Because there's 98% of the lake or river or water source that they did not search, that they can't. It'd be resource intensive to search the entire thing. They can't do it. There's no way that this is some sophisticated plot. It's either he's dumb lucky or he's dumb unlucky to me. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think the whole narrative is ridiculous.
Innocent. Didn't do it.
They ain't got nothing on him at this point.
I don't know if he did it or not. The state has not presented a case that he did.
Yeah, I think he did it, but I think there's really no evidence to tie him to this crime.
JC Adult says, hide it in your girlfriend's mom's barn. Yes, the Chandler Alderson defense.
And I think he'll either be found not guilty or be acquitted, or there'll be a hung jury, or there'll be a mistrial, or
Stop it, Joe.
I'm with Joe.
Yeah, I'm with DUI guy. Well, there's 4 ways to acquit this guy. They could either have a hung jury, they could have one juror holdout, they could have everybody say not guilty, or they could have like most of them say not guilty. Oh, thanks, DUI guy, for your expert analysis on how he can be found not guilty. Jury nullification.
That's
make
the
sure
kind
you
of stuff
sign him to
only
DUI
see-
guy.
You only see that kind of stuff if you're in the courtroom.
Yes, that's why we have eyes inside.
Yeah,
the
that's why we
juror
send people into the courtroom, right, Joe?
the juror analysis makes me want to jump off a goddamn plane and land on a helicopter. Rotors first. It's like, did you hear it? Look, no mistake, guys. Don't take this the wrong way. I love DUI guy. I love James from court. It's like they were leaning forward during the testimony about the financial crimes. What were they? Why were they leaning forward? What does that mean? What does that have to do with anything? That's literally your perception of their actions. What do those actions mean? Well, we can infer it means X, Y, Z. X, Y, Z is literally all of infinity in front of you. There's no, you can't make it. I fucking hate the jury analysis meta that has existed around these trials. I like DUI guy. I like James from court. I care way less about their jury observations and more about the rumblings of the gallery. I care way more about what's going on in the courtroom and what they're perceiving from the attorneys from the gallery's perspective than their impressions of the jury. Their impressions of the jury are worth less to me than shit.
Well, I will tell you this. As someone, I went to the death trial.
Yeah, I know. I hated your jury analysis too.
That's okay. I wasn't able to provide really much of any jury analysis because my eyes are so bad I could barely see like their faces from how far away we were.
Pointless, Joe.
But I will tell you this: there's like the only time that you can get anything from it is if there's like one juror there who's doing something similar to like what like juror number 1 was, which is like basically as Amber was testifying, like he was practically like making motions, like, you know, like he was like literally like mocking her and like making faces while she was talking. So like that you sort of can get something from. And the other thing I'll say is everyone who went and analyzed, everyone felt that there was one juror there who remained on the jury, didn't get thrown off by the end, who was the most pro Amber out of all. Like we all individually identified the same person as being least impressed by the Depp team's case.
The best part of that is you were probably all fucking wrong about which one it was.
It's very possible. We'll never know. We'll never know.
God, I hate it. That somebody
You're
said
right.
says,
I can't deny that.
That somebody says, stop lying, Nick. You cared about jury analysis during the Depp. That's why you brought them on. No. I said over and over that I didn't care. I brought it on because the audience was demanding it. Yeah. And I run a show ultimately that is based on the audience buying in, the audience participation. If the audience wants to see jury analysis, look, if you guys are so fucking retarded that you guys want someone to tell you what the jury is doing, you need someone else's biased perspective. And believe me, the jury leaned in during the financial testimony. Tell me what that means without bias. Because with bias towards the defense, it means, oh, the jury is listening for all the points in which Alex Murdaugh is not guilty. If they're biased towards the prosecution, it means, oh, the jury is leaning in to find all the places he fucked these people over. It means literally nothing. You can discern nothing from it. And by the way, the body language panel, fuck those guys. I love them. They're great. They're all super smart, and they will all agree with me that their analysis is absolutely worthless because they know nothing about the jury personally, and they can only make general descriptions about what is going on. You guys are being fucking hoodwinked, suckered, and grifted over and over and over by jury analysis by people who aren't in the case. The only jury analysts that matters, the only ones are the ones employed by the state and by the defense to research the Facebook profiles, the Twitter profiles, the Instagram messages of all of these people who have made the decisions to put these people on the jury and then have an analysis based on the psychological profiles that they have built, if they have done it. And maybe they have, maybe they haven't. You won't ever know because you're not privy to that information. Everybody else going in and doing jury analysis is bringing all of their bias in. It's why I fucking hate it. I hate it. Look, if I went down to court and did a jury analysis of Alex Murdaugh, all I'd say is all these jurors are biased against the state. You know why? Because I'm biased against the state. And I would read literally goddamn everything into that. The problem with jury analysis is I don't know what the speaker's biases are, and neither do you. It's a grift. It's a work. It's all of the things just to keep you watching. Why do you think I bring them on? I don't bring them on for witty analysis or smart, educated expertise. There's no objective standard for a jury analysis. I bring them on because you goddamn ask me to, because no matter how many times I tell you retarded people that it's absolutely fucking worthless, you're like, well, bring on James from court. Bring on DUI guy. They're in the courtroom. They know. They don't know goddamn anything. I love them. I think they're wonderful. I want DUI guys' legal analysis all day long. I never want to hear him talk about a jury in my fucking life unless
Nick, you need to give me the
his
keys.
jury. No, goddamn it, Sean. This is honesty hour. If DUI guy is in his own court, if he has picked his own jury, if he's done his own research, I want to know about it. If he saunters into court 3 weeks in, Sean, he's 3 weeks in. If he walks in, I'm going to give you jury analysis. Fuck off, DUI guy. I love you, but you have nothing of value to add about the goddamn jury. I care about your opinion on the case. That's why I bring him on. And because you assholes asked me to. Stop being grifted and duped by these fucking people. Stop it, stop it, stop it. All of us are just giving our biased perspectives on literally everything. I am obviously pro-defense. I was a defense attorney. I will always be a defense attorney. The state can fist itself until it reaches its tonsils for all I care. Fuck the state. Prove to me they're guilty. You know what you're getting when a jury analyst James from court. I love the guy. He's smart. He's insightful. He's like a 23-year-old journalism major. What is this guy telling you about a jury ever? He didn't pick them. He has no qualifications in law. He's just a guy who went into a courtroom, and you're out here like, oh, get James from court on. We want his jury analysis. Why do you want his jury analysis? I want his opinions from a journalistic perspective about what's going on in the courtroom, what's outside the courtroom, what people are talking about, what's the buzz. I want him interviewing people who are in the gallery. That's what James should be doing. The fact that he's doing jury analysis means, one, he's shortchanging his own abilities, and two, he's giving into the fucking grift that, for whatever reason, all the people who watch me and Emily D. Baker and Law and Crime are like, oh, God, I really want to find out. No, you don't. It's
Giving
worthless.
into the grift?
It's
You're saying
worthless.
he's giving into the grift?
Yes.
Hold on a
Absolutely.
second, but
You know I'm giving into the grift. I hate this trial. I hate everything about this. 3 weeks. I've wasted 3 fucking weeks of my life, Kurt. I'm sitting here and I'm going, why in goddamn hell am I watching this? You know what I could be doing, Kurt? You know what I could be doing? I could be sleeping. I could be eating. I could be cooking. I could be going out and doing chores. I could be spending time with my kids. I could be spending time with my wife. I'd be going to the cities and getting goddamn happy ending massages. I don't know. Literally anything other than watching this trial. Why am I watching this trial? It's a fucking grift. Of course it is.
But wait a
But you're
second.
chastising them for the grift. That's the part I don't understand.
But isn't all like most people? I'd say that's true. But
James is giving into the grift. He knows he's going
DUI
into
guy
the
is
grift.
really good at reading a jury. Wouldn't you
No,
recognize?
I disagree with you, Joe. He's good at reading his own jury. How can he possibly be good? 3 weeks in, he wasn't at voir dire.
No.
He doesn't know the defense trial strategy. How can you read a jury if you don't even know the goddamn strategy of either side?
But
You're
he's-
guessing.
He's picked juries before. He
Yes,
understands a
in
jury.
his cases, with his strategy, with his perspective in line. DUI guy says, okay, here's what I got. I got a guy who blew a .09 when .08 is the legal limit. All he had to do was defer the he had 2 shots or 3 shots. I don't know, maybe he's 130 pounds. He had 3 shots of whiskey at the bar. He's almost home. All he had to do was take a blood test instead of the breathalyzer. He would have blood tested in 2 hours, a .07. They wouldn't have had a perspective thing. He was swerving within the line, some bullshit excuse. DUI guy knows exactly what his angle of attack is here. You tell me that DUI guy or James of Court knows either party's exact theory of this case. You know how I know it's a fucking lie? None of us, no one on this panel who are all lawyers can articulate either side's actual theory of the case. We can guess at it. We can take stabs at it. We can get close. None of us are on the team. None of us know what we're going to go up against. None of us have seen the discovery or the witness list or have depositions or interviews. Not a goddamn one of us. DUI guy walks into there 3 weeks into court, and we're supposed to expect that his jury analysis has some merit because in his own trials, he picks juries in his own trials.
It's also that he was at the Depp trial. He has experience in reading a
That
jury.
trial is completely different from this, Joe. Don't fuck with me. Don't you even dare. Don't
yes,
you
Depp
fucking
is
dare.
100% different than this.
Joe, come on. You know the difference between high profile social media and mass media civil litigation versus a goddamn criminal defendant who is deeply entrenched in South Carolina law. These are way different areas. It's not even fucking close. And every goddamn law tuber out there who's like, oh, I have special insight. I was XYZ. Fuck off. None of you know goddamn shit. We're all walking into this fucking blind. People are like, oh, didn't you read the articles? Didn't you watch the podcast? Didn't you watch the documentary on HBO? No. You know why? All of that shit is goddamn worthless. Put it in front of the fucking court and then talk to me. None of us know anything. And Jesus Christ, if we're pretending that we know the strategy, if you can't cite to a fucking attorney on the case on either side, you're literally lying. And I'm so goddamn sick of this thing that we do. I'm fucking sick of it. The illusion that, oh, yes, we're lawyers, we know. Guys, we're with all of you. We're with you in the chat. We're with every single one of you. We walk into these cases blind. Oh, yeah. Oh, I watched a documentary. Who fucking cares? Is it in evidence? Look at all the shit that's been coming out of the documentaries. Nothing has been presented in evidence. Not a goddamn thing. His divorce? Oh, he's going to get divorced. His wife is going to divorce him. They didn't even say in opening statements that his wife was in a divorce conversation with the family law attorney. Why? Because it's likely not even admissible. Much less if it's admissible, they don't know if they're going to admit it, because what will they actually get out of it? I'm so fucking sick of this charade. I'm goddamn tired of it, Joe. I'm tired of it.
I don't know. I think that.
But you're profiting
ceasefire
every day. That's the thing. I mean, I don't begrudge you profiting off of it. I just sort of don't understand why you're so mad at that, and then you are acknowledging that you're doing it for the grifting. It seems inconsistent.
Of course I'm doing it for the grifting.
He admits it. That's the difference. The difference is he admits it. His point, this is what
he's so sick of it. That's why he keeps doing it.
No, okay. Let me.
Maybe I'm missing it.
You are. The reason what you're missing here is this. It's that what he's basically saying is everyone here knows where I, Nick Requena, come from. That I'm doing this whole trial for the grift. I hate this trial. I'm going to provide whatever insight I can. I'm not enjoying this. This is painful, but it's basically how I'm earning my livelihood and taking care of my family. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. And I'm fighting whatever.
No, Joe, no.
See, maybe you didn't get either then, I guess.
I'm watching the show. I'm watching the trial with the people because it's interesting.
Come on. You just screamed that for 3 weeks. Nick, you were just screaming that the last 3 weeks have been the most boring period of your life. So,
Joe, this trial should be interesting. It's a double murder trial involving an entrenched South Carolina attorney. It should be interesing. The state hasn't made the case. The state hasn't made the case. Neither has the defense. None of them have brought the narrative. I'm just saying the jury analysis is a waste of time from people who aren't involved in the case.
Right. You're saying that it's purporting to lend insight, but giving us nothing. Is that fair to say? That it comes across as if it's trying to give us some perspective when really it's just people who are just stabbing in the dark and have no idea, and we'll never know if they're right or wrong.
Yes. They're stabbing in the dark, but people put undue value on this stuff, and it drives me nuts. I hate it.
Well, I don't know. I feel as if I have more perspective after.
No, I feel bad for mentioning it.
Why? That was gold. Are you kidding me? That was we're 3 weeks into this trial. And that's the first clippable moment.
That's what I get for checking the gas level with a lit match.
Oh my god.
That was Unabomber level worthy, Nick. That was great.
I just don't like it because it's this weird thing where people are going to go analyze the jury, but they're not. Their analysis, I hate it. I've said it since depth. I said it in depth, by the way. I don't like the jury analysis. The chat wants it. I bring them on. I don't like it. I would much rather DUI guy and James from court do what they're trained to do. I would much rather get DUI guys legal analysis on the subject. And I'd much rather get James from Court's gallery opinion on the subject. What's the buzz? What's the in and out of court? James from Court is wasted as a journalism student on doing jury analysis. He's far better interviewing the people in the gallery. He's far better interviewing the people who are outside the courtroom. The buzz around South Carolina about this. That's what I want to know.
You know what James from Court should do? He should do a Project Veritas and ask forensic scientist Megan Fletcher out for a drink.
That's my opinion. I do not like the jury analysis thing. I think it's a waste of time. And I think there's so many, like, I'm not shitting on them being in the courtroom. I think there's a bunch to gather from being in the courtroom. I just want their actual expertise, not this pretend thing that developed during Depp. I didn't like it then. I don't like it now.
Well, I guess I'll agree with you that I don't really find much value in the body language people. I don't find any value in it. So I'll agree with you that much.
What is the point?
The
body language people
they admit they need baselines.
They admit it. They admit their analysis is worthless outside of knowing the people. Because of course it is. We've been saying the entire time when Alex Murdaugh is crying in court, he's sitting there crying. They say, oh, well, we don't know what that crying means. We don't know if he's crying over his family. We don't know if he's crying because he got caught. We don't know if he's crying because of financial crimes. We have no idea. You can only infer something, and the state will always infer it negatively. That's what we know about your reaction in court. And if he had no reaction, it'd be the same way. Oh, he didn't cry when his wife and kid and their brains on the floor were being brought up. It's crazy. So what are we gaining from body language analysis? Now, I haven't seen any in this trial, but what would we gain from that without the person knowing Alex Murdaugh, without them doing a behavioral analysis before he's charged with this stuff and saying, okay, before he acted this way, or looking at interviews from before, what do we gain from that? We gain nothing. And I'm sick of it.
Okay, I'll agree as to that much.
Yeah.
Good rant.
That was really good. That was really good. And if you want to see more of me poking Nick Recato, you need to sign up to Good Logic, which I'm on Locals. You can find me there on Locals. You can find me in Rumble, or you can help me get a play button in YouTube if they don't knock me off the air first.
Hey guys, before I start another fire, I think I'm going to sign off.
But tell everyone how they can get hard.
Oh, well, there's so many ways, Joe. In my little URL here, get this book for free, lawandselfdefense.com/Nick.
There you go.
If you'd like to get hard, you can get this version at This is the nice Get Hard hardcover version of that same book, lawandselfdefense.com/Get-Hard. All right, gentlemen. Nick, I'll see you in the morning, I guess.
All right, buddy.
It's depending on how you're doing.
See you, Bronco.
Oh, I'll be here.
All right. I'll see you all soon, I hope. All right.
Later.
Bye-bye.
See you, buddy.
After the fires go, Nick's Bronco's like, well, my work's done.
Oh my gosh.
Now that he's created drama,
Yeah,
friction.
I mean, Nick, I also say you are right, but absent having all that jury data, when you're picking a jury, you still don't know. And I've picked juries like I agree. I've gotten results where I'm like, wait, what? And even Barnes said your jurors will tell you one thing that you completely thought they were another way. So, but yes, going off of what the gallery is experiencing, the people there day in and day out, they're gonna be in a similar mindset. That's a good way to gauge how the jurors might be thinking at this point. And
My thing with the jury
just a
section
slog now.
is again, you don't know, but you know your strategy and you know what you're looking for. And the people who are doing jury analysis have no idea what either side is actually looking for. We can poke and stab at the state and defense's strategy. That's all we can do is poke and stab. We don't know. Neither of them have presented, and this is a criticism, obviously, neither of them have presented a cohesive strategy towards either one. We can try and discern what it is. We don't know. The state is taking way too long to present its case. The defense hasn't had a chance to present its case. But their opening statements, neither one of them lends us any sort of insight into what their plan is.
Yeah.
So I hate it.
It worked for Runkle.
It worked for Runkle?
I'm saying he went to the death trial and he
Yeah.
took his channel from 40,000 subs to 250,000 subs by going to the
It's
trial.
great. It's beautiful
so
for them.
good.
I'm not.
It worked for Larry, the DUI guy. He ended up going 250,000 because of it. People feel as if they're. You know what it is. This is what it is.
Trying to tell people that
I'll
it's
tell
a
you.
waste
I'll
of
tell
time.
you. I'll tell you why you're spitting at windmills here. Okay, it's because people who care feel emotionally invested in something. They want to have the facade of feeling like they have more information than they can access on their own. So they feel as if these people are providing that perspective that they cannot otherwise get, even though you are ultimately correct that it's all just blind stabs in the dark when no one actually knows what the hell they're talking about. But since they're able to sell that as if they have, because they have a unique perspective of what the jury is looking at and thinking, so it gives this image, this facade that, oh wow, now we have a feel for the jury, even though you are ultimately correct that it's a mirage. You can't, unless someone there is a mind reader, there's no way for them to know what the hell any of the jurors are actually thinking. You're correct. You're right.
That's what I said, but louder.
Right, but that's why. But that I was explaining to you why people actually still crave it. It's because people crave that facade of feeling as if they have more perspective, even if it's empty perspective. That's just my thought on it. I'm going to see you later, my brother. All right.
Catch you later. Catch
See
you
you,
tonight.
Joe.
Yeah, tonight, right? So you're going to send me a link.
Yeah,
Hey,
we're
Joe,
gonna do
when-
the State of the Union.
Joe,
So-
when's your strike end?
My strike, well, technically it's supposed to end, I guess, on Thursday.
Hmm.
So, but I don't, unless my appeal turns things around. I lost my appeal, but yesterday I did a Rumble stream last night where I was arguing with the YouTube customer support on stream and yelling at them how stupid they were. So anyway,
You gotta let Chat GT.
Did that go?
do your appeal?
well, last time that's actually how I got my strike overturned, was by yelling at customer support how this whole thing was unfair.
Our customer support not on Twitter?
No, like I went to the Google customer support, the chat thing that they have for us in our studios. So that's where I ended up talking. Yes, last time it was to Eric or whatever, and last night I was talking to Rose. She was a little bit more aggressive and kind of rude. I'm not going to kid you, but we'll see. Anyway, I will see you in a few hours, my brother. Have a good night.
Sounds good. Talk to you then, Joe.
ya.
Woo. All right, I got to do a bunch of super chats. Where are we?
So like when you leave Nick, when you leave the studio, your kid's gonna be like hiding behind the couches, like, is it done?
I don't think so. I don't think they can hear me. Let's see. Popcorn Thriller says, Cross, ma'am, do you have any information about a murder? That's what most of us are here for. Let's go. Brandon said, is that even a town in New Jersey? That's going back to the Byram Township, New Jersey murder. Mike Lombardo says, so wait, there was gunshot residue on the coat / tarp, but no blood, brain, or anything else? How? When there have been other stuff on the guns themselves? I don't know. I'm not an expert in gunshot residue, but from my colleagues, I've taken that it would be very difficult to wash off blood, brain, and other DNA without washing off the gunshot residue.
Well, and washing the blood off to where luminol or something wouldn't pick it up. Because we heard that there was blood and guts all over that room. So, yeah, that thing would light up under a black light if it was used.
Yeah.
Although I think him using the raincoat just makes me think of American Psycho.
Yeah, the raincoat is weird because
Halberstam,
again,
is that a shotgun? Why, yes, Paul, it is.
Yeah, I let me tell you about Huey Lewis in the news.
Yes,
Huey Lewis,
okay, Dad.
but he also used he used an axe in
I know, but
American Psycho.
But he killed a Paul though, so it's great.
Yeah, Paul Allen, Mike Lombardo. So wait, I read that one. Dr. Kenneth Noisewater. How does someone charged with 99 financial crimes convince a defense team that he's going to pay them? Well, he either pays in advance or he pays with institutional or generational money.
Yeah.
And there's every possibility that there's a trust that exists for Alex Murdaugh that was set up by his grandfather or his father or his great grandfather or whatever. Some sort of generational wealth that would pass down and be really, really hard to get in litigation because it wasn't made in contemplation of litigation. And that's the big trick here is if you shelter money in contemplation of litigation, it gets clawed back a lot of times. If you shelter money long in advance of any contemplated litigation, it's really hard to take back, especially if the party's dead, especially if it's an irrevocable trust, all of these things that could be. So there's every likelihood that that there was some sort of thing that was built up that then is activated in the course of a lawsuit that would not otherwise activate. Maybe it paid him some minimal amount. Maybe it paid him the amount necessary to live, but because he made millions of dollars a year, it wasn't necessary and it just sits there and grows. I mean, any of these things could happen. We don't know. We don't know these details. DUI guy says, can I come on? I'm at the trial. Ferguson says, have you listened to the audio of the boyfriend after the boat crash? You have to hear it. No, I heard he was threatening something. I heard he was threatening something to Paul. And that's why I think that he's a suspect in all of this. He's a suspect. He's the boyfriend. Wait, it was Wait, was it the boyfriend or the brother?
Either way, there's an entire county of suspects in the situation. Nearly.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who were hurt by Alex Murdaugh. That's the problem. And by Paul Murdaugh.
Yeah.
And plenty who would be motivated to kill Paul. Again, Alex may have done it. I'm fully willing to accept that. I just want the state to present the case that that's actually happening.
Mm-hmm.
I think they probably could, but I don't think they've had enough time to investigate it. Isaac G says, DUI guy is a conspiracy theorist. Let's meet up, though. I live in Walterboro. Denise Porter, housekeeper, body is being exhumed, mother and son. Roro Mad, DUI guy, any idea how people feel about the judge? Again, I think that is much more interesting. I think him asking questions and interviewing the gallery or the people outside the court or the people around the area, what they think about the judge, what they think about the trial so far is better than the jury analysis. I hate the jury analysis. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Lord Vader says this case is clearly self-defense. Regards, Curtis Reeves. Randos 123. Only the slack-jawed, big-nosed people from New York that are afraid of Southerners and guns know JFK as John John. Oh shit! I didn't know. Again, I didn't know JFK as John. Did you guys know JFK as John John?
I did not.
No, I don't know the Kennedys that well.
And
their empire of organized crime.
Mr. Armageddon says, has a defendant ever stood up mid-murder trial and be like, listen, I'm sick of this. I'm bored. I did it. I'm guilty. If I were Alex right now and if I were guilty, I might consider that. Sure. And not that they're bored, but they're caving to the pressure of the suit that they don't want to carry on the charade.
Well,
Alec is desperately interested for whatever reason in convincing the world that he didn't kill his wife and son. Either because he didn't or because his ego or whatever. One of, some reason between those things is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he goes to jail forever on the financial crimes, which I think he's gonna. I don't think there's any way on the financial crimes he gets less than life without parole because of the way that crimes stack up in these things. He's got 100 crimes. And once you get over a certain amount of those crimes, the acceleration or the prior convictions stack up over and over and over. And eventually you get to a maximum sentence under the grid, so to speak, of South Carolina. Does South Carolina use a grid for criminal conviction?
I think you're right. I think he's going to jail for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
If not in fact, in practical reality. I mean, he's going to jail by the time he gets out. He'd be so old.
Yeah, and
So,
guys, I've had a client before. He was, I want to go to trial. I'm going to do this, and I had him prepped, and I'm like, listen, no matter what happens, you're like a statue. You don't react to anything. The moment the prosecutor said, right there, that's the bad man, and the entire courtroom looked at him, he starts leaning over to me. He's like, dude, we got to make a deal. He chickened out. So I could easily see somebody getting halfway through the trial saying, I'm just done. The stress
Yeah.
is too much. So,
and for what it's worth, there was that case in Florida yesterday where the then 14-year-old, now 16-year-old, pled
he-
guilty as the jury was being selected. He
Mhm.
pled guilty.
That's the
Yesterday
guy who
morning.
stabbed his allegedly, pled guilty, so confirmedly stabbed his girlfriend like 110 times.
Well, I don't know if it was his girlfriend or it was
114.
just a cheerleader. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know if it was a girlfriend or not, but yeah, 114 times.
Mhm.
But who's counting?
Yeah.
The state.
What's 100 stabs amongst friends?
Yeah.
Nicholas Starrow, union rep, labor law, says, I'm not going to say what that flask resembles, but it needs lube. Angela B, will Alex Murdaugh's shady dealings put his convictions as a prosecutor into question? I don't think so. His convictions,
Unless there's some way to tie it back.
yeah, his convictions as a prosecutor were a long time ago, and then he became a personal injury attorney.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been a while, and his bad activity seems to be relegated to his personal injury practice. It's a lot harder to defraud the state than it is to defraud a company that is willing to accept a good portion of fraud so long as you're otherwise financially beneficial. But the state pays you on a salary from the taxpayers. You're not bringing in fees in the same way.
Yeah. Then I was
there-
also yesterday covering the other Florida case where the guy shows up to day one of opening arguments and sentencing is like, I want the death penalty too. That was fun. So I covered that guy yesterday too.
Guy asked for the death penalty?
Yeah.
Right. Well, that takes care of that.
Over life and parole. I mean, I think there's a question.
His argument wasn't too bad. He's like, this murder apparently happened 20 years ago. I'm not sure why it's coming to light now. He's already been convicted. This is sentencing. He says, okay, look, I'm already in jail for the rest of my life from the feds. I'm 64. If I'm convicted and sentenced to death, I get what he perceives to be benefits. I get a separate cell and a separate TV and separate things. And so it's just better quality of life for me. So I'll probably die in jail anyway by the time you get around to executing me. And if not, you euthanize me when I'm old. So win, win, win. I'm like, okay, all right. That was his argument.
There's Only War says that big boy behind Alex is the emergency room, present to show the other jurors what awaits if they don't acquit. Jeremy Burke, doesn't it seem that after the video with his voice came in, the judge then started to allow all the financials in? Does he now think he's guilty but can't see a reason other than financial aspect? I mean, I don't want to put that on the judge like that. I don't think that's a fair thing to do. I don't think the judge can particularly identify Alec from the recording. The people who know him are testifying that it's him. I'm sure we're going to get someone to testify that it's not. Right? Like that
Sure.
seems to be a defense strategy, or that would make sense. Get someone to cast doubt on who is identified in the recording. Also,
I don't think it's going to work.
I don't think it's going to work, but I think it's part of the overall strategy of casting doubt. So you get someone to cast doubt on the recording, and then you subsequently get, you got to expand the timeline. That's the defense strategy for Alec ultimately, is expanding that timeline, getting the time of murder from 8:49 p.m. or whatever it is to 9:09 p.m. sometime
It's a
later.
tight timeline. It's a tight timeline no matter what you're doing. Because you have a maximum of what? About an hour 30?
Yeah.
By the time you're done?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a tight timeline with if it's the mom and there and back and
Yeah, and the judge isn't being biased. He sucks at his job. He's not guarding the gates properly. It's not maliciousness.
Yeah. Palmyra Productions as paralegals sent a whole bunch of knives. Thank you. Candy Stuffed Corpse says, did he steal money? Seems like it. He seems very guilty of financial crimes. Nathan Lai says, "Dear God, Professor X has let himself go, although apparently he is using keeps." I'm not sure what witness that was. Random Bacon says, "We have a theory. State doesn't care about murder conviction. They're trying to prejudice any jurors by bringing money stuff in. And if he gets off here, they'll say he needs to be punished in the next trial."
That doesn't really make any sense. And
Yeah.
although I think this possibility is a little bit more remote now, there's still some possibility that they wind up prejudicing themselves for their future financial crimes. They leave such a bad taste in everyone's mouth if the jury really thinks this is a whole bunch of bullshit, and the defense, really picks up ground. They could still basically roll a nat 1 on this thing, wind up prejudicing themselves for all their financial cases. So.
Right.
I don't really think that if this is part of a grand strategy, it's not a good one.
Farrell Drake says, "Wonder if the embezzlement was generational." Could be. Absolutely. The Murdaughs have been in power in that county forever. Who knows? Deb Drez Lyon says, "I'm late, but didn't the witness say that she found the blue tarp hanging over a chair later? Alex couldn't have crumpled it and put it in the closet." Look, the blue tarp, again, maybe it's unpopular to say. Maybe. But the blue tarp and the blue raincoat, of course the raincoat's going to come in. You've got a raincoat that matches in color a thing a witness saw, found at a potential evidence scene with a search warrant that has gunshot residue on it. Whether it's useful or not to the jury is up to the jury. I think it's entirely admissible. I've been trying to keep this. I know it's very unpopular for people because they think this judge is permitting everything. But I think that's one of those things that every judge is going to permit, is that raincoat. I don't see how they exclude it, honestly. Do you guys see how they exclude the raincoat at all?
I mean, the home nursing aide, that lady, yeah, she said she doesn't know what she was looking at. So yeah, by that statement alone, well, was it this bundled up blue thing or was it this bundled up blue thing? Okay, and I get that, but I was a little pissed off about that earlier, but and I'll admit it, the way this judge has run the case is the reason why I got pissed off about it. So I'll admit, I'll concede that at this point. But it's just when it's all this shit piling up, it's that was getting really hard to let that go on top of everything else.
Yeah, with everything else, I agree, but man,
but you're right. You're right.
I have a hard time with saying that one's going to be excluded by any reasonable judge.
Well, and I think in most cases that would come in.
Yeah,
because we
I
don't
think
know
so
what
too.
blue thing she's talking about.
Right, and it's found at the parents' house where other evidence is and all of that stuff. I just think that it's going to be brought in. Rede Anna says, "This is so painful, worse than when Biden talks." Derna 1804 says, "My theory is that she went into that private meeting hoping to get that Murdaugh. That's why she suddenly became a scrupulous accountant right after." Aaron Suver, "All this financial stuff feels like the prosecution lost a chess game, murder trial, and now they're just playing checkers." I don't know about that. I don't think they feel like, no, I feel like this is them bringing their knights out.
Yeah,
or
no,
their bishops or whatever.
They're running up the score now.
Yeah. Jeremy Burke, "The problem with saying that this made you angry, they didn't know the scope of theft until they were already dead." We've covered that. The question is not about, for the defense, question is not about what the truth of the timeline is. The state is trying to make you, or the jury, make the jury be angry and feel angry about what he did, even though none of it came out at the time of the murders. So for the defense, it's fair game, even though none of this was out at the time of the murders, to make the jury realize that any of these people who were defrauded by Alec are on the hook, because it only came out at the time of after the murders, according to these people. But we know that Alec's been stealing for 10 years and they knew about it.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's so weird the whole time. Like, well, hey, can you this woman is an accountant. She's not helping herself. She ever needs to get a job in the future.
Sorry for random question, but was there some issue with the date in Vegas being moved to March? Because someone was
No.
asking me and I was confused.
Barnes and Viva moved their date to March.
So your date is still the 26th?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Entropy Denied says, I'm not trying to diminish your anger. Your massive, massive anger, ma'am. Duncan, Idaho, has been bugging me all day, but finally figured out who this lady looks like. Jennifer Melfi, the psychiatrist in The Sopranos. Am I right? I never watched Sopranos.
Yeah, she kind of looks like her a little bit.
Let's go. Brandon says yellow. He says green, maybe teal, and then pride flag. Thank you. I got a note says exhume the dad. The dad who died of natural causes in care while being old. I mean, they're not going to exhume the dad.
Alec is not some murdering. He's not a serial killer.
Right. Jeremy Forsyth says if the state had good evidence, they wouldn't have to hammer this financial stuff, right? Kind of tells me how flimsy the case is. In some ways, I agree. Unless they can show me the motive. I want them to show me the motive.
Well, I don't think they have a weak case. I think they have a very strong case. If you ask them right now how they think it's going, this is pretty much going according to plan. I think they feel very confident. So no, these guys think they hold the high ground right now.
Yeah, I agree.
No, this is not they're not desperate. They feel like they're playing their cards.
Desert Cat says, how about this? Murdered son he loves out of rage and need for sympathy, who ruined their name, was going to use wife as unwitting alibi, but she showed a bit too early. I don't see it. I don't see him murdering the wife or the son. I don't see his motive for it. If the state tells me a motive, if they put into evidence that there was something they were gonna talk to the state, they had something to to shield themselves and bury him, maybe you get me there. But until I see that, I don't know it.
Yeah, they need to produce it, and they haven't done that yet.
Duncan, Idaho says that the defense didn't immediately latch onto the suspicion that people other than Alec murdered his family seems like a huge missed opportunity. I mean, I think the defense is latching onto the suspicion. I think they're just doing it very tactically and very carefully.
Yeah, I still would have asked that, partner. Like, how much money, I would ask him, how much money did you lose?
Yeah.
How much money was stolen from you? And it's going to be $1 million. And I said before, it's like, I kill somebody for $1 million if you stole it from me. People have killed for less things. People have killed for stealing random tchotchkes out of somebody's yard.
Was that line from Shaft? I know motherfuckers would clear out a whole zip code for $20,000.
Yeah. I forgot about that. But yeah, and you don't have to ask would you kill somebody over, but when he said, "Oh, I'd be upset," it's like, no, you'd be fucking livid.
Yeah.
Like, I guarantee you they were smashing whiskey glasses in that office when they found out how bad it was.
Moni 2489 says, would their motive not be to kill Alec instead of Maggie and Paul, except that Maggie and Paul can't pay them back? Alec, in theory, could. I mean, that would be the one thing. But maybe they thought they'd get Alec too. And he decided he was going to go to his mom's house that night. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, that's a million different ways that plays out.
And if it's true that it was weird that he went to his mom's house at night and someone had been observing his movements all day, every day, and then he goes at night and surprises them, I mean, that comports with the possibility of a hit just as well as it comports with the idea that, well, he went to his mom's house to cover up and provide an alibi. We don't know. Again, we need some evidence of anything from either side. Now, the defense has this wild card they could play, and that's Alec. Right now, with the financial crimes in, Alec can come in and say whatever he wants. He's on cross for the financial crimes. He can admit to them or not. He probably knows he's going to prison forever. So it might not hurt him to admit to all the financial crimes, but to say, look, I stole a bunch of money, but I didn't kill my family. And I'm willing to pay for the money I stole I took an advance on life, whatever he wants to say there. I don't know if he's going to do that or not, but he could theoretically do that. He can plea out to some lesser charge if they're willing to give it on the financial crimes, something less than life in prison, maybe 30 years, 20 years. I don't know. He could take that plea, admit to a bunch of facts in this trial, and say, but I didn't kill my wife and kid. So I'm not sure that makes it. Wendy Blank says, just to say thank you. Super happy to see Joe and Kurt on today. Still not in the not guilty camp. Can't get past no biological debris on Alex. Clifford Barnes says, if Joe goes, I'll fly in from France. Vince Clortho says, do they have a law con like Comic Con, YouTube's, etc.? No. Roro Mad says,
This is the first annual. That's what we're doing. Nick is starting it in Vegas.
No.
First annual law con.
I don't know if I'd want to go to a law con.
It'd be terrible.
Yeah.
Roro Mad says, as an attorney, I never want to touch client funds. My firm has the accountants for that, and our firm doesn't allow us to handle client funds anyway. Let's see. Lisa K, is Kurt going to Vegas also? I don't think so, right?
I was just talking to Nate to see if he might be able to hook me up with some sort of hotel room because Nate is a gambler, and so he might be able to get me some sort of comp or something. So it's financial for me. It's if I can afford it, and so that's where it's coming down to at the moment. So we'll see.
Rabid One says clout for Trout. Gross. Gunner says Misa John Binks. Doc Salty 96. Can I eat a toast for my dad? He passed away 7 years ago at 46. I've been missing him quite a bit lately. He was a native Texan too. I think I've had plenty to drink, but cheers to your dad. 46 years old is so young to be gone. And I'm sure you miss him quite a bit, of course, but he has had all the time in the world to instill masculinity and manhood to you and show you the example of what it is to be a man, to be a father, and to be an example to those around you. So cheers to him. Cheers to you, brother. Take that example and ignore any failures you may have noticed.
Start a GoFundMe.
Isaac G says, Nick,
I guess I could start a GoFundMe.
I have a house in Walterboro. Can I fly you down here, please? Maybe. Where's Walterboro? Is that in South Carolina?
Yeah, that's
where the trial's being held.
Yes.
Probably not.
He'll show you around his massive estate.
Sky is a neighborhood says, yeah, Buster got expelled for low grades and plagiarism. Alec got caught on jail calls to paying a lawyer $60K to convince them to let him back in. Kevin Cloud, don't go, Nick. It's super haunted. Aquamarin, I need legal advice how to send whiskey from abroad. I have no idea. Chuck Morris says, hit the Eiffel Tower in Vegas. It is better than the one in Paris, you drunk Baldo salesman. Clifford Barnes says Fontainebleau. I've been to Fontainebleau. It's a Napoleon Chateau. It's very, very cool. It's very urban also. It's way different than a lot of the others. Clifford Barnes says, as in Ladybugs, Joe. Nicholas Darrow, Union Rep Labor Law says, in 10th grade, my class went to Bornholm, Denmark. Alcohol age in Denmark is 16. That was the first and only year our school was allowed to go there. Flux says, does this Lindsey Graham also have little ladybugs? Yes, he does. Stan M. Nick, stop being sober and lick your bottles. Mark Freeman, next drink is military special whiskey on me. Gross. AA Ron, can I personally sue the state of South Carolina for mental damages over how bad the case they have run here? I don't think they've run a bad case. I want to point that out. With what they have, they're running a very good case, I think.
There is no underlying narrative. The witnesses' orders don't make any sense. They get a lot of details that they're not connecting the dots to. So I find a lot of the presentation wanting, even with the lack of evidence, unless the theory is to make it so disorganized and so convoluted that they're just hoping to trigger people's dummies response, basically overflow their brain, and so they'll just be pliable, unless that's their idea.
Who knows? Unlucky Irish chick says, are they trying to put it on the albino Gaylord? Yes. Aaron Larg, Crosby is the killer 100% and had motive. Kelly Shugs, I've absolutely forgotten about the murders. Chris West, will they call Curtis Smith, who was hired to kill Alex? Aluka says, witness can see others' testimony will spoil future. Big Rig says, yes, I'm an expert. I graduated from GSR Tech Online class of Tuesday. My cat's name is Karen. Why does the presence of primer matter?
It doesn't. Because Nick pointed out earlier, it only matters if he would be saying, well, basically, I never touched the gun. And then it's like, oh, we found gunshot residue. Therefore, you touched the gun. And you were in the presence of the gun, right? But it's a hunting lodge. Gunshot residue is everywhere all the time. It could be there forever unless it's brushed away in some way. So it's on the seatbelt. Of course it's on the seatbelt. Once it gets there, how would it ever get off again? So yeah, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters. It's all dumb.
Lawnard Clips says, people demand I clip that, start playing your Taylor Swift music. Yes, Anti-Hero is my theme song. Look, Lawnard Clips, as long as you include the context that I think James from Court and DUI guy have better skills to use than on jury analysis while being in the courtroom, I guess go ahead. I don't know what to say. I hated it during DEP. I hated it so much during DEP, and people wanted it every day. And I don't think it added any personal value, but that's me. I think that DUI guy and James from Court have so many better skills than that. And I think it's a waste. Flux says, how's Dick Poon doing? I feel like he hasn't been on his game today. He's not really been involved in the past day.
These aren't his witnesses.
Yeah, this is Mr. Griffin's witnesses, or Griffith, or whatever his name is. Bass says there's trace evidence she's been on a diet. Brian P. Cut Cage GDI also take a shot. Jake Nick, why is the Aldi logo in prison? My cat's name is Karen. Says, hey Joe, read the chat. Mute your eating, please. Love you. Not Heisenberg says, where did all this money go? How did he use these funds? Gambling, vacations? I don't get it. England DG says this Matlock reboot sucks. Bitter Sweetheart says there are literally laundry detergent additives to make clothes have a strong, clean smell now. Aluka says she took A in-house training on laundry smell. Flux, everything that guy said is bullshit. Thank you. My Cousin Vinny, more accurate a movie than I could have ever thought. My Cousin Vinny, which is funny because of this, is the best legal procedure movie that exists. And it's funny because he's not actually a lawyer. He's not admitted to practice. But it's great. I love that movie. Nancy Jennings, I would love to see Atticus Finch walk in as a defense attorney. England DG, I have steep doubts. She is an expert in discharge. Chandler's H Barbecue and Ice says, let me say I've been in the area of discharge and just saying you can smell it depending on the discharge. Stormtrooper Julian Caesar says, I've been on 5 minutes and Nick fat shames a witness while he gawks a giant sub. Dang right. England DG, bring me Solo and the Wookiees, y'all. Wes says, I bet she would love a discharge. England DG, underneath it is butcher paper because that's what my half ham hock came in and I had that I had for lunch. England DG also says, I just realized her OBS bobs are at her elbow. Gross. Jake, but there was residue inside the slobber pocket. Stop it, chat. Jailbatros. Nick approaching Paul Murdaugh boat crash BAC levels. Brian Schultz, I haven't read Anthem, but I assume it references people wailing about the people/professions left behind when technology advances. That's a big part of Anthem. Yes. It's a great book. You can read Anthem in 40 minutes. Go read it. It's really good. England DG, do you think she can fit on a sled? Content creator says, looking forward to Bronca's Law of Self-Defense class on April 15th. Be my 4th time, worth every penny and more. Angela B, I use scent booster beads that have a scent that lasts 6 months on clothes. Joshua Newton says, even Mr. Theodore, can you repeat that Edgecombe was smart enough to throw his gun into a lake? Chandler H's barbecue and ice. Let me say a barn is all cool for months until your girlfriend's mom gets mad at you for staring at her rack. Mandalore Wise 01, now tell us how you really feel, Nick. I did. Dagon 3 says, bring on DUI guy. We need jury analysis. Okay. The Buddy Cassius, I'm taking away from this rant. The jury analysis is very important Speaking for the audience, we look forward to seeing more of it in the future. Padre Mortalis, the same people that ask for juror analysis are the same that want Tim Pool for Eliza call out. Friend of program.
Well, no, those aren't fair. I'm not sure how those two things have anything to do with each other.
Oh.
A friend of program with a big super chat says Matthew Harris would have another shot and you know it. Oh my gosh. LB says money to Joe for sparking this. Wasn't it Bronca who did it?
Yes.
Andrew Hansen says what Nick's point is that outsider jury analysis isn't valid, which is why he and others like Bronca don't predict verdict, just analyze legal merit. Second boy, Nick, you are entertainment news, not scientific analysis of the case with jury guesses. No, I've never claimed to be scientific analysis. There isn't, by the way, there is no scientific analysis of a legal case. Oh my goodness. Last of Yahoo says I come for the.
This is like voodoo, like chicken with its head cut off voodoo. We're just
Last of Yahoo says I come for the jury analysis.
We're in the
but
wrong
stay
part of the
for
South for that.
Drunken rants. Can you get someone to analyze your drunken tirade? Grift on, buddy. Oh, I'm sure plenty of people hate it. Divining Rod says absolutely correct. Well said, sir. Ty Dollar Sign says jury analysis is basically palm reading. Ginger Ninja says Bronca reliving time he spent with his ex-wife and not enjoying it. Brett, but do you really know you hate jury analysis? Yes, I gotta hate it. England DG, no, for his defense counsel. This may be not about if he goes to jail for life or not, but which jail he goes to for the financial crimes versus the murder. That's my guess. I mean, maybe we don't necessarily know what jail he's going to for either conviction.
Mm-hmm.
Farmhand says for that epic rant. Oh, thank you. Again, I'm sure plenty of people hate it. Amazing Wireless 2 says Murdaugh has to be guilty. It's in his name. He also says, Nick, can you bring DUI guy on? We the people demand his jury observations from today. Again, I'll bring him on. I just don't, I don't put any value in it. I don't. I would rather hear his opinions on the legal arguments. He's DUI guy.
Yeah.
Fantastic attorney. You can go watch him shred cops and other witnesses on cross-examination on his channel. And I encourage you do. He's great at what he does. His jury analysis to me in these big cases doesn't it's wasted talent to me, but it might be good for subs. I don't know. I just don't like it. I hate it. 200 Watt Studio. Nick, can I fly you here to my place? I need help getting a rug into my van. If you go in first and pull, I'll push. Thanks. Probably. It's not Brandon Lesko says, haha, I watched the rant I missed. Let's go. And Darcy says, I needed a Nick rant. Oh, thank you for that. We've got a couple more here over on Rumble. Oh, shit. S-Bar 818. So my grandmother is amazing with her laundry. Her clothes will smell fresh for days. Played softball in Florida heat, and my jersey would still smell like Snuggles. That is bull about smells. There you go. The Magus 93 says, Nick, give Danny the title of dog lover. No, stop it. Redone 777 says, we thought this trial will be shorter than Sean's arms, but now we know it's longer than Nick's nose. Dang. Aegis 82 says, Ricado Law, the problem with I smelled is the legitimate scent of a dead body, keying in on details of a crime scene being expanded to every cop having the scent tracking of a bloodhound. Well, I mean, look, smell is not something that humans are notoriously good at. As far as the animal kingdom goes, we're kind of bad at it. But we're okay.
We're bad at most of our senses compared to the animal kingdom.
Right. Breton says there's some real hurt in that guy. I think he genuinely feels bad that Alex is going through this. Seems like he cares about Alex to me. I don't know what guy you're talking about. Key Girl Armada.
John sent me a very nice PayPal to help me towards the Las Vegas fund. Thank you, John. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it.
Billy Aoki says you are now breathing manually, probably. Geek Girl Armada says, lol, welcome to the Murdaugh murder trial where the questions are all leading and the relevance doesn't matter. Gimpy McGimpo says more Ricada rants. I'm sure I'm going to regret that rant tomorrow. Joe Cure 6 Locals says, no, Nick. It's more cushion for the pushing. Lion of the Valley says, Nick, it's time. Let's forget this mostly boring ass case for a minute and watch some judges go wild. Also, this could be an interesting legal breakdown relative to self-defense. It's the 3 judges who got in a fight outside of Waffle House and ended up shooting each other. Have you guys seen that? Or like fighting or something?
No,
No, I haven't seen.
was it a judicial conference?
Judges fighting at a Waffle House?
Physical altercation with 3 judges results in jail time.
No, I've not seen this. Waffle House is where many good things happen, though. I'm excited.
Yes.
Is it a Waffle House?
If
No,
is
it's
at
a White Castle, even worse.
Oh, okay.
Smells like
White.
judicial conference hijinks.
Gooch says, Sup knows these DGens need to go to eventbrite.com, buy a ticket to the Recato Law meetup event in Las Vegas, just $50. Meet your friends from locals. Also, Nick, do it. Do it now.
And thank
Do
you,
what?
buddy, for another generous PayPal. I will thank people on your stream for grifting towards me. That's nice.
Oh,
I
Gonzo
appreciate it.
1000. Nick, you have a great business proposition. Chandler's Family Ribs. It'll be a great family restaurant to eat your family. Tim Pool, call anyone out. What delusion is this? I don't know. I don't follow the Tim Pool stuff. I really don't care about Tim Pool and Eliza Blue. Good for a couple jokes, and that's about it. Ogonza 1000 says, Nicole, could you take that dick out of your mouth? You sound like Jack Murphy today. Jeez. Fire PA says this judge would allow the state to finish in his wife. Gross. Rockahora. Okay, to law, I'm in total agreement with you that speculating on jury analysis, especially from an uninformed position, it's akin to fortune telling, especially tarot reading, etc. It's an actual grift in the dishonest way. Also, tell that SJW the phrase is tilting at windmills. What the fuck is spits at windmills? It's a grift. I don't think it's actually intentional, personally. I think they think that they're adding value. I just disagree that they're adding value. Again, the people that go to court have so many more interesting things to talk about to me than the jury leaning forward during particular testimony. I don't know what the jury leaning forward means. And neither do they. Oh, they perked up. Well, okay, they listened to it. What side of the issue are they on? I have no idea. Iggy Vu says Nick is asshole. That's true. Now says drunk and belligerent is a bad look. Good. Iggy Vu says stop screaming at us. No, I will not. Rockahora says Barnes has run hundreds of mock trials for the purpose of attempting to get an edge when it comes to picking jurors. One of the biggest realizations he came to was that lawyers were some of the worst at reading a jury. Sangland says, I misunderstood Bronca's book. Now I'm hard to contact. Well, Matt himself says, I hope they have a witness to also testify. They found a pair of clothes similar to what he was wearing in Paul's tree video, but it couldn't have been the same set because it was a shade or two different. Therefore, he disposed of the evidence that would make him guilty. Therefore, guilty. Yeah, I don't know if you're going to get that, man. And then finally says Ryan PD 911 says, this judge is a grade A pile of shit on par with Alec himself. I have no love for Alec, but he is getting railroaded. I don't think this judge is a pile of shit. I think the judge is overly permissive personally, but I think he's reacting to the media and the state on this case, the amount of people who are interested in it. I don't think that it's malicious. I disagree with some of his decisions, but I haven't seen anything that's outside of a judge's discretion. Have you guys?
I think that the judge's ruling on the financials is so broad as to be legally attackable.
Yes, I think that is massive error there. Letting them go about all that and determining that can be used. And then they use the bullshit answer of, well, the jury's just going to use it to hear about it, but they can't use it to infer it. He knows that's bullshit.
We all appreciate that the judge's discretion is wide, but it's not infinitely wide. And the judge's ruling has no limitations on it, no cap, no trying to box it in any way. And he's like, okay. And he's like, well, I find the jury is not going to be biased or by this or rule based on this. I'm like, really? You're reaching that conclusion? So if you're looking for legal error, I think you might be there.
Maybe. I don't know if I get there. Maybe with everything cumulatively, but I'm not there yet on abusive discretion.
Well, I mean, like I said, appeals courts love to punt, so they'll figure out a way to distinguish it or say it's harmless. So
Yeah.
That's just me being
I'll-
jaded.
we're all there, brother. We're all there. All right, that's it. That's all I got. Gentlemen, do you have anything you want to add before we go?
Nope,
Particularly,
not at all, not
had a great
tonight.
time.
Very good. All right, I'll see everybody tonight at 11 p.m. Central. Joe and I will be covering the State of the Union address. We'll see you then. Have a good night, guys. Peace.
Night, everybody.
Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the team post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the team post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed